Oh, Captain, my Captain. Hey, Horion, how's it going? For those of you that don't know, Horion is the guy that led my team to Raccoon Open victory. Oh my god, it's doing this thing where when I start a stream, if I put the ads on manually, it still puts them on anyway, and it's a real pain in the ass. It's like I can put on like a 30-second advert and then be like, oh yeah, by the way, new ads are starting in like 3 minutes, which is what it's doing right now. So my bad on that, I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself a coffee because bluntly, I need it. I need it very badly. Surprised the games haven't started yet, actually. By the way, it's typically they start on the hour. A little bit lucky with that, because yeah. Also, another very cool piece of information as well. We are gonna be on Twitch front page. We're gonna be on Twitch front page on the 6th of February. It's gonna be very cool.
您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com 虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全场赛事。
Oh, sorry, yeah, I haven't got my headphones on right now. On the 6th, so that should be the last day of regular season, so that should be IG Weibo, and then ALBLG. So that should be, yeah, so that's the last day of regular season, which is really cool. Anyway, I'm gonna go get a coffee. Be right back. Harry, yeah. I have to say, I like casting Ultra Prime because Harion's around. You know what I mean? Like, when there's someone who's really passionate for it, you feel like you're actually doing something, like, worthwhile for society a little bit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay, anyway, I'm gonna go, yeah, get my coffee. One sec.
Ultra Prime 苏州 LNG Esports。欢迎来到苏州高铁新城羊城国际电竞馆。LPL 第一赛段组内赛，第2周第5日的比赛 ，UP 对阵苏州 LNG 即将开始。LPL 5位进巅峰。
Oh my god, damn, oh your advert popped up. Okay, I'm back. Oh yeah, I made it into Group A finals for Uma Musume. Again, somehow. I really didn't expect to get it this time because my CM team is not great, actually. Okay, donde está my camera? Do I need to activate this again? I might need to. Oh no, we're good. Hello everyone, how's it going? Yeah, Sam's gonna be here later. But yes, very cool to get Twitch front page for the 6th, which is the last day of the regular season. Gonna be looking forward to that an awful lot. Okay, so, right, Ultra Prime versus LNG. Now this is Ultra Prime's chance to have a bite at the matchup. It is that's what I see it as. I see it as a chance for Ultra Prime to prove themselves against what should be the best team they'll face in the regular season. For LNG, they need to keep ahead of the pack. They need to keep ahead of the pack. You know, you don't get that many series as a Nirvana team. In fact, in LNG, they're making it through their first round robin today, and they'll play another 2 additional times beyond that. With that in mind, we've got plenty of time to pre-roll outside anything anymore. That's good. Imagine if Ultra Prime 2-0, it would be peak Nirvana gaming, wouldn't it? Okay, LNG coming on blue side, but Ultra Prime will have the first pick, as is kind of standard for this year, really. So we've got Rumble is huge. Oh, hang on, I'm completely wrong. LNG is first pick on blue side. Also, I just realized, by the way, that the clean feed is not. Sorry, folks, I'm just going to up the quality here just because I realized it's not. In 1080. There we go. Cool. Cassante Ash? Is Shasha going to, like, slam a Seraphine after? But doesn't this get cooked by Rumble? By Rumble Jarvan? I don't know about that. Look, Henna is an Ash player. I remember him playing it for a long time now, actually. But now you get Jarvan Azir, which is a nasty combo in its own right. Jarvan Azir is very good at taking out Cassante, and then Jarvan Rumble's very good at taking down the backline. Seraphine does get locked in. Seraphine's, you know, a very strong duo with the Ashe. We saw that from BLG yesterday. It's very lane dominant, but I mean, we've seen this from a couple of lanes across the LPL, particularly, like I said, YCX picked it up. Okay. So, you're trying to play front to back with this comp. You're trying to play front to back. The problem is now, you have to, like, hard smash bot lane. Banning out the Karma, do you ban Lulu as well? If you ban the Lulu as... No, they ban the Nautilus, which is, again, pretty good versus double range. But you need to do so much work in the early game in the laning phase. The Kali's banned away. Are they banning out good matchups into the Azir, I suppose? I would be tempted to ban away one of the better tank junglers. I'd be tempted to ban out something like Mundo. Oh no, Jarvan's pretty good into Mundo on the whole. Ban out Shinzo. Yeah. Okay, just a frontline jungler. That would have been. That is the best ban available actually in terms of junglers, which can make a bit of a mess of things like that. Now is it Wukong? Saber's Echo. Now, folks, so Echo is pretty good into Azir. It was one of the picks used back in like Season 5, Season 6. Now, folks, this is quite a rare pick even now, but the whole idea is that you go Halo Blades E-Start and burst him out. Now, if you do that, you don't go Dusk and Dawn, but if you go Electrocute, you do. Dusk and Dawn is a very good item on Echo right now. This could be Echo Jungle. It could be. It could be. Ultra Prime, though, credit to them. This is some, like, mad cooking shit, and they've really prepped it for today. Jhin locked in. Pretty good setup for the Rumble. It means that you've got a secondary bit of engage. I really like Bard here. Bard is really, really good here. It's a way of kind of non-committal engage. It's very good versus the Ashe and the Seraphine. If they don't get out of the ult, then they die a lot of the time. Now, folks, Ultra Prime are cooking like heck. We'll see whether the Echo goes into the jungle or into mid lane. If it goes jungle, I think you go Dusk and Dawn kind of bruiser build. If it goes mid lane, I think you go... I think you should go Assassin Electrocute. Like Halo Blaze Lich Bane, rather. Like Assassin with that. That's a hell of a name there. minus. And the Vi's locked in, so we'll be into the mid lane, and now we'll see what kind of build it is. Now, I seem to remember Saber playing a game of this last year. Now, we don't have... I haven't seen the Ultra Prime historian themselves, Herion, around just yet to confirm whether that's the case. But Saber is known as an assassin player, folks. Xerath or Ziggs here would be huge with Ashe and Seraphine into Azir now. I think that... well, the problem with someone like the Xerath or Ziggs is you get jumped on by the Jarvan. And you get engaged on very heavily. You're very bad versus the Rumble. Whereas actually Echo is very good into every member of this enemy team. This is actually... Look, if you're a good Echo player... this is a perfect Echo draft. Actually. There's a bunch of people you can just burst out. You're just popping people in this game. Now, I do want to see whether it's the Dusk and Dawn or whether it is the Lich Bane. This one's really interesting, though. We'll get ourselves into that game, though. So interesting. Like we said, it's a chance for Ultra Prime to strut their stuff against the best team in Nirvana. Yeah, I know. It's a real strange one. Oh, God. Yes, same. I like that Saber's starting to use his pool a bit more. Let's see if we get any gyros for this one. Oh, we're in LNG's arena. Of course we're in LNG's arena. It's LNG playing. What am I talking about? Oh, I'm dumb sometimes, chat. Yeah, there was a gyro there. I think the crowd mics might have been turned on a little bit late. That's a really bad Q at level 1. You should at least be able to hit one of them. Like, you're not going to get the double up spell, obviously. He misses a second one too. Okay, come on, Xiaoxia. You're actually meant to... Like, the Xiaoxia is a mage player. Using the sweep to get rid of bits of that. Okay, that one lands there. Of course, this is the thing about LNG, right? Is that they do have this bot lane of 1xN missing. Particularly 1xN Ishin, who is... He's a prodigy. This guy is a prodigy. This guy could genuinely be the next big thing for the LPL. This guy's fantastic. I didn't see the runes for mid lane yet. I didn't see the runes for mid lane. It's the statistical analysis, by the way, of the game. And it is Hail of Blades. Typically, you play the Hail of Blades into mid lane matchups. Now, if you go Hail of Blades, you tend to not go for Dusk and Dawn because it leaves you quite low damage. That's like the second, third, maybe, Q Xiaoxia's missed in lane, by the way. That is actually quite an important thing to track. As you can see, the mana's getting quite shredded now at this point. And there's no dive threat here. It's just stopping the W coming through. I mean, lane control has obviously been gained here, but yeah. It's not as much as you could get out of the laning phase. And yeah, 1xN, like, he is the big thing, I think, coming out of Ravana. Oh, good pass. Hang on a second, that was really close to the kill. Yeah, that's Halo Blades for you, and that's why you go for the E-Star Echo. It's really, by the way, its best matchup is into Syndra, because whenever Syndra throws the Q at you, just E out of the Q to dodge, you just run at them. And then, you know, later on into the game, you do just get this instant burst combo. That 3-hit passive from Echo at all stages of the game from your from your passive is really, really nasty. And then also, you know, stuff like your W passive when people are low HP gives you an unexpected burst, really. I don't think there should be a fight over the bot skull. Yeah, Croco, I think, was a bit mistaken to look for that. Of course, look, if LNG are going to win a game, typically it's because Croco gets really far ahead. Ooh, that was close on the W stun. That could have forced a stun there, actually. Again, look at that. Just that the Halo Blades giving you that quick second auto means that you get instant Halo Blades. My disdain for Halo Blades is immeasurable. The thing is, I like it specifically on Echo. I like it on Echo. Who else do I like it on? There are like a couple of champions I don't mind it on. Like, I didn't mind it on Gnar. Gnar was kind of cool. Oh, that's Powder's old friend? Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Oh my god, Arcane mentioned. I think Echo's one of those champions. I'm not really... I don't know whether I've stopped to think about... No, I did at some point, then I forgot. I'm not sure whether I like what they did with Arcane. Thing is that I like what they did with Echo and Arcane. Well, that could actually be verging on a kill angle. That's nasty fleeing chin. But I dislike some of the lore that they removed for the... Hang on, he's not within Q-flash range there, I don't think. No. Missing out on the map, actually. That's a very dangerous thing, having this Bard kind of roaming about the place. By the way, bot lane's even in CS now, which is horrible for Ultra Prime. Really needed to dominate this bot lane. But yeah, the original lore for Echo with him, like, redoing time over and over to save his friend. And it's like it's like some technology he made himself out of desperation. That was very powerful. I do miss that. Technically, though, everything, quote-unquote, is canon now. But that means your origin stories end up being different, which is annoying as heck. But Echo was still very good in Arcane. If anything, they didn't let him be radical enough. Okay, they used the Hawk Shot, the map hacks to spot out Rocco. I don't know whether the vision lasted long enough for that. It used to be a real art form, tracking jungle camps. It used to be. Sadly, in a champion in the game, he's a mess. The thing is, I quite like Echoes. Well, the problem is that there was a while when his ult was completely free, which just felt way too OP. I think, on the whole, I still like Echo's kit. Like, the EQ I like. The W and the R, I think, could potentially be worked around in the future. The EQ and your passive give you a really smooth combo. Yeah, being like to like phase dive around like that with the E, very cool. Ashe Seraphine getting zoned is absolutely crippling. They have not gotten the lane lead they need. They did, well, right there is because they wanted to do Dragon at the same time. But, you know, they've gained no tangible advantage. I think the Bard sustain with the W, the healing shrines, that's been... Yeah, you can see how it's becoming an issue, right? Saber looking for an angle to do E. So what you'll see in this lane now is that if Echo pushes into the Azir... Good damage. Ow! There's a heal to be used, but damn, that hurts. Yeah, you can see right there. That's the trade. You jump onto the Azir. Azir tries to ult you into turret. You just flip right back and both you down roll. This is the typical Echo Azir trade. Ooh, curtain call and bot set. That's not bad damage, actually. Oh my god, hits all 4 shots. Good damage. By the way, on the other side of this, we were saying, oh, you know, this is a very good Echo game. This is not a bad Jhin game either, actually. I mean, as long as you can weave your shots around the... Because you actually know... This is something we've seen more and more, so I'm going to change my point. I was going to change my point to say, actually, no, there's 4 champions here which are really good for the Jhin to play against, and you're quite long range, so you can stay out of range of the diving combo and stuff. What I'm going to change my point to, although I've already told you the points, this is now just a second separate point. Jhin is really good with double AP solo lanes because it disincentivizes people building armor, and it means that stuff like Ghost Blade, Collect first are really good. And it means that you can afford to kind of go for a Lordomus Regards a little bit later into the game. It's genuinely very good for the Jhin. Also really helps that with Jhin Rumble is very similar to Varus Rumble, which is one of the strongest combinations in League of Legends, where you root someone into the Rumble ult as an AD carry. Now, AD carries don't typically bring that long-range CC to set up for that huge damaging ultimate from the Rumble. But, you know, here we are. Oh yeah, by the way, I want to see how many mechanics Saber can pull off in terms of niche Echo mechanics. Does everyone know about the Alt W combo, where you oh god, he's looking to reset, whatever. And he's going for Protobelt first, I think, as well, which is the correct build in this case. You go Protobelt Lichbane when you've got the Halo Blades. Right, sorry, getting distracted. That happens quite a lot. Just the nature of the beast. That's the me. This is the kind of beast I am. Right, is there going to be a fight bot side? Well, I think Vi might want it. I think they might go on to him. No, okay, he's safe. Grizzly comes out of it. Grizzly versus Croco. Have they ever played against each other? Actually, did Grizzly or... yeah, Alt W. Right, yes. If you put an ult between you and your ult shadow, so you dive forwards and put a W behind you, you can then ult back through the W and it'll proc it. It's very, very cool, actually. Now, I don't think I've ever seen that in pro play. Though that being said, there aren't that many Echo games, and I'm not sure I've seen all of them. This is slow. It'll pick up. There we go. You asked for it. That's a lot of CC. Well, there's the combo. It uses, you know, 3 ultimates and a flash, but First Blood comes down. Now the problem... Can Jin just walk up to the turret and take this farm? I think he can. Yeah, I mean, they don't have the CC to do anything about this now, so while it's a kill onto missing, it's 3 ults. Crocco's going to take on the other side. It's not particularly efficient. Good damage from Sheer. He's having a pretty fun time up here. It's only led to about a 10 CS lead, but you'll take that, you know? Evens out the lead in the bot side. Mid lane's also doing fine on CS. Does anyone know whether Crocco and Grizzly have played together before? Hang on, this might be a flip back. Ooh, it's the all out. Okay, didn't go for the Q3, interestingly. That's a lot of damage. And Sheer's fine. Doesn't even blow the flash. Langton just couldn't get the CC down in time. Oh, Saber didn't go for the reset in the way that I thought he would, by the way. Still has his TP. Xiaoshe doing that thing where you poke out. Top lane island as usual. I have to say, Horion, particularly on the current meta, winning bot lane is the be all and end all, because if you win bot lane, it means that your support is much more likely to roam out onto the map and like have more of an important factor in the game afterwards. Like, being able to win bot lane, go into the enemy jungle for jungle invades, get your support roaming, is such an important part of the game right now. Like, we've seen BLG try and focus on top side, and it just doesn't work very easily. It's just a harder way to play the game. Ooh, Saber almost with that double stun there. There you go, ult for ult trade again. Saber taking no damage. Oh my god. Dude, I haven't seen this matchup that much since... Okay, folks, this will be a story time. One of my favorite times watching the Echo Azir matchup and Echo and pro play, because it reminds me of 2016. The 2016 meta was really quite fun for this. This is when Echo was like hyper strong mid laner and loads of people were playing him. Sam and I went to Poland to watch the LCS finals, the EU LCS finals, which was Splice versus G2. Yeah, Splice made the finals that time. The semi-finals were... Oh no, did they? And then it was HTK. I know that HTK and Splice were there, but who was the other finalist? Oh god, I'm forgetting. I think it was Splice G2. No, Splice never made a final, so it would have been Splice HTK as the semis. I am losing my mind. Huh. Anyway, it wasn't Fnatic. They definitely bombed out that year. Dragon started now. Ultra Prime, do they have their ults back up? Yeah, they don't have the Echo ult. Xante's not coming to the play. Doesn't have his teleport. Rumble... yeah, he's in mid lane. Does have the equalizer. And I think with that in mind, Ultra Prime just don't go to the play. Hey, Blade, good to see you. Fly was randomly decent on Echo. Yeah, Fly! Dude, what a player. I say that as in, like, you know, he was certainly a player of all time. Oh, God. Yeah, but anyway, it reminds me of 2016 where, you know, we went to go see the EU LCS finals. That was really cool. And then afterwards, when we were in, because it was in Krakow, we went to a bar afterwards to watch the LCS finals, which were happening just after. And that was the famous Jensen Echo moment where he didn't press. He was carrying the entire game, and then he died this one time without pressing Zhonya's, and the whole game fell apart. A lot of people blame Jensen for that. I think historically, people have now gone on to say, hang on, no, the only reason they were in that game was because of him. Not pressing a Zhonya's sucks, but it's not. It wasn't really on him. There was so many of that kind of matchup, you know, Echo Talia, which is actually weirdly quite good, because if Echo E's before Talia E's out, you blink, not dash over the rocks. Which means they don't trigger. Oh, Montes Maiden and Puppy, thanks for the 20 stream streaks, by the way. All very cool that that's all, you know, synchronized. I didn't call that earlier. I don't know why. I was probably getting coffee or something. But yeah, I appreciate the streaks. Oh yeah, this is the thing which I mentioned earlier, but Sam and I, on this channel, we're going to be on Twitch front page on the 6th of February, which is the last day of the regular season. So, yeah, tune in for that. It's gonna be a heck of a time. I don't know nearly enough about Dota to recognize that reference. Ultra Prime win? I don't think they've gotten enough of a lead out of this bot lane. They have some really good playmaking tools, but they are up against a Jarvan and Rumble. And you can see that 1xN is actually completely fine in the matchup. He's dropped like a bit of CS, but that's it. I think eventually what's going to happen is an equalizer will happen and Ultra Prime will just roast. Trying to play a bit of a bush break now. See Hannah. That's a very good standard. They don't see Grizzly though. He's hopped over the wall. Everyone has ults up again. This is one of the differences between our group Nevada and the rest of the groups, right? Well, no, more like a problem between oh, it is Dusk and Dawn for Saber. Huh, you shouldn't really go that as Hail of Blades, by the way. Arrow misses. That's a bit sucky. You shouldn't really go that as Hail of Blades Echo, because you drop a lot of damage. Now, it does double hit your passive, but you don't need to double hit your passive with Hail of Blades as well. You know, at this point, it's like, oh, I took Hail of Blades for lane, and then the Dusk and Dawn comes out later. Realistically, you need Electrocute alongside the Dusk and Dawn to make the damage stick. Oh, that's a pretty good ult. They have the flag drag afterwards. It's going into the dunk after. There's the Jhin. W3-man knockup from Grocko. It's a pretty good encore. Where's the rest of the damage, though? There's no solo laners. Echo comes in first, gets himself first kill participation. It's getting to be a real mess now. The equalizer is very effective. Echo will onto the melee range targets, gets some damage down, but he doesn't have quite the punch yet to make the most of it. First shot lands. Second hits as well. Shelsha dies. 1xN threading the needle, bending the bullet. Angelina Jolie would be happy. That was, folks, a bit of a mess. Is Nash's Tooth more damage with Hail of Blades? You don't really go Nash's Tooth on Echo anymore. You do it in jungle for jungle clear speed, but really you need something like a Lichbane. You need a Lichbane to get the most out of Hail of Blades, really. If you want, yeah. Okay, so Saber manages to make his way into the play first. Basically, the solo lane is turn up first. The teleports are quicker. The equalizer, though, is very good, and they have a ton of damage afterwards. So they do end up turning it back into 2 for 1, because that's a really good shot. Oh, that's a really good shot. Great job, 1xN. Well, Nash's in jungle wasn't an Echo staple before. But basically, if you're getting Hail of Blades, you need more damage from... Hang on, jumping up looking for the steal. Doesn't get it. Missing gets it with the auto attack. Grizzly doesn't have Q. Does have Flash. I don't think they're going to stick around to force it, though. Saber's actually in quite a threatening spot there. Has his ult back up. Yeah, I think I might have misspoken earlier at some point. But basically, if you drop damage with Hail of Blades, because you don't have an Electrocute proc in your full burst combo, which does mean your damage is less. If you don't have that damage, you need to pick it up in your items. When Dusk and Dawn, or Dawn and Dusk rather, it's a very good bruiser item. It's quite good for extended trading. It's not as good for burst. Hey, thanks to the stream at Streak Blade. But yes, effectively, yeah, if you don't have an Electrocute proc, you do struggle to blow people up in the same way. You do. Oh, good damage there from Saber. I say that, you know, that first item with the Hail of Blades. Hail of Blades is better for early lane, but if you are going to do this, just go Lichbane instead. Proto Belt Lichbane. It's a really good build. Always has been a good build for the Echo. You can go to stuff like Zhonya's as well, which is an Echo classic. This is one of the big things about Echo. Can you tell I'm an Echo player, by the way? Leader also went this item rune combo. Yeah, I think that they're building the wrong build, honestly. I think so. Crocker takes down the dragon. Because I've seen a couple of Echo mains talking about this, basically. In fact, I'm going to go... I have this first turret of the game down in topside as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to... There is a cleanse on 1xN. There's a Mikhail's too. Fine, cool, they'll take that. I'm going to go look up some builds. Okay, there are actually a lot of mains building Hail of Blades and Dusk and Dawn. So this is there, but there are a couple of Electrocutes in there too. Maybe it's just like flavor of the month thing. Yeah, in fairness, Echo isn't a mage. Echo is very much an assassin. It's like a 1% win rate diff? Sure, but it's just the logic of the build, right? The win rate's the win rate, right? But... Ooh. Dancer Grenade actually lands there.
It's not the biggest thing, I suppose. He's going for the Shadow Flame second, by the way. Just wait for Chovy to play Echo, and whatever he builds is the correct one. The funny thing about that is actually I really don't like Chovy item builds. Chovy item builds can be really quite strange at points. Basically, he subscribes to the fact that when you're ahead in the game, build defensive. When you're behind, build offensive, which is typically not a bad way to view the game as the StarCraft principle. However, that does not always make it right. For instance, like, the way that he builds Ahri with stuff like the Rod of Ages and whatever, which really got popularized after that point, or going towards, like, Zhonya's Banshees every game, like the Everfrost Zhonya's Banshees kind of, like, vegan build was, as it was so known, really didn't work very well. Like, he made it work because he was Chovy. It didn't work because of the build, and that's often the case with Chovy, where well, you can even see this at Worlds, right? There was a there was his Onivia game at Worlds where he went for the. This is a problem with Faker's first Onivia game as well, where actually both of them struggled with this, where they were following the same build. But you go Roa and Seras, and it was too slow for the game. You needed a Leandries earlier, and neither of them recognized that in those first games. Of course, Faker went on to have. Very, very good game of that Onivia later on into the bracket stage. That's a missing spotted. Grizzly struggling to make huge plays. W lands, but shielded. This has been a slow-ass game, folks. This is... Where's the LPL I know and love? This is like a kill every 4 minutes or something. Blech. 5 even. I can do maths. No dragon available. Guys, we have like a Bard ult, a Jhin ult. We've got Ashe, Seraphine, and a fight. We can surely start a fight. Come on. Grizzly even thought about it. There we go. Oh, yeah, Mikhail's does exist. That's why. Okay, we're actually fighting now. Okay, alright. Echo W's coming down. EQ from Jarvan threatened. But, oh, the flag is already down, so we couldn't do that. Okay. Alright, I see how it is. I see how it is. Turret's gonna go down. Slow pressure from LNG, take that one. 1xN popping the Ghost Blade. Doesn't want to get slowed too heavily. There's a bit of threat there, actually. Okay, there we go, equalizer. Surely something will happen with that. No, it doesn't even though. Guys, you know what I said? Oh, we have all these things. Let's actually start a fight. Hannah has a flash. We'll get away. Okay, now Summoner's being blown. That's a bit better. Onko just missing, but Saber gets the assassination. Stun onto the Rumble afterwards makes a difference. And the dunk is huge damage. The Jarvan putting out enough to take down 2 extra. And here we go. The fight finally happens. A double kill to 1xN. Now he's 2xN. Solving for X. LNG find a solution to the fight. I like it. Solve for 1xN. Haha. That's not what you do in a math question. Okay, Grizzly coming back into the play. He still has ult, by the way. Echo coming over again. How much can Saber do? The Q backswing will get it. He doesn't have his ultimate, though, and I think Saber will go down after this. He'll lose his hard-earned Darksteel stacks. LNG still win out the fight. Ultra Prime, LNG. I think they were both staring at each other, realizing, hang on, we all have our ults. We should be doing something here. You know, you reach a certain point where Henris is completely set away from the rest of his team. Encore misses. I think he flashes late. I think the particle comes out after he's... Well, before he flashes, so the flash doesn't carry it forwards. The Encore then just leaves him completely out of position, and he doesn't get the ult. He flashes forwards and he dies. Not great from the bot lane. That was, in fact, disaster from the bot lane. They didn't get enough outside of their laning, in their laning phase. Would have been a one-man ult too. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so Ultra Prime, they were cooking with this draft, but I just don't think they have the laning strength to pull this off. Like, Liang Chen has been beaten about by Sheer. Sheer's been bodying this guy in top lane. Mid lane's been fine. Saber has actually looked very comfortable on this Echo, on the whole, with his combos. Bot lane, really, really struggling. LNG take the bot lane turret. But yeah, Henna and Xiaoxia, they're leaving a lot to be desired here, sadly. Okay. Saber jumped onto his E, still down, should be coming up at some point. Ult's back into the play. Grizzly coming forward, trying to kill off 1x. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was such a good ult by missing. Such a good ult. Saves his AD carry. Makes the ult miss from Ultra Prime. And I think that'll mean there'll be an extra kill going over. I just couldn't believe watching the Ash Arrow and everything else fly by as the Bard just completely saves the AD carry. That was an insane Bard ult. A moment of heartbreak for Ultra Prime. They try and turn things around, Saber caught out on the river, and that will lead to the Baron going to LNG. You know what, for a second, folks, I actually thought that was the Ultra Prime Bard ult, because it was, like, similar to, yeah, we've had a couple of Bard games recently, you know, like Bard's, Vampire's first Bard game, which was really, really bad, where he's, like, inting his own team. Of course, he had the one yesterday, which is awesome, that. So he has to ult back in, there's nothing you can do there. That's a really, really good Bard ult. I think we're seeing Bard as an answer to Vi more and more. Oh, the sweep is nuts. Very good sweep from Bulldog. Very good sweep. Hey Yoda, how's it going? Good to see you. Oh, I've been meaning to catch up with the cat game, by the way. How's development going on that? For those of you that don't know, Yoda has is part of like a dev team that's making effectively like it's like a day and night cycle game where like you cook during the day and then you fight during the night. It's cool, it's cool. Alright, okay, potential stun onto the wall. Hannah does not be having any of those cleanses, and he's dead. Tell you what, Crocker's damage has been absurd. LNG pushing in towards the mid lane inhib. And I think the game breaks here. I think this is probably... yeah, I think this is probably where the game ends, folks. Yes, there's a roguelike deck builder as well with the builder with the day-night cycle. It's very cool. The defense, I don't think, will defend these towers particularly well. Because you're telling me that's a tank? I'm not so sure about that one. The ults get opened up. That is... oh my god, it's just everything. So much damage! Game's going to end before 26 minutes. And, you know, Ultra Prime gave it a good fight with Saber's Echo, which did actually look pretty good. It was a fun champion. It's a nice pick. Croco goes down. He dies. Loses another death for him and halves of KD. That's a G2. Missing? Putting out the G2 logo? What? Guys, is there something I don't know about Missing? Why are we G2ing there? Whatever. All cool. Someone should show that to G2. Oh, hello everyone. How's it going? I should probably put on some adverts at some point. Oh my gosh. Hello. I'm back. I'm alive. He's just saying that game 2 is ready. Right. Okay. That makes sense. He's trying to be their support next year. Someone warned Labrov. Yeah, Missing's coming for your spot. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go put on an... Do I put an ad break on now? Maybe I do. Pre-roll's running a little low. I'm gonna put on an ad break. And if you don't want ads, you can just always subscribe. Of course, if you have been enjoying what you're seeing here, think about following, liking, subscribing. It does make a big difference to us. This is my job, and it's Sam's as well in the other room. And we're actually doing very well this year. You know, people have been very generous. We've had really good viewership compared to last year. You know, I reckon we've probably got about... anywhere between 2 to 5 times the viewership that we had last year, which is really, really cool. It's really, really cool. So, yeah, thank you for the support, everyone. And, you know, we're actually, you know, hoping we can make this self-sufficient. We're hoping we can make this self-sufficient, which would be... that's the goal, really. Okay. What's this? Posture, don't make me posture. Sure, fine. Might be the worst Cassante pick of all time. It's meant to be an even matchup into the Rumble. The Rumble is actually an even matchup. I just think Liang Chen is just not good enough, bluntly. I think that Liang Chen's a little bit of a liability. I don't know where Herion is, because Herion's like our local Ultra Prime enthusiast. Okay. Oh, Herion is around, just in, yeah. Because, like, realistically, folks, that was going to be, realistically, that was, like, always going to be a very hard game to win against the Jarvan Rumble eventually. Like, you needed to get, like, such a disproportionate amount of value from that. Cool, here we go. Changing onto the chill music. Can be so sad when LNG is facing the big kids and 1xN is the sole member doing well. That was sort of what happened on TT before. Is text-to-speech on today? I should have done that, but I did not. I can do that. I can do that. Sure, whatever. I'll turn it on just for you. Okay, here's our post-game breakdown. See how much damage is on there. Oh my god. 2,000 damage from Liang Chen. What was that? That's less than 100 damage per minute from Liang Chen. Are you kidding me? Oh, Liang Chen, that's just not it, is it? That's just not it. That's just not it. Well, I don't know what else to say, folks. What is that? That is... That's rough. Okay, let's have a look. Cheerlet. Okay, the text-to-speech is now on. I think, anyway. Believe it's now on anyway. Not sure it's on this screen. Hang on, let me check. Let me refresh that. Okay, it should now be on, I think. Where is Agency? What, Blank? Blank was in LJL for a while. I think he's retired now. But he was in LJL for a significant amount of time. Can't remember the last time he had a team. Yeah, so he retired. His last team was the SoftBank Hawks. He was playing for them in 23. Yeah. Just before they went to Worlds, actually. He never made it to Worlds with them, sadly. Yeah. I really enjoyed watching Blank back on those days, because that was back when I was casting LJL, right? That was back when Nightstar was a PCS caster as well. Fun times. You know, there was a... It's like...
C. Montes 3 cheered X50. I used an entire tube of toothpaste. Squeezed that shit dry. Not a drop left.
What? What? Yeah, there was a world, actually, in which I did go to cast PCS. It was... I want to say summer 21, when Ibras reached out to see if I wanted to cast PCS 21 summer. But that was while I was in uni. And at that point, I wasn't sure whether that would be a full-time job. And I was thinking, well, do I do this and potentially just leave uni like very early? You know, do I basically give up my education at that point for what was quite a tenuous kind of game? Missing player of the game. I mean, those ults were really, really, really good. That ult was insane. I actually feel like I really messed up in that one team fight where he saved 1xN. Because that was an insane ult. I should have praised that so much more. My tone was just completely off. I think basically I thought that it was an enemy team bard ult. And I was like, oh my god, you just anti-synergy. But it was an incredible saving ult. It was really, really good. Because I typically see it as that engage angle. But yeah, no, there was a world in which I went to go cast PCS in 21 summer. Hey, Galfy, how's it going? But I chose not to because basically I was studying for exams at the time in uni. And then at the end of that year, I got EMEA Masters, EU Masters at that point. And that gave me a road into LEC, basically because I think Guldborg fell ill, so I picked up some of his days and I impressed on those days, and that got me my shot on LEC in 22. In 22. And then that became like my road in. But there was a world in which I was a PCS caster for a bit. Yeah, there was a world. I don't think the rates were that good at that point. Yeah, I don't think the rates were that good, but I did think about it. Seriously think about it, actually. I think also at that point, it also would have been, like, I was doing LJL at the same time, so I would have had to drop LJL. I think so, anyway. The rates for you and me were pissed. True. Wait, do you know what the rates were? Because that was when... Who were the other people on that show? Because it was Ibris... Was Opal still around for that? Or was that post-Opal? Or was Opal the guy that was running it? This is like 5 years ago now. God, it's 5 years ago? What? Yeah, that's how Nightstar and I... Wait, Hysterics was there? I forgot about that. Oh, was he... Opal ran it after that. It says Pyro, Clement, Hysterics. Yeah, I did get to talk to Pyro very briefly, because... Yes, yeah, I remember Pyro doing that. Hysterics joined later. Right. Got you. And then, yeah, I mean... Obviously, when you're in the world of casting, you got to find a way to like make a living. So sometimes people will try and to pick up a second region if they can, and that was a rare case of actually being able to do like a remote second region, which worked out quite well. So if you're doing like LPL and you're doing PCS, that would basically you could do double time and pick up some extra money, basically. Pyro Clement were on LCS Academy rates, but they were like Academy rates were better back then. Have I run ads? I have. Cool. Although I'm probably gonna need to run an extra 1 minute 30 after draft. Yeah. Yeah, but like in 21, they got twice you. Bloody hell, man. I mean, in fairness, when I'm on an LEC, when I was on LEC, there were points where people were earning over double what I did for shows there too. Because I was the cheapest caster in LEC. I don't think that should surprise anyone, but like I was the cheapest caster in LEC. Because I was the newbie. Although my rate did go up, it did, but yeah, I think most people were earning almost double what I did from LEC. I think anyway, maybe a little under, and then some people were way over. There was like 1 or 2 people which like earned way more than me, I think. Yeah, that's just the nature of it. If you're like the newest person into a gig, then yeah, if you're the newest person into a gig, you're going to get paid less. That's not surprising, by the way, and that's fair. You need to have a pay scale where if people have shown expertise and they're very good at what they do, they should be getting paid more. But there is a certain point where, like, yeah, there are certain points where, like, particularly in League, you compare it to the other big esports, particularly entry day rates they're just not going to pay you a living wage. You got dropped before you got the pay bump? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. That happens. Yeah, because there was a lot of stuff about the broadcast kind of changing hands and blah, blah, blah. PCS has not had a consistent broadcast ever, really. Yeah. What revamp are you talking about? Oh, the revamp? Okay, so it is worth noting about Bongster. Yeah, I mean, this is obviously not an official LPL broadcast. Oh, sorry, the main broadcast. Yeah, so there is no like official broadcast anymore. So, but obviously like LPL English, they're doing like a more traditional broadcast. Basically, I don't have the energy to do a full broadcast by myself, you know, or Sam doing like because producing it at the same time as actually performing it is very different. It's very energy intensive. You know, obviously casting it is easy because we just chuck on the gameplay and we talk over it. That's fine. All I have to do then is make sure the audio settings are fine. PCS eventually got taken over by FunPlus, oddly enough. That's when it seems to have moved to New Zealand. Yeah, Sam actually considered moving out to New Zealand for that, actually, I think. Because, yeah, Sam did consider that. I wasn't in a position at that point. I think I was on LEC at that point, or LPL, so I was a bit more secure in that. Yeah. I just realized that my camera's actually really not good on this scene. Oh, by the way, folks, I just about scraped into my Group A finals for UMA, and I've also randomly I just did like 1 10 pull on Tamamo Cross's banner, and I did end up pulling it, which is kind of crazy. When I did LPL, I labeled it as officially unofficial broadcast. Nice. That was our title for LJL. LJL officially unofficial. That was a good time. Oh, what a time, what a time. Yeah. I enjoyed our LGL stint. Is Sam asleep still? Yeah, so I told Sam he could take the first series off. I might take the last series off because I've got Subbing Insight later. And I have some games I need to catch up on anyway, actually. Hey, Shrimpcake's good to see you. I wanted to, but also moved like 5 times recently. I wanted to cry. Yeah, I get that. I hate moving like even once. yeah, moving is hard. Okay. Did you see the LCS stat that I found the other day about muting TL? I saw that he muted the entire enemy team and also APA. I did see that. I didn't see if there was a stat, but I saw that he muted the entire enemy team and then also his own mid laner, which I just found so funny. That was very funny. Yeah. But yeah, no, folks, for those of you that don't know Nightstar put in a lot of time towards PCS, and so we both kind of came up around the same time. Sorry, I haven't spoken to Ibris in a very long time, actually, because he was one of the other people I know from PCS. The new production company completely ghosted me. Ghosted us? I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that. This is from like 4 years ago at that point. That would have been a year later. But I heard that you guys got really screwed around, which sucks for you, obviously. Obviously it sucks for you. But that's also just kind of like, if you're not in the top tier, well, even in top tier of broadcast, there'll sometimes be some really sus situations like that. But once you get down into tier 2, there's just not enough eyes on the product, and people think they can get away with it. And the people who are working those events very often don't have the social numbers to make kind of mistreatment like that go wild. Actually, we were quite lucky when it came to NLC. When Freaks for You screwed over the outgoing talent, basically the new company, Leagues GG, didn't contact any of the old casting team to see if they wanted to continue. Did I ever watch the League of Legends Mulan song? I know the guy that wrote it. Yeah, because it was Monty was the guy that did the parody lyrics, and then TB Skyen performed it, right? I think it was. But yeah, for NLC, basically, we weren't contacted at the end of 22 going into 23 for Leagues GG. And I was like, yeah, they never contacted us, and that actually blew up. That was pretty good at that point, because that ended up landing Trouble. I think that ended up landing, was it Trouble and Hysterics, the job there? Might have been. But basically, there was a lot of backstabbing from there. Basically, a lot of people wanted the NLC gig. So Sam particularly got screwed over that year because there was a lot of backstabbing from like tier 2 casters who... Oh, that was a mess, folks. That was actually a mess. Effectively, there was the casters pulled together in terms of ERLs at that point. We're going to change to use the centric, and we'll get back into it to... We'll get back on into like LPL mode soon. But basically, there was kind of like a load of casters kind of like getting together in a Discord just to make sure that we were potentially getting fair, regardless of who got the job, people knew about what was happening, and people got fair pay and fair treatments. And it ended up, well, some people were part of that Discord, and they stayed quiet while they knew that they had the job. And at that point, it's like, just leave the Discord at that point, and like, if you're gonna stab people, just like, don't act like that. So that got really, really messy, actually, because there were a lot of people who were very tight-knit at that point. Yeah, there were a lot of very tight-knit things there. This was, I think it's safe to talk about this, because this was like 4 years ago at this point, yeah. So yeah, there was a lot of not great things happening then. And like, there were a lot of people who were just quite young and quite inexperienced at that kind of thing. Technically, all of us were, really. But yes, it ended up with like some people really getting screwed over by that. Going into game 2 now. Ultra Prime LNG. Chase Poppy Band away. What else? Exactly, Nymaera, exactly. Nico. What are our other kind of big pick and ban ticket champions? Varus, Yunara, Oriana. So the Varus is gone. What else is up on the table? Stuff like Wukong, Shinzao, Phalios Band. I think Yunara is the big one here now, then. We might end up getting a Yunara Misfortune trade. We might get that. Misfortune's pretty good at kind of bullying out the champion. We'll see. How did game 1 look? Basically nothing happened up until every team threw their ultimates and LNG won. I think that Croco played very well. Saber actually played quite well on Echo mid lane. Hey, Saken, good to see you. Orianna locked in. That's kind of the big power pick still left up. With the Yunara banned, we're now down to stuff like... Oh, hang on the other side. Bulldog's thinking, I suppose, could go Rise. Probably not Talia. That's pretty bad into this. You can go Akali, though. Shinzao locked in for Croco. Yeah, I think Akali's good here. I think Shinzao Akali is really, really nice skirmishing early on. Yep, there's an Echo into an Azir. And actually, Saber played it pretty well. It's a comfort pick. He's played it before once or twice, I seem to remember. Yeah. Oh. But yes, Ultra Prime played an Ashe Seraphine bot lane, and it was a bit... They just weren't strong enough laners. And Liang Chen on K'Sante had 2,000 damage in a 26-minute game. You know? It was like less than 100 damage per minute game. It just wasn't great. Frieza goes towards the Wukong. Fine matchup in the jungle. Loses out a little bit early. But, you know, very strong team fighting. The Sion also strong team fighting. So Ultra Prime going for a front-to-back team fighting comp, really. LNG looks like they could go for a much more kind of disruptive diving backline. The Akali's already there. Shinzao will hold up the front line. If you add in another solo laner that can kind of reach the carries behind them, then you've got yourself a pretty good comp there, I think. Who even first picks Orianna? Pretty much everyone. Orianna's one of the highest presence champions in the entire game. In fact, I would say it's almost the highest right now, actually. Yeah, it's the second highest priority champion in the game behind Jace right now. Jace is the most banned champion in the game, and then Orianna is the highest priority champion in the game. Saw leader pick Echo too. It's pretty good with the Hellblades. The Gwen was locked in, by the way, so again, it's kind of like a diving champion. Does fine into the Sion. The Dusk and Dawn build, very good for the extended trades versus the Sion, actually. Huh? Your sub says something different when you hover it. I have no idea why. Fair play. Okay, second round. Sivir banned away from 1xN. What are we looking at in terms of AD carries? I think Ultra... I actually don't think Misfortune's good against Akali Gwen. I don't think you want to do that. So what do you want to do? What AD carry? They do ban the Misfortune anyway. I suppose there's stuff like Ezreal. Ezreal might be okay here. Maybe Ezreal Karma for Ultra Prime, but then again you're lacking engage. Well, no, Sion Wukong fine at that point. Braum banned away. Could do something like Kaisen Nautilus. Nico has been banned. If Hannah plays Ezreal, it's best in slot. Yeah, I think Ezreal's good for Ultra Prime. Now, if you go Corki then for LNG, it's a decent laning matchup versus the Ezreal. You tend to get early wave push. Whilst also being fine on the damage front as well. Yeah, I think Corki's good for 1xN here. What would you say is the worst, lowest quality match LPL could offer nowadays? I'm actually not sure. It depends on form, right? Probably would be in Group Nirvana, right? Just based on... I mean, LNG, yeah, probably OMG look pretty bad. Like, OMG look pretty bad right now, and TT also look like a little bit dead in the water. Now, if you go Kai'Sa, interesting thing is, Corki's actually pretty good into Kai'Sa, pretty much all stages of the game. It's a little better defensively versus the Akali and the Gwen, though. So it's worse against the AD carry matchup, probably better against the other champions right now. If you go Rel, does that open up a Braum for missing? Rakan's fine too, actually, here. Yeah, Rakan's fine. Missing is a very good Rakan too. He did have a 25 win streak on that regionally. Covering over a couple of things now. Yeah, the Rakan being able to jump forwards with everyone else gives you a good long-range engage. I think LNG are looking less at teamfights, more at skirmishes with this comp, though. They're not quite tanky enough to take 5v5s. I think Ultra Prime... Look, if this comes down to a 5v5, I think Ultra Prime win. If it comes down to skirmishes and, like, individual leads, LNG smash them. Because the Gwen, if they get ahead, it's a huge problem. If the Akali gets ahead, it's a huge problem. You know, Corki's very mobile, very self-sufficient as well. Ultra Prime are very fine with the 5v5s, but they need to get there. Because the problem was about that last game is that they didn't. Okay, I'm going to go put on a quick ad break. Losable for LNG? Yeah, I mean, I think Ultra Prime have a very good 5v5 comp. I think they have a very good 5v5 comp. Okay, on to the Rifts. Let's get ourselves into Game 2. LNG looking to stomp their authority. Clearly looking like the better team in Game 1. Short range comp from Ultra Prime. I mean, Orianna is long enough range, particularly when you're against like a quadruple melee comp, so we can't cancel that too. And the Orianna is probably the longest range champion in the game, right? And the difference is like Orianna can sometimes get caught out when she does go for like QW stuff like that, looks for the shockwave, but then you have a Scion to stand behind, so you're a bit more safe. So the Orianna is longer range than I think a lot of people give it credit for. Okay. Pre-6 is Orianna favored in mid lane. So, funnily enough, if you're a very good Akali player, you can make the use of it, but every time you miss a Q, your pressure starts to fade. And right there, we just saw Bulldog miss one on screen. But yes, Akali is meant to be one of the better matchups, particularly for like LCK mid laners. Akali is meant to be one of our better mid laners into the Orianna. The only LPL mid laner we've really seen, like, see that losing like 3 minions for the first couple of waves, not looking great. The only LPL mid laner we've really seen make the most of this is actually Karis on Team WE. He's the guy that's made the most of the Akali matchup into the Orianna. And then, yeah, basically, even if it comes to that, Akali can fall behind the Orianna and just still be useful. You know, at the end of the day, you're a very good diving threat. And in this game, if you manage to reach the Akali or the Orianna, you're very happy. Even someone like the Wukong, you can sometimes explode. Want to say Karis is an assassin player? No, not really. The Akali, yes. Everything else, not really. I'd say he's more of a mage player. You know, his Orianna, Azir, Ryze, Talia. There was a while when I was like, okay, he's really just playing semi-globals, just playing like Talia Galio. But his Akali's good. His Akali is good. Ooh, denying a minion there from the W. Missing look for the knockup. The problem I have with LPL is that, like, look, LCK managed to kind of make this, like, the bro levers, this kind of, like, this bottom team, and same with Jin Air, right? That was, like, kind of like a lovable underdog. I feel like Ultra Prime tried to be that for a little while, but the rosters change so much of these bottom teams. They do, because they're trying to, like, shift things around, right? Where, like, a lot of these teams, like, they never kind of, like, stuck around to form an identity like that, you know? TT, I suppose, with that team, maybe for me, that I thought, well, you know, that they're a team which I like rooting for as the underdogs. And maybe they could be that kind of, like, bro, Jin Air kind of, like, team. And that's mainly because they had 1xN on them for a long time. Oh dear, Saber's overpushed. Q lands, Flash lands, and that's a dead Orianna. Flash lands, it's not a skill shot. Well, I mean, technically it isn't in Arena, whereas you can get flashbang. Very easy first blood. If you're a bottom team, isn't it in your best interest to, like, take multiple rookies with a veteran to guide them, keep the roster for a long time? Really depends who's on the market. You know, that's what Ultra Prime did with players like Hacker. Hacker was their veteran for a long time. And now you look at this team, technically Grizzly's a veteran, you know? You know, Grizzly's been around a little longer than the others. Yeah, he's been playing for a while, actually. They never had a Lord Morgan, someone recognizable from a world showing that they just showing that just sat around. Yeah, fair play, fair play. It's a lot easier to market someone that's been to a World Championships, right? I keep forgetting that Morgan did go there. Wait, was it HLE Morgan? Was he Chovy's top laner that one time? Oh, my adverts. Was that from the Renekton, the Azir? I think, oh, was that Doran at that point? Shave Life Esports. Oh yes, that was like the not so great HLE year. Oh, good sidestep on the W there from one extent. And like Corki is really quite good into Kai'Sa. Oh, BDD Genji was the Renekton Zealand. Right, okay, yeah. He was one of the LPL teams from like not dissimilar. Oh, that was a little later actually, maybe. Morgan is never the problem. I admire the delusion. We gotta be a Delulu at some point. I want to see what Shears build as well. It'd probably be the Riftmaker first, but we have seen stuff like that Dusk and Dawn, as we were saying. He was kind of a problem versus C9. Yeah, Morgan was not fantastic on stuff like the Scion, where he just kind of... Yeah. It is one of his most played champions too, the Scion. I don't know, he just felt like he was out of position. A lot. Like a lot. Might have a fight of the bot Scuttle, actually. Ooh, the fight Grizzly now. Grocko was... Hang on, Grocko was starting the Scud... I thought he was going to start the Scud Crab. It's going to be a Dragon instead. Dragon's taken down. Interestingly, Dragon is not... Dragons in Summoner's Rift, I believe, are not Wyverns. They do have the forelegs. No, we've got to be very... Yeah, I'm very careful about my... Not etymology, the other one. Biology? Classification of dragons. Nomenclature. Did anyone else have that? You know, there was that one series of books, like Dragonology and stuff like that, with like the really like tactile surfaces. Did anyone, the kids' books. Did anyone else have that one? A classic. A modern literature classic. Shasha hasn't completed this recall yet. Hannah will not be able to completely pull things in. Hey, well, thanks to the follow. Egyptology and Dragonology. Yep, those are the two which I had. Yep. Ah, what a time. Are they going to be able to freeze the wave there? Ooh, that's like a whole wave denied there. I was a big Egyptology and Piratology. I didn't know there was a pirate one. I've missed out on like childhood lore. What? Trying to remember what there are probably a lot of books which I just they'll unlock like a whole trove of childhood memories. Jumping towards it. Get out! Barry gone immediately. Hannah just recalled. That's rude. He just recalled. Big one on target as well, and Hannah just has to leave lane immediately. I don't think they get a kill here, but it's just you get the flash from that. Jeez. Ow. Reading Twilight at 11 years old. Yeah, fair. Well, that book series did get huge. Oh, Bullock's going in. Grizzly does have... Oh my god, that's some great damage. Gets the E afterwards. Doesn't get cancelled by the knockup. Holds onto that. Hannah will escape by using the ultimate. Xiaoxia doesn't have flash. He does have ult. Need to be careful about who juggles the aggro. It's going to be the Shinzo. No surprise there. Clean kills. Very clean kills. Did anyone read that one book series which was like magic but spelled with like GYK? Something like that. Septimus Heap. That was the guy's name. Septimus Heap books. Anyone read those? Been a long time since I thought about them. I never read Warrior Cats. Now, funnily enough, I was on Power Spike the other week and Degon referenced Animorphs, and I just completely missed the reference. And instead I started talking about Metamorphosis by Kafka. Oh god. I was like, yeah, I don't know about Animorphs, but how about this guy that turns into a cockroach? Xiaoxia got out of the river. Okay, he doesn't have flash. Knockup's gonna land. Pretty sure Corky... Doesn't he just die here? Doesn't he just die? Yeah, he goes out for a warning mission and he dies. Perhaps he should have stayed home from work and became a cockroach instead. Yeah. Oh my god. This game is very over. LNG, they've got Croco ahead. Typically, LNG look really, really, really good when Croco's ahead. Now, 1xN is the player I'm most excited for, but the guy that actually... This team lives and dies by Croco. Most teams with Croco on it live and die by him. Kefka? Yeah, Kefka's the Final Fantasy VI villain, right? Yeah. Oh my god, Minus. What is that? Oh my god. I do actually have a couple of friends who are really into his writings, actually. The thing which is really sad about Kafka is, like, a lot of his best writings are ones which he never wanted to be made public and only became public after his death, even though he never wanted them to be punished. There is a lane... Wait. Henna... Huh? So hang on. Henna's just leaving. Bulldog's a little bit low HP there. It's an awesome charm. It's a really, really good charm. Henna's trying to get that last kill. I don't think he can. I don't think he can get the last hit. Henna now is getting into this topside play. He's roamed up for this. This is a numbers that they're losing from a numbers advantage fight, and Henna's died. Oh my god, Henna's died. He roamed up for this to try and make a numbers advantage fight, and they died anyway. Corky gets an entire bot lane turret for free. But the observer was focusing onto Henna because he was resetting and running top lane while the rest of his team had Yeah, I mean, no one went bot. That was an insanely good charm from Missing to save Bulldog. LNG are just better skirmishers. They're better mechanical players. Henna looks like he's just lost on the map. Henna was on, was Henna on Dignitas last year? Is that where he's at? I mean, they go for the Shockwave Cyclone combo. And then this charm and the heal from the Q gets the, you know, the triple charm onto the clone as well. And then he doesn't even die because the last auto attack from Henna doesn't come through. Is an FF20 still an option? FF15 is the new hotness, yeah. Not getting the topic and instead starting to chat about Metamorphosis and feeling out of place is pretty Kafka-esque. Yeah, I know, right? Oh my god. Leon, right, yeah. I knew he was in NA. He was on Leon. Okay, good. Cool. Right region, wrong team. I miss getting my patch notes from Surrender at 20. Yeah, from what I remember, there was in name it was a guy that ran it. In practice, it was actually his wife, and I think basically things fell apart between them, partly because of the website and how much work that she had to put in, and then Surrender at 20 ended up dying. I seem to remember that was the story of Surrender at 20. 5,000 gold lead, 12 minutes. That is ups. Oh my god, it's gonna grow as well. I don't know. Ultra Prime just they're not good enough at laning and early skirmishes to fight against LNG, who do genuinely look like a very, very good LPL team. Tomo was the Dignitas ADC last year. Right. Well, Missy's gonna find Grizzly. Just have the Celestial Opposition. Should be fine. Oh my gosh. That's why you never work with family? Yeah, someone told that to send. Oh my god, you got... Oh my god, very, very nearly one-shots. Bulldog got the E cancel on the ult, so he flew through him. And then got the E right after. That was so much damage. Holy crap. That's what happens when you fly at someone with a 2-level advantage with a gunblade. Jesus. I have really enjoyed watching Bulldog on the Akali. You know, I know that Bulldog's a bit of a limited player, where I typically say, oh, you know, he's the Tristana mid player. Realistically, what's he going to do on other champions, blah, blah, blah. He had a couple of good Syndra games. That was a nice snipe with the W, actually. And this Akali's been insane. But yeah, Gunblade first item with the slow to kind of land your E more consistently is really nasty. He doesn't have flash or ult, by the way. Goes into the shadow. He might die here. Shockwave brings him back. I think Bulldog dies here. He's used the W, he's used the E. I think Bulldog dies here. Yep, a little too far from Bulldog. Bit of an overstay. First kill of the game to Ultra Prime. Good pick off. Good understanding that they could kill him. Lower the cooldowns down. I feel like I need to read a lot more philosophers' work and people who actually do philosophical writing. I feel like I would enjoy yapping about that stuff. Bulldog's Korean? Yeah, Bulldog is an LCK player. Yeah. And who came over to the LPL. Was he Nongshim last year, Bulldog? Freaks, sorry, Freaks, that's the one. Yeah, no, not Nongshim, my bad. From DNF, yeah. I knew it was like a mid-table team. Yeah, basically Bulldog was on a team with Bull. He had Bull and Bulldog for a while. Oh, sorry, the Supers. Well, yeah, the Super it is a name of all time. If philosophers wanted people to talk about philosophy, they'd learn how to write in anything. Okay, jumping into it. I don't think Ultra Prime have walked over the river for the last 10 minutes. I think they lost that early fight around Grubs, and they've just never been able to go into the river again. Okay. 1xN just... 1xN is 2.3 thousand gold up. What? Credit to Saber. Saber's actually doing... He's doing what he can. Both games, actually. Saber looks like the guy who's actually trying to play the game here in Ultra Prime, you know? Oh, Henna and Xiaosha have just been outclassed bluntly by 1xN and Missing. Yeah, no, in fact, it's one of the big problems about academia is that people put so much time and effort into these huge papers for their dissertations and stuff like that. And it just never gets read by anyone because they're just really boringly written. They're just very dry. Henna's always going to be outclassed by 1xN. Hey, sometimes they can surprise you. Sometimes. But 1xN is, like, we want this guy to go far. And he is showcasing how damn good he is. Frostbolt on target there as well. He's 2 levels up! At this point, folks, Kaiser is basically never going to be able to deal with Corki. Clearing through his bot side. You know, this is why I've been watching a lot of Veritasium recently. Veritasium's a really good channel. I like that a lot. Veritasium's a good channel for that. It makes those concepts much more achievable. Cyanot misses. Shit does get slow. Teleport coming up from Orianna. Has that... Well, the Gwen is immune. Gwen isn't. Gwen is very immune. Oh my god, Liang Chen is not. Liang Chen is not immune, folks. She might die for that Flash Force, but does get the 1-for-1. Hell yeah, you take that as the Gwen, I think. Maybe. Flying back in. Jumping. Oh my god, Bulldog feels it. Is he just trying to keep them interested? I suppose he's... I don't think he needed to do that, no? Maybe he's just trying to buy time because the Herald is mid lane. That does give them the inner turret. Can fly in towards the inhibitor. Another couple of plates on the mid lane inhibitor turret. Missing. His W's been cancelled. They cancelled the Blasco, and I don't think they can catch him, though, because he's just going to walk away. Bulldog 6 rounds in that top lane. Yeah, doesn't have the ultimate. It was used a little earlier. Dragon started by LNG. We'll get them that 3rd dragon. Promise of a soul later. Oh, you went in person to see your friend's PhD defense? That's so cool. Hey, nice to go support them like that. 7 Shasha putting up towards top side. That's the first time they've hit a turret in many years. It's been 3,000 years. I don't know what she does now for work. So yeah, this is so this is actually so much I had to talk to Angie about, because like Angie didn't focus on specifics of her work at all, and she's like, oh, I work at a library. Like, okay, but what do you do at the library? And it took me like months to actually like get a clear answer for what she actually did at work. Liang does. A really good play from Ship in terms of like the damage check. The thing is, I think he could have just lived, and that probably would have just been better for him. You know, just not dying. But I don't know, whatever, sure. You get that bag, you get that gold. You get that cash money. I think he's going for the Dusk and Dawn himself next, by the way. I'd love to work in a library. You would never see me. Apparently, well, there's people who have to do like front of house stuff and like desk work. Hang on, Hannah's jumping onto 1xN. Shipping for the Cyclone, but 1xN manages to get out for now. I think he might be a little bit dead. That's a lot of damage. Crocker uses the ultimate to peel him off, and 1xN lives. Uses both summoners, but he lives. Yeah, he's got a 3,000 gold lead on the enemy AD carry. Yeah, that'll do it. Good knock up onto Xiaoxia. The G2 logo. Missing really... Wow, he really do be repping his EU fans today, huh? Why is he... What? Huh? Oh, it's from MSI 23. I mean, like, he did... I mean, He did play at MSI 23, but I'm pretty sure that those teams never played against each other, did they? MSI 23. They never played against each other at that tournament, right? Mid-season Invitational 23. Well, this was what... Yeah, that was MSI 23, right? So, the Henna jumped onto 1xN. Grizzy chose to go for the combo. Very good reaction flash. Gets him out for free. Yeah, Genji lost against... Sorry, G2 lost against Genji, then they beat Mad Lions in the lower bracket, and then lost against BLG to go out. So they never faced each other at MSI 23. I don't know why he's spamming the emote. Does anyone have any lore about that? Maybe he's trying to send a message. I need to take some skill... Don't take some skill shots. Take some screenshots. And figure out... We should get G2 in contact with him. Because, like... what's happening there? Okay, so 3-lane push from LNG again. Ultra Prime currently playing on 2 lanes because they just don't have the strength to walk up to them now. There's just too many powerful individual members. Both games have gone fairly the same way, where Crocker's gotten ahead and all the lanes have just brutalized, really. But Saber's been holding on. I think that Saber's been actually fairly decent. I think that he's not been the problem, put it that way. Saber now has Seraph's Roa, almost at 10 stacks on the Roa. So he's fairly hard to kill, at least. If G2 lost to BLG, maybe he avenged G2 by beating BLG. I'm actually not sure that Missing ever played against G2, did he? Did he ever play against them? I don't know. What happened at Worlds 24? What happened at Worlds 24? Well, the Worlds 23, rather. No, G2, they didn't play each other at Worlds 23 either. And then he didn't go international after that point, I don't think. That's a dead Sion who's had a pretty awful time against this Gwen, who has gone for that Dusk and Dawn, by the way. Dawn and Dusk, rather. I'm always going to get that wrong and then second guess which one's which. That was a hell of a sound effect. Granted, in MSI 23, Knights Jace could probably win 1v5 versus BLG. Oh, Knights Jace in 23. Don't remind me. What a time that was. His Annie and his Jace were so good. His Ahri also kind of like started its legendary streak there, really. Well, Saber's fairly tanky. I don't think they can really jump onto him. He's actually quite survivable, has Flash and Shockwave as well. Dragon's up for 30 seconds would be Hex Soul, Ultra Prime. I suppose they need to fight this. This might be the only team fight we get in this game. We've not really had a team fight. Ultra Prime, this does feel like that solo queue game where everyone else just gets so butchered that it doesn't really feel like it doesn't feel like a good series, you know? Dom, I'm not sure. This actually might be one of those games where... Yeah, hang on a second. Shear's teleported in. Okay, if there's two big fights, then yes. Otherwise, no. Hang on, the needlework comes through. Where's the second and third charges of it? Not using it right now. Liang Shen is not feeling too happy. That's the second one. There's that third one coming through. It's worn off now. Bulldog's on the flank. Clock is quite low speed. That's a very good jump. Everyone's in the middle of it, and they don't even have the Corki into the play yet. Shockwave's not bad, but I don't think they've got the damage. You don't have the facilities for that Ultra Prime. They'll all get wiped. Besides Saber, who makes it out to safety. But they don't take a single kill on the other side either. That will get the Hex Soul. LNG will quite cleanly take that objective. Ultra Prime, well, they try and group up, force something around the dragon. They die, and they give over the objective anyway. Don't remind me of the worlds that never was. For what? For LNG 24? Yeah, Missing hasn't been to an international event since 23 worlds, I don't think. Ultra Prime never... Hey. Ultra Prime were actually pretty good for, like, limited amounts of time. It's just, like... What often happened with Ultra Prime is that they'd actually get some pretty decent results, but they wouldn't be able to get the ones which, like, the clutch ones after. Grizzly flashing away. Do they have enough... No, they don't have enough follow-up after that one. Actually, I was thinking about flashing over. Sheer is surprising. Well, he has a Hex Salt. He's getting space, though, to hack. Trying to jump forwards. Can't quite get it. And Sheer should die here. Good kill from Saber. Him and Xiaoxia getting good value. The shutdown. Tell you what, though, Saber's really trying. Oh, JDG in 23. Oh, sorry. No, I thought you meant worlds that they didn't reach. Yeah, no. The Super Team at 23. Failing against T1 in the semi-finals. Oh, what a series that was. That was a great series. I could watch that kind of series all day, all night, you know. How different would have things been if JDG had kept that Super Team together to contest the ZOFGK era? You know, very few teams can keep Super Teams together for forever. And it means that those rivalries between those top teams don't always kind of deliver in the same way. You know, like the Rocks Tigers, if they stayed together for a little longer. You know, questions. So shit, I suppose eventually he just got ran down, trying to use the Hex Soul, jumps in with the ult. I think his W's a bit misused here, actually. I know he just kind of... Oh, yeah, he doesn't have the W at that point. A bit misplayed by Sheer. He did have Flash. Maybe he's just having fun with it. You know, he fails on the 1v2, gets kited after. The 2015 collapse? Oh, yes. I thought C9 were pretty good at 2015 was. But the LGD collapse was phenomenal. Yeah. And obviously EDG with the Jace, the teleport Jace 80. Oh my god, the damage. What the hell? Collects a Muramana value, I suppose. Saber is going to start posting like new... Oh god. Yeah, I was a bit worried for Nuke after that. Look, now, BDS put... Now, folks, I don't know how much this has been said. I think it has been said a bit in interviews, but, like, BDS put, like, a lot of time into, like, psychologists and, like, meditation and things like that. And, like, I think Nuke has... Yeah, Nuke... I think it potentially could be quite helpful, but what it does mean is, like, from what I heard, BDS, like, they try and keep their players, like, in a very specific and, like, mental state for the games, which I suppose you should try to do, but, like, it's a very tight-strung machine, so when they... And now they've moved up to shifters, that... Hang on, they spot Grizzly over there. Oh my god, he nearly one-shots him. Well, that's 1xMs with a Hex Soul for you, I suppose. Xiaoshe is dead. Grizzly has no flash, remember? He was caught out last time here and flashed away to die. Not die, but he survived there. Dies now. But yeah, now they're shifters. Now they moved over to that. They he just wanted to get rid of the summoner, I suppose. Okay. Does he get flash up now? That's why he gets flashback. This has not been a particularly contested series, have it? This series could have been an email, I think. Which is a shame, you know, Ultra Prime, they wanted to... I think they cooked a lot more in Game 1. Game 2, it's been more standard. Doesn't help them, really. Baron goes down, LNG will take that. They have Hex Soul. I don't think this game should last until Elder. I think they're powerful enough to just dive. So what happened here? Oh, did he... So he Hex skated over. Oh, and they just immediately died. Okay, okay. Sometimes it happens that way. Sometimes you do just teleport to death. Alright. Sometimes it happens that way. So now the question is, how long will this game take to finish from LNG? There's a multi reminder on 1xM, so he has the percent armor pen now too. Bulldog has a full Zonya's built up. What else is really important? There's a Nash's Teeth for Sheer on top of the Dusk and Dawn. Dawn and Dusk, rather. I always get that wrong! Dawn and Dusk. And Ultra Prime on the other side are like an item down in every role but mid. You know, the Hex Soul just makes it so hard to play. You get hit by like one skill shot and it does one extra damage and it slows you, so the second skill shot hits easier. Now, the only thing that can go wrong for LNG is clumping into a Shockwave. Now, if there's a Magnet Storm Shockwave combo, maybe there's a couple of kills. There's a shutdown, the Baron buff wears off and you get your chance to play around the Elder. Elder's coming up in 45 seconds. Sheer. Might need to get that W on, buddy, and does. Bulldog's into the back, where's the Shockwave? Goes golden. I think that charm might end things off. Saber flashing away. Does get the Shockwave onto 1xM, but he's got a barrier. He's got a barrier and there's no damage. Saber retreats back to the base, back into the scabbard. And I think LNG will be done with this series. Ultra Prime, you know, they tried to stand up and fight against what is, we seem to be our best team in Group Nirvana, but LNG just clearly levels above. A clean, easy 2-0 series, barely a team fight in it. And that'll be our first series of the day done. Next one up is Weibo Top Esports. That should be fun. That should be very fun, actually. Oh my gosh. Well, LNG looking very strong. Much better individual laners than Ultra Prime today. Much better skirmishers. Ultra Prime looked lifeless. They looked really lifeless, which is, it sucks to see. You know, I want this team to do better. Ultra Prime is an organization which is often tried to be those plucky underdogs. But they're lacking a bit of pluck here, folks. Thinking back, JDG T1 is the only series in 23 that I can confidently say not got shut down by his opposition. No, I disagree. He wasn't shut down. He was actually very good in that series. He was very good in that series. If Faker didn't land that shuffle in mid lane, the play which everyone would have talked about is him getting a free unassisted Talia shove onto both bot lane as a T1, which was what I think, yeah, and almost winning the game. That got them the free Baron. He got a double shove onto Carrier and Guma, which very nearly won JDG the game. Then in the push after that, that's when they died. So I completely disagree. I think Knight was actually not shut down. I think he was actually doing very well in that series. I think the things which happened were Kanavi wasn't great, and I think that Ruler had a nightmare. I think Ruler was not good in that series. He was probably the biggest underperformer in that series, looking back to it. Of course, like, I say this from a position of, like, I VOD reviewed that series, like, ages ago, and that stuck very much in my mind. Okay, I guess I should put on another ad break at some point and get ready for that second series. I also need another coffee at this point, folks. If you have been enjoying what you're seeing, by the way, folks, please drop a like, follow, subscribe. It does make a difference. You know, this is my job, really. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. Basically, I do it for the love of the game, but I do it because it's also my job too, being a streamer, being a content creator, being a broadcaster. And if you do enjoy what you're seeing, think about dropping a like, comment, subscribe. It keeps us in business, keeps us doing what we're doing. But thank you for spending your time here. If you are here, it makes a lot of difference to us. If you're watching on a third-party site, by the way, if you could click through to the main channel, drop a follow, it helps our metrics, you know, and it helps us keep doing this. At the end of the day, if you want to keep seeing content like this, try and support it. You know, LPL's in a bit, just esports in general is in a bit of a weird spot with that stuff right now. Okay, I'm gonna put on an ad break. I'm gonna get myself another coffee, and I'm probably just gonna turn the camera off and just rest my voice for just once. Oh yeah, I need to put some socials in there too. 1 second. Anyway, I'm gonna go on an ad break, and then we'll be back after the break. Hey, thanks, Blade. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, Blade. I was saying this in the, well, you're not one of the Discord mods, but I was saying it in the Discord mod chat. I might add you to that channel anyway, by the way. Just even if you don't want to be like a Discord mod or like or anything like that, it just might be nice to see some of the messages in there. But yeah, eventually, like if this stream grows to the point where it's self-sufficient, I do really want to pay Discord. I do want to pay the mods. Yeah. Even if it's not much. Like, I feel bad, like, asking so much to you guys, but, like, even if it's not much, like, particularly for, like, Amber and yourself, who are around an awful lot, yeah. Well, Blade, honestly, sometimes it's better for someone else to, sometimes it's good for someone to take that mentality, because I have to say, I'm very forgiving on Discord stuff, because I try and be, like, the opinion of, like, oh, we can reform people, and sometimes I'm like, okay. No, they're just not good for the chat atmosphere and whatever. Because I try and be very forgiving with that, and that's not always been great. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a quick break, and we'll be back after this. And Blade, yeah, enjoy your rest. See you in a bit. Oh, post-game interview. We'll leave this opening on. So.
3号，我们请到了 Missing 选手，先打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是苏州 LNG 的辅助 Missing。
好的，欢迎 Missing 啊，坐镇主场拿下了3连胜，这个势头正盛啊！你们觉得今天打特别的合理，特别的行云流水？
今天大家运营的都比较好吧，然后对线也打得很不错。
说到了这个对线，因为第一局对面显出了这个版本当之无愧的线霸组合嘛，寒冰加上萨勒芬尼的一个选择。一般情况下，对线被吃个2层镀层都算应对的不错的，但是你们可能应对的会更好一些，有没有什么小技巧呢？面对他们？
我觉得虽然点2艾希加强了吧，然后现在这个版本兵线和上线时间都比较快吧，然后我觉得我们就是抗压没有什么压力吧。
但是这一局当中啊，我觉得巴德的表现就是一个攻守兼备，不管是开团还是保护都做得非常好。这个优先级你在团战中是怎么选择的呢？
我觉得这把打得比较好的一点是，一直没有吃到对面先手的剑嘛，然后。 防守的话，就看对面怎么对待我们后排吧，然后我就把大招留给他们。
哎，但是第一局我觉得打开局面有一波很关键的，就是在中路河道那边，你和Croco 的一个先手的开团嘛，打开了一个局面。有很多人都在夸你们的这个野辅配合方面，是怎么做到这么默契的游走，包括开团的共识的呢？
那波的话，其实看似是我们在3v3嘛，但其实我们。 上单也一直在这个博弈当中嘛，然后就是他会先靠，所以我们就是先让一波，然后等我们上单过来那波我们就开了。
也是有非常好的一个对线优势的反哺。那和客户之间有没有什么特别的沟通技巧呢？或者有没有什么教他一点小中文啊这种？
我觉得哥哥他中文技术很好吧，然后 沟通的就很顺利，没有什么困难。
那第2局的时候也选出了自己职业生涯非常高胜率的鹿儿，在前期其实就拿到了一些路线优势的一个情况下，有一波还是稍稍看起来有一点惊险，因为那波是潮虫的时候，对面 ADC 也来到了一个情况嘛，但是很帅的打出了0换2，怎么去扣的呢？
我觉得那波就是我们沟通很好吧，其实我们也想到对面 AD 会来，但是我们打野装备很好，然后他很强势的扣出我们就4打5，然后我们就放开手去操作。就这么简单。
能够看出 LNG 现在打得非常好的一个部分就是非常果断，完全不在怕的。那其实我之前有听队友评价说，咪神是我们的队内老大，所以你
说话比较多吧，然后打得比较久，所以，但是我们队内的话就是每个人说话和表达出来的东西都很重要。
但是虽然是一句玩笑话，但是确实也是现在一个老将的身份，带领着我们各位队员们在往前走，会不会心态和责任上有一些不同呢？
因为之前也休息了一段嘛，然后现在回来打的话就很放松吧，很享受。
也是有些成长，再也不是哭包了。那来跟我们分享一下今年的整体的目标吧。
今年整体的目标的话，就希望第1赛段季后赛能先进季后赛，然后打个好成绩。第2赛段争取去到 MSI。
好的，期待你们更精彩的赛程表现，也谢谢我们的 Missing 来到我们赛后采访的环节。接下来我们把时间交还给解说席。
Okay, let me change the music back over. That's the one. I'm curious what 2014 TSM could have done that year against any non-Samsung team that year. Well, I would have liked to see... Well, I think that SK were a better team than them in that group stage. What kind of food are you guys cooking for yourselves? Depends on the day. I made a bulldog the other day. That's one of my comfort foods. I made a Japanese curry. Japanese curry is easy. It's just chuck some veg in with some curry blocks, you know? It's not crazy. I make a lot of curries. I make a bolognese. Sam makes everything. Sam's a very good cook. Oh my god, that Kaiser damage is just not good. What? That might be the biggest individual AD carry goal, the damage I've ever seen in like the recent era. But hang on, isn't that like 4 times the damage? Didn't 1xn just 4 times damage Hannah? What the hell? When is Jaculev coming back? I think next split. That's what the Shy was saying on stream. And that, yeah, you know, the Shy and Jaculev are pretty close friends, so I think that's fairly, I think you can probably say that with some degree of certainty. Hannah was almost out damaged by Rel. Hannah had a bad game, folks. Which Bulldog? Oh no, this is like, so this isn't like the Shin Ramyun Bulldog. This is like, this is just like, you know, like chili chicken, you know. Basically, it's just chicken with like, which is kind of like somewhat steamed with lagama and garlic and a bit of soy, and then you chuck like stuff like some melted cheese and spring onions and chili on top of it. Because bulldog just means like fire chicken in Korean. It's not always just the ramen thing, which is obviously where it's fairly famous from. But it's basically just lagama and chicken. But it's a really good comfort food. I like it a lot. Actually, bulldog probably is my comfort food, actually, thinking about it. I make some like soy chicken stuff as well, with like it's like soy and wine, like white wine. Now typically it's meant to be rice wine, but I much prefer it with just like white wine. I know I've gentrified it, but it actually works pretty well. Something which I've done for a long time. Because I've tried it with the rice wine, and I'm just like, okay, I just don't have the right stuff for this. This is not good stuff. So, oh my god, 1xn's damage. What else do I cook? Let me think. I don't know. Those are the main ones I cook, honestly. Like, I cook like a select few things, but I've just done them for a long time, so they're very easy for me to make. Sam actually does the interesting shit. I do a lot of stir fries, like a lot of stir fries. Missing had a very good Rakan game. Missing might walk away with MVP here, maybe. Top ramen for dinner? Yeah, that's classic. Sheer had a pretty good... Well, no, Sheer actually went overboard on the Gwen a couple of times. Might be Bulldog too. I actually think Bulldog did a lot of I don't know, Bulldog was flashy. I think he actually made quite a few mistakes. I think it's 1xN or missing. I think it's one of the bot laners. I just think that because remember, like, Bulldog also, like, overstayed in bot lane. He was flashy. I'm not actually sure it had that much. I personally, well, I think 1xN getting 4 times the damage of the enemy AD carry is kind of insane. I think it's probably missing. Missing would be who I vote for. Probably because, again, supports don't get enough MVP votes. And they deserve it. And it's missing who gets it. Good stuff for him. He's very famous on his Rakan. Goes deathless as well to do it. Good stuff. Have I ever tried Papanasi? Traditional Romanian dessert? I haven't. What's it like? I'd love to try. Yeah. Hey, I'm a big food person. Like, I actually have a lot of. Oh, there were a couple of votes for towards jungle as well. Fair play. Yeah, Crocodle's had a good game. I have a lot of good memories associated with food. Food is actually how I remember most holidays and a lot of big memories and stuff. Food tends to be a pretty big thing for me. Never in my life have I been upset at potato. I don't like, but I only guess player of the series as well. Nah, fair play. I don't love like boiled potatoes. Jacket potatoes I've come to an understanding with because you can just fill them full of, like, you know, beans and cheese and stuff. Or like even what was I gonna call it? Like ground beef as well can be pretty good for that. What's a jacket potato? It's like you take like one of the big potatoes, you cut like you carve like an X on top of it, so like it has like some release, and then you cook it in the oven for a bit. I don't know how top esports always win against Weibo no matter the roster. What is the head-to-head between them actually? Top esports Weibo. What? You're absolutely right though, by the way. Actually, Weibo haven't beaten top esports since 24 summer, when it was a 5-game series. Damn, that's actually been a while. You're absolutely right. Weibo actually lose against top esports a hell of a lot. Why is that? Yeah, damn. Hell, yeah. You're actually onto something there. You're really onto something. I don't think I'd clock that myself actually. Oh, baked potato in the US? Oh, it's jacket potato in the UK. Same thing though. Yeah. IG had a better record against Weibo, and then they lost that series this year. IG have the best record against JDG typically. Okay, I need to go get myself another coffee, and then I will be back. Hello, I'm back. Why is this so quiet? Oh, it's because my headphones got pulled out. That'll be why. That's whatever, I didn't hear anything. Okay, we're back. And this time I have coffee. I'm actually going to start a Tamamo Cross campaign. Because I rolled her just yesterday. Okay, so we have Weibo Top Esports. And as mentioned in chat, I don't think I had realized this so much, but Top Esports have a really, really good matchup versus Weibo in terms of the head-to-head. And for some reason, Weibo have struggled versus them. Now, I think for the last while, it's partly because they've had players like Kanavi and Tien on the roster, and typically Weibo have, they've played through quite chaotic early games. And I think you look over the last few years, and you look at like someone like Kanavi, and you think, okay, well, realistically, they've had a bad head-to-head versus them since 2025, when Kanavi joined them. And of course they lost the first round robin, but that's with Weibo with a new team. So it doesn't surprise me that in 25 with Top Esports being a top team, that yeah, with that in mind, actually, it doesn't surprise me that Top Esports we're gonna have an interview here, actually. Not an interview, we will do at some point though. Weibo versus Top Esports, so we'll check this up on the screen. Is Tien playing this year? He's taking a break for the first while. And that's Top Esports. I like their t-shirts this year. I like their jerseys. They look cool. Why can't we have IG1XN? Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. Train the dragons? Okay, that's a pretty good graphic. I like that. This will be dragon rate. So Tarzan has the most, JJ the second, no, I don't have fifth. But yeah, now obviously Top Esports are now adjusting to a post-Kanavi era again. You know, Kanavi, 369 and Hom was such a good thing. IG Jachi, you know, that's actually fair too. You know, I think Jachi needs a team once Jackie Love comes back. Like, he's really, really good. Jachi is a very good player. Like, that guy, yeah, he even impressed even back on, like, the kind of crap RNG roster. Jachi was the best part of that, I think. And now, obviously, he's on Top Esports and he's doing some crazy stuff. They look like supermarket employees. I mean, it's better than the stuff that they had before, which was generic as hell. Chicken Jachi. Or Jachi Love. One of the two. Probably getting an interview now with this camera angle. There we go.
WBG 的2哈选手，先有请他和大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WB 的副选手2哈。
欢迎2哈。那上一次你们和对方交手呢，是有一点遗憾的，状态值也没有拉满。那你觉得今天整体的状态大概是有多少呢？
目前队伍状态正在回暖吧，大家都各自减少自己的失误，然后加强一下细节的部分。
能够看得出来状态越来越好了，尤其是前2天北京的比赛也是发挥非常好的。所以说你今天有没有信心能够战胜他们呢？
今天还是蛮有信心的吧，对。
好，就让我们一同期待今天的比赛。我们邀请到的是滔博的奶油选手，先有请他和大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是滔博的大爷奶油。
欢迎奶油。其实前2天的比赛可以看得出来，队伍整体进步是很大的。那今天面对 WBG， 你觉得关键会在哪一些地方展开呢？
关键就是两边打野影响线上那些节奏吧。
其实上一轮的交手呢，你们是取得了胜利。那这一轮有没有信心再度战胜他们呢？
信心是必须有的。
就期待你们的发挥啦。
Oh, I muted my mic. Oops. I said I hope these drives are going to be really loud, but I really love this intro music. It's very cool. I'm not muted now. I muted it. My bad. I muted them for the interview so I can, like, not worry about, like, overlapping them or whatever. I I love this song. It's very, very cool. That's really loud. Weibo and Top Esports. I think we're back in Shanghai for this one, by the way. This isn't the LNG arena. Team captains, 369 and Xiaohu. They walk out first, and then the rest of the team comes out after. Obviously, fairly similar color schemes of the red and white. I like that guitar riff. It's very cool. Simple but cool. Guitar tone carries it. Oh, the captains stand like one step ahead of the rest of the team. That's a nice little change. Sure, Montes, yeah. I think we're back in Shanghai now with a neutral venue here. Okay, so what are the big breakpoints for these two teams? Well, let's think about the last time that they fought each other. Let me go look up those scoreboards. When did they play each other? Where are you? Because the way that I think about it, I think Weibo need to get ahead in jungle support. I think that bot lane for Top Esports has been a bit all over the place. Oh yeah, the first time that they played, Xiaohu played a Syndra game where he just overstayed a bunch. They were doing very well and then he overstayed and died. Xiaohu needs to get rid of his ints, basically. It's a big thing. Damn, nice. I think that Elk is the huge win condition for Weibo. Just give Elk a platform to play. The guy's a great player. The game 2 of that series they played before, Elk had an 18 kill Kai'Sa game. That tied the record for most kills for an AD carry in a single game of LPL. Didn't break the overall record, that was by Knight on Lucian, where he had a 21 kill Lucian game back in 24 Summer Playoffs. I cast that game actually, it was incredible. Yeah. And I don't know, it really feels like basically... oh, and also the other thing too is that 369 completely diffed Zerka. Now, I think that Zerka can be really, really good. I think he can actually be best. Hang on, I need to put on an ad break. Like, oh, I'll have to put it on after this. I'm gonna have to put on an ad break after draft, by the way, folks. I forgot to put one on before the game scoops. Okay, let's get into this draft then. Jace gone, Malphite gone, so the Nico's gone too. So we have Orianna, Varus, Orianna, Varus, Azir, and then some of the other priority junglers, I suppose, too, as well. Rumble being very powerful here as well. I have to say, there are so many power picks right now. There are, like, so many. It's actually quite hard to predict what teams will choose to let through. Like, the Jarvan, that's just another one you can chuck in there, right? I mean, is it going to be Rumble first pick? Orianna first pick? I would personally take the Orianna, actually. Cream's good at it. And I think it's much more versatile. So on the other side, you might look at Rumble plus Jungler, maybe. You could go Rumble Vi, actually. That would be okay. Or Yunara. Yunara could also work quite well. I suppose with the Yunara... With Yunara up, but then also Aphelios and Misfortune up, maybe you think that it won't get counted as... maybe you think it could get counted. Is it Pantheons? They let go of the Rumble. Okay. So now Weibo could go something like Rumble Vi, and they have a crazy topside combo. Like a crazy topside combo, actually. Hey Sam, how's it going?
How's that?
Well, we're into our second series
Fabulous.
now. Top Esports Weibo. Weibo haven't won against Top Esports for a little while, because of course the last year they were against Kanavi, which is pretty hard to beat, in fairness. Yeah, they were pretty good last year. So the Rumble should 100% get locked in here. Now it goes back towards the Pantheon, which is a comfort champion from now, really. Has been for a little while, but it is very much a comfort champion. Sam's trundling his chair in here. We'll get ourselves a duo.
Player, thank you, not trundle.
Well, Sam, maybe you should try to be less of a troll. Oh, what fun. Cool, yeah, will work. There you go, should go this way.
Fabulous.
There you go, cool.
Easy.
And then that Vi likely to get locked in here. See, I just called this like a minute ago before they locked it in. I know what I'm on, I think. Oh, man. Sniffly today.
Hey, Alex.
Hello.
Have you taken your
No, I haven't. Sam, it's freaking like January. I shouldn't have to.
I know, it's genuinely true.
It upsets me that I have to.
I do wind you up about this because it amuses me. But by the same token, I feel bad about that.
Yeah, so the Ambassador gets locked in for Top Esports, so now they have really good points and click. And also the Ambassador is a fine matchup into the Rumble. 369 also just came off of a ridiculous carry performance on this the other day.
Yes.
Versus Invictus Gaming. Who are they versus? Top Esports. He had some really good games recently, folks. We'll put it that way.
Especially because the first couple series were quite poor from him.
Yeah.
It's very important that he had that strong series with like the Kennen and stuff. I think the last series they did end up losing, but there was a couple before that were quite good. Again, there's been a lot of LPL games. I just need to have those scorecards up in front of me to remind myself exactly what happened. I still think Weibo here.
Let's go IG, IG, yeah.
For the side of Weibo, again, it's not like Vi Oriana's a bad combo. You've got the Vi Rumble to go with it as well. I think some very dangerous combos here in general.
I think that Top Esports should have locked in the Rumble themselves, and like Rumble Vi themselves, because now you're against a trio on top side, which is just disgustingly strong. And it's, I mean, at least you have fairly mobile mid laner to keep yourself out of immediate danger, but it's pretty hard to survive against this combo even as the Azir.
Yeah, I agree.
Second round, we've had 480 carry bans, which leaves us stuff like Corki Jin. Corki Jin seem pretty powerful to me. There's like no tank top laner, so Jin gains value. Corki locked in for Jachi. We might even get Chicken Jachi. And Elk, they might have just given Elk Jin after all of his monstrous carry performances.
Even the loss he had, he was really, really good at this champion, guys. And again, you've already got the damage. I think the setup here with it is very, very strong. Weibo have often left the Jin pick to 4, basically because they could set up damage elsewhere, but they are currently debating something with a little bit more DPS in the Sivir.
I would actually prefer the Jin. It helps the Rumble a lot. It gives you an extra kind of like CC engage source, but I suppose what the Sivir does is it gives you an easier time getting an Alistar through lane, because Alistar doesn't really lane, he just kind of is a bit of a passenger. You need an AD carry to win you the early levels or two, and Sivir absolutely does that.
Yeah, she does. See what we're going to lock in. Full support for Top Esports. Bard probably makes some sense to get that double range matchup. It's a good pick, can help disengage. Potentially things like the Vi used ult where she's going. We saw that just yesterday, in fact, where Vampire blasted.
Well, we saw that from Missing literally just last game too. So it seems like LPL is starting to pick up Bard in a way that they never really have done before. And finding a way to lock it in. Okay.
Could put it out there. Very happy to see Missing and 1XL looking good.
They looked really good earlier.
They are really good.
I have to say that, like, I'm getting quite worried for Ultra Prime. I mean, it's between them and OMG for kind of
worst team in the league,
worst team in the league right now, which sucks to them. Saber looks pretty low held. Into this game though, Weibo looking for their first win against Top Esports since 2024, where they beat them in a 5-game series in playoffs. Yeah. So, folks, a little bit of lore for myself too. I am a certified Bard hater. Like, Bard is just not a champion I enjoy, folks. I struggle with that champion quite a lot. And I was on stream, and some folks from, funnily enough, Valence League, lovely amateur league which plays within Europe. Some folks which I knew from there gifted me Bard on my account, and I'm like, I've purposely never bought this champion because of specifically this. What have you done? Yes, that was an experience of all time. We'll get into game, folks, and we'll, I don't know, start yapping about English in a better way, I suppose.
Yeah,
let's get into it.
You good for coffee and stuff, my friend?
I have a full coffee, Sam.
Give me 2 seconds to get one an espresso real fast, and then I'm good.
Well, you could have given me the headphones back
That's
then.
so true. It was my thinking.
You shit. Okay, go get them.
Thank you for the sub, TG.
Oh, the Bard. Yeah, it's a skin. What about Azir versus Rumble and Best versus Arena? We'll hit the dryers first, and then we'll get into that. Dryers ring out. Yeah, I mean, Ambassador versus Oriana, pretty good. Rumble versus Azir, slightly less good for the Rumble, actually, because Azir can sweep out of it, but it's still pretty good, right? You know, both the top laners actually have a pretty good place in the draft, and I think that both these top laners are vying for best top laner in the league, actually. I think it's particularly with Bin having a bit of a shocker recently. He's definitely not best top laner in the league. And I think at 369,
First couple of series were not good. Hang on, he just stood next to the wall. It's typically not very good. Tell you what, though, Elk is actually looking like best AD carry in the league. He's had some absurd games. Despite the fact that I don't think Weibo are the best team, Elk has been so good in the starting parts of this year. And, you know, you compare it about, you know, comparing to his replacement on BLG and Viper, Elk has been way more impactful than Viper on Weibo, than Viper has been on BLG, which I just don't, I didn't consider that to be a thing, really. I got hit by that. No story time. Oh yeah, basically I hate Bard and someone gifted me Bard. Because I purposely not bought the champion, even though I've been playing since like 2014, 2013. Nymaera going for top to bot clear. On the other side, JJ going from spot to top. That's interesting. You know, most junglers do choose to path top to bot because it tends to be a fight around bot scuttle. Tends to be. I wonder whether this is a conscious decision saying, look, bot lane's probably safe. And also we have like a very flippy top lane matchup. Did they just spot that? I think they just spotted him. They just blue ping. They just missing pinged him. I think I went a little too far. There's a ward in Tribrush. Now, typically what happens is Rumble gets the bounce back and then starts to play the game, really. You don't tend to win the first few levels. Because your Flame Spitter has so reduced damage versus minions nowadays. Yeah, you see it, Mecha. Go enjoy your meetings. Potential combo. Two people stood next to each other. Level 3 not hit by a host who's on the roam. Made for something. Yeah, that was a magical journey. Yeah. Nia takes bot scuttle, JJ takes top scuttle, so no changes there. He's gonna go over and use the Scry's Bloom to clear out top lane vision. Yeah, because the big difference between these two teams the last time they met, one, I think that Elk was really good, but I think that 369 bodied Zucker in a way which we haven't really seen many players do. Thanks for the follow, by the way, though. Again, folks, yeah, if you enjoy what you're seeing here, please think about dropping a follow. Ooh, potential Q flash. Oh, ooh, must be careful. Has a shield, it's fine for now. Doesn't stand close enough to wall, get stunned that time. Cream, his has had a bit of a mixed history. You know, he was never the mage player. Top esports, I really wanted to make a Mulan parody cover. Just make a mage out of you. Do you stream in 1440? Yes, I do. Oh wait, hang on, right now? I'm actually not sure if I am right now, though. I think I might be back on 1080. I think, actually. I think it might be 1080 now. Because it's like, there is no 1440 option, like 2K resolution on the clean feeds, there's no point. I think right now it's 1080. I can't remember, though. Feng Yue and Air are both trying to leave lane. As God intended, supports hate AD carries, just leave them to their own business. Bot lane's going very even. Actually, every lane is very even right now. There's almost no openings on the map. 369 is going behind the wave to proxy the next one. There is a Vi on his side of the map. That could end up being a mistake. It's going to hop out. I don't think it's worth JJ chasing him. I actually don't think it's worth chasing him. It's going to smite. 369 was trying to take some of the small crubs. Crubs. And he just got two of the small ones. Okay. Hang on. He's actually doing a ton of damage there. Jet is very low HP. 369 controlling this topside matchup. I think 369... Hang on, level 6 step. That means the flash is forced. But this... The wave is currently out. Sorry, who's walking over? Flash... Oh, hang on. This flash is being committed now. Xiaohu's shoved back away from the play. 369's down that flash himself. And he's going to get caught up. Pushed up too far. Pantheon on bot side. Weibo heavy topside focus. This bot to top pathing from JJ has led to this. Not bad. He can actually go for the kill here. Heal blown. Xiaohu's safe. So 2 flashes blown on top side for Weibo. Zucker and JJ doing that. I'd really try and nail my pronunciation on it, because it's not JJ and it's not JJ. It's JJ. It's like a hard J sound. It's not J. So, you know, me and my British sensibilities gonna
boss.
Pronunciation.
The glottal stop is doing you in, bruv.
No, it's just syllables being different.
Yeah, no,
it's
that's
not it's not a glottal stop, Sam.
But that's the famous part. That's the famous part of that British accent you pulled out.
No, but how does that apply to JJ?
It doesn't. It was more the accent that you were bringing out. Okay,
all right, I understand that, but it doesn't apply to JJ. Anyway, what was the other? What? There are some other ones like so Beishuan. A lot of people say Beishuan or Beichuan. Obviously, currently not playing right now.
Junjia, it should be Junja.
Junja, yep. Rather than Junjia. Yeah, I know some people say that. Tell you one which got me for a while, which it's not Yagao, it's Yagao. So it's the different kind of tonal things at Yagao. So a lot of people got that wrong for a while.
It's Feng Yue, not Feng Yue, because again the E is...
It's closer to Feng Yue rather than Feng.
I had it down as Feng, but I'm not sure.
Feng Yue.
Feng Yue, yeah, I see that.
Yeah. And I've given up on Hung now. Hung and Hung.
Yeah,
which are basically the same.
I fear my tonality is not good enough for that.
Is that the new hit song by Slipknot, Tonality?
Yeah, it's it.
You can now have the headphones sound.
I pushed my keyboard into the draft.
What? What do you mean on the draft?
I was going to try to... Yeah.
What? Oh my god. Seems to hear combo on to Jachi, not liking that.
They have to go through a magical journey, and Jachi is now ignited. Yeah. Not anymore, though. He's only set on fire very briefly.
Oh, it's only a slight burn.
It's only a slight minor.
I'm only slightly burned.
Someone please call the hospital.
That reminds me. Oh, is it Alfie the dragon? So we're not going to mention. We're not going to mention the adjective attached to that. Elk's having another great time here. 10 CS up. Erher. I thought Erher was really struggling. Towards the very start of the split. I thought he was struggling at the end of last year too, when he was subbed down in the roster actually. His series versus JDG when they won though, he massively supported Death Vampire. He was genuinely the better support on the day, and his vision control was really, really good. I thought that his engage was well played, but more importantly, I saw macro skills which not many supports have. In fact, actually, no, if we are going to compare him to Vampire, that was the specific thing which we've been asking for Vampire. And actually, Erher outdid him on that.
Yeah.
Despite them coming up at a similar time. So, Vampire, excellent series the other day versus BLG. His Bard was absolutely fantastic. But weirdly, he's not actually the only support I now have my eyes on. There's also players like Palkia around too.
Yeah, I think Palkia has probably had a quieter split compared to last year, where
last year was great.
Really looking like the next big thing. And he's been fine, but again, I'm not sure the team is quite there either. Him and Leave have not really got the tightest synergy of all time. We're level 6 though, speaking of macro moves. Not going to see the dive there, but there was a nice wraparound. Puts down some wards, we'll spot out what's going on. Jachi wisely backing away a little there.
Now again, look at the vision troll on both sides. Full information, going towards the red buff. Do you want to fight this? I don't think you do. There's a chance for Bard magical journaling. Through this now, trying to take away some wards, does take that one deep into the enemy jungle. Deep in the night. Dragon up in a minute and a half. We'll leave that there.
Don't think saying, ooh, you gank my tralala doesn't really work with the song, does it? I don't know. Gunter wrote some weird songs, Alex.
So I've heard.
Excuse me.
Yeah, your voice is a little bit
off today, Sam.
You're right.
I thought I was, but apparently I've got a bit of a squeak going on. I know. God. What is this?
Yeah, keep your voice safe, Sam. You've got to be careful with these things. It's our job. It's our livelihood, that is. Ult going towards top side. Zucker does have flash. He's running down river right now.
And there comes out the equalizer in response, but Zucker's still going to get publicly executed. I'm not sure, really, there's very much that Zucker can do at this point. It's a decent amount of DPS back, but again, 369 had the support, and it's a relatively simple affair to pick up the kill.
So it's a killer piece on top lane now. Zucker just says, look, I don't have a flash to blow. Let's just leave it, really. Puts the ultimate down, gets a little bit of damage. We'll be able to teleport towards top side when he comes back. And I think between these two teams, really that top lane matchup was one of the huge sticking points for Weibo that last time, because 369 just obliterated the top lane matchup. 369 getting resources even after losing that kill earlier. Important to get him back online. There's a teleport going on to him. He's going to teleport away though.
He does get out. Nicely done, and Zucker will go to the wave. 369 escapes having pushed that wave in. Doesn't mean he's not going to be in lane straight away. So there's a world here where he ends up losing half a wave. But hey, Eclipse secured, so it probably was worth staying around for those minions regardless.
He get himself the Crystallized proc here now too. There were 2 plates taken on the other side. You can see that's gone down to 3. Can Zucker do the same? Close. I think he just about can. And Bess is coming back up now. No, not quite. Alright, so he's down the 1 plate. Of course, that does factor in stuff like your roll quest. Found it quite interesting actually. Upset was on the LEC cast yesterday. He was talking about how winning lane is really important for getting those plates to advance your roll quest. And and things like that. It really does feel like winning lane, forcing a lane swap out of the other team, stuff like that, delaying the roll quest is a huge win condition. And her on the flank, maybe going for an engage here.
Might be, does get that nice combo. What a wonderful wraparound into the season. The system Fungui is a very dead-looking bard. Wonderful pick-off on the jungle and support.
And as we were saying, folks, Air is actually having a great string of form right now. Sweep onto Xiaohu. No one's going onto this. It's just a chunk onto Xiaohu, but it's good damage from Cream.
Bit of a phase rush away, overcomes the Vi. They should still be able to do this dragon, I think.
Well, I don't know now. I'm actually not sure. Cream's he's got his lethal tempo stacked up. Potential of a combo onto him.
I think he's in trouble. Will flash away. He's still here. I don't think he's realistically going to be able to contest him. When he's burned his flash for this now. They're trying to rocket poke this. Can they hold for any more people to get involved? No, they can't. Heals pop from Era, but that's about it.
So what into the enemy jungle there that was spotting out that recall. Well played from Cream to give them a momentary window to play, but can't quite capitalize on the dragon itself. Gonna get himself a plate here, completes his role quests before Xiaohu does on the other side. Top lane quest completed for 369 as well. So towards the top of the screen. Great play by we were talking about Hey. Actually, it feels like he's been quite successful. His vision control has been good. Great gank angle there too, and again that's set up by that vision control setup in advance.
The additional prize that Cream earns for harassing Xiaohu is a delayed reset, so does get away from that extra plate. Again, though, did end up blowing his flash to make that play, so could end up costing him with the fact that there is a Vi and an Orianna against him, who may well just say, yeah, you don't get to run away anymore.
Yes, exactly. There's a lot of big engagement. The Alistair has the flash team, and without her doing very well at blacking out bits of the map, giving himself good angles, that's going to be a big threat. Now we see, by the way, just part way through this, Elk 1,000 gold ahead of Jatchi, got that, and that's with both of them having the role quest activated, so the lump sum was given over to both. There's no discrepancy there. Part of that will come from CS deficit difference, part of that will come from the kill, part of that will also come from the cull cashed in as well. So Elk, once again, starting to get really scary. I have to say, Sam, I think Elk's the best AD carry in the LPL right now. He has been playing exceptionally. Sam, I hadn't actually thought about this all the way through. I actually think Elk has been the best performing AD carry maybe in the world, actually, in the last week. And that is added on to the fact that I don't actually think Weibo are a fantastic team right now. Elk is still putting up ridiculous numbers, despite the fact that this team has its flaws.
I think the thing is, the first couple weeks, well, first week or so wasn't great for him, and he really turned it around. And again, I do think there is an element of, like, when Elk carries, he carries harder than anyone else in the LPL. I think when he loses, it's not pretty. But as it stands, he's being very, very consistent. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else I would put up there with him.
Well, not Viper in the LPL. In terms of other people, you would say Jatchi. I think that Elk has been more consistent in his laning phase, and I think his carries have somehow been harder than Jatchi's in some cases, besides that one pentakill game which he had.
Maybe an argument for Hope, who's been very good for AL, also been putting up some fairly good numbers.
Maybe. Dive on the top side, 369 does have ult and flash.
That public execution, Vault Breaker, the cease and desist, and 369 is a dead man.
Takes a flash or two. They use the Alistair ult to dive, though, and it is very hard to outplay. 369 shut down on the other side. Turret being hit. Jatchi trying to get some gold for himself. Weibo not really going to be able to stop that. What's happening with the whole tower push? Looks like Weibo aren't on the tower right now. In fact, we see it directly on the screen.
Yeah.
But tower will be taken first by Top Esports. There'll be split gold between 3 people. See whether Weibo can get the full turret top side.
The attempt anyway. Weibo are now very happily in the lead here, generally in the gold swing of things. There is that turret back. Elk gets jumped on, but there's Ura, is caught out of his head but pulverized by that Emperor's Device.
But once again, it's a good angle from Air, who manages to force the ult out of Cream. He's genuinely been the most impressive person on the map, I think, for the first 15 minutes. I think that Air's been good. I mean, we saw that dragon fight, that combo in, he's forced some stuff across the map. Guy's having a good game.
He is, and again, this is a player who got dropped last summer, reminder. Did not get to play again. That split was inting away a lot of games. It was looking really rough, and we have seen this from Era, where he's very streaky when he's on it, when he's feeling it. The plays are fantastic, but a little bit like On, when it goes wrong, it is not pretty. So far, this year at the very least, I think in Weibo's wins in particular, Era's been pretty spot on.
Oh, again, his first week wasn't great. We were saying, look, Weibo, they lose because their bot lane's not good enough. Potential shockwave here, doesn't pull it, just the QW. Herald started. Xiaohu probably wanted to keep that ult for a potential fight around this.
It's not an unwise thought process. I could see jumping out Yazir being valuable, but if the real jungle would be a better target.
Alistair's ult's coming up in 5 seconds. Don't think there'll be a fight, though.
Yeah, unlikely. Orianna's sent towards that top lane wave. And Bessa, though, is going to get a fairly decent shove onto this bot lane tier 2. There is a Hex Gate, and it's relatively shortly in, but that will still be Zucker dropping a wave or so in order to make sure that no one contested the Herald.
They do get that objective, and they're still ahead in that top lane matchup. Same with Elk. The lead from bot lane a little less because that tower gold given over to Jachi just before this. Reminder now at this point, the more farm that you get as an AD carry, the more gold you get. Well, obviously, the more farm you get, the more gold you get. But now AD carries get extra gold for the farm. Now the role quests are completed. And top easels do have those 3 grubs to potentially split the map as well. We just noticed that too.
Indeed.
Although we were saying this before, like, 3 grubs doesn't feel... Pretty much every caster is saying this right now, but basically, folks, 3 grubs is not a crazy win condition anymore because everyone has enough tower damage. With Crystallize and stuff like that, it feels like if you haven't hit a tower for a while, you're probably going to kill it on that bush anyway. 3 grubs makes it a bit quicker, but it's not like... We were seeing, you know, the old 6 grubs, right, when it first came out, and then the 3 grubs after. If you got them, you could just randomly end games around 20 minutes if you got really lucky with one big fight. You could slaughter like 2, 3 turrets at once.
It's still a force multiplier, right? It's not like it's bad. And again, if you do end up in those kind of mid-game fights where you've got 3 grubs and Crystallize, like, towers don't exist. Like, they really are just immediately destroyed. But that, you know, that isn't going to change the grand scheme. I think the Herald play top. Xiao, who already got to another Priestess, and going to reset his again. There's no way to defend this.
Yeah, and there's the 2 really good QWs in a row. Going to make sure that the charge comes in. Miss ult from 369.
Appreciate the thought process, but again, the execution not quite spot on. Xiao, who will get the backstep and avoid that public execution.
Trader for the dragon on the other side. Toppies will take that. Now, one thing which I'll note as well, I haven't seen a Pantheon for a while. It's only onto the Alistair there. Not sure I like that.
Master Journey comes on through. There is that Pantheon. Elk flashes. I don't think there's anywhere really he gets to go. He's speeding his way away. Cream does go on in. The cease and desist is good, and they'll try and shuffle him away. Elk's still alive. That is actually an exceptional defense. They will likely lose one back, but the equalizer is causing some serious trauma. Overcomes 369, flashing to try and get involved. Can't quite get on top of Shou, who, by the way, has got like no damn mana. Still managed to get the damage down because of Zucker here with all of his rage and damage. Feng Yue is on vision. Can Elk get towards him? Overcomes the Hex Kick. Oh, they'll go the other way. Elk with the Boomerang Blade should be able to get one here, I imagine. Ricochets their way through for another kill. Weibo Gaming survive the attempts on their life. Scarred, yes, but victorious nonetheless.
Yes, a surprise to be sure with everyone dropping into mid lane, but a welcome one. They take the fight. Weibo, really quick response. They managed to rotate from top lane in towards that fight in the top river after their mid lane station player's been jumped onto. You know, if they catch Elk here, I think maybe this is playable. He still had a good reaction on the spell shield. And the problem is you're jumping onto an Alistair with ult. You know, it's really hard to make something work with that. Spell shield's still down, but they don't quite close it down in time. And that means that the rotating members with the Sivir ult also tagging on at the end mean they can go and save themselves. Elk also gets himself the spell shield onto the Bard ult there too. They heal from it. Bard ult doesn't quite come in time to save him from the shockwave either, so it's a really good shockwave from Xiaohu. Just very quick response from Weibo. This is what we know from a team like Weibo, with teams like Xiaohu on them. Quick responses with those teleports are kind of like a calling card of the LPL at this point.
They really are. And then you've also got to call it out, like the fact that you have Cream full send, not quite kill off Elk, and from everyone full send. We saw flashes from Nayo, from Cream, from Feng Yue to try and get that kill, and they don't. Is tough. It's really, really tough. And yes, the Sivir is strong. She's 1.5 thousand ahead. Jachi now getting headbutt pulled back. This is a bit problematic. Temper Fate is good, but there's still an equalizer to work with. A pretty tanky public execution, but Elk stealth shields it well. Alistair buffers through some of the CC with the pulverize. Now the turnaround of Nayo, who's got an Aegis Assault, but nowhere else to go aside from an early grave.
It's another good play from Weibo. Everyone comes into mid lane again, but it feels like Weibo, again, we keep referencing that like one opening cutscene of Halo Combat. I was like, oh, did we lose them? No, you'd realize they've always been faster, right? Weibo are just quicker to the play, and Jachi doesn't have flash caught mid W.
Nice read. And GG will allow for another kill to come on forwards. Elk is taking some turret shots. He's fine.
CMO. Weibo are so much quicker to the plays. They're much more reactionary. And that says a lot because they're against, you know, the global of the Pantheon.
And the Magical Journey.
And the Magical Journey might be able to catch him. Oh dear, he misses the combo and now he's caught.
Oh, not really been his game, has it?
No. No, it hasn't. You know, the early lane was fine. He had like a CS lead. It hasn't led to anything though. Xiaohu's been far more impactful with shockwaves. And, well, Baron has spawn, and they do catch out Feng Yue, actually.
And they're going through the Magical Journey early, so you can't get bound at the back end of it. Feng Yue now goes down. JJ steps on forward. 369 needs to try and Drake out and step to safety. Will do so, but again, another pick off, another kill.
How good are Weibo playing right now, though? reminder, folks, only Xiaohu and Erha had played together before as players before. This is a completely new roster. The way that they're playing right now, only a few weeks into the split, very reactionary, very free-form League of Legends, being able to just kind of like creatively move across the map. This isn't something that I expect to see from a fairly new group of players. I think a lot of this is helped by the fact that, yes, I think their laners are playing well. I think that particularly Elk and Zerka have had very good individual laning performances. But I also think the jungle support has been very reactive. I love the way that Air has been playing. This time, you know, goes in on Jachi, gets a little bit skew if after that. I thought this might be a play where things fall apart a little bit from Weibo, but Zerka's there nice and early. JJ comes in as well. Fight on the box side, 369 caught out.
Man, there comes the shockwave. The Grand Starfall is going to arrive, but Nio nowhere really to go in on this as the TP's come flying. That TP could potentially just suck. We'll find out. Zucker with a massive shield will be alright. The turnaround now with the equalizer from Cream into a challenging position. He's to back away. Now he's still on the red carpet and dies. Jachi, Cream trying to turn the damage around. That's not bad in terms of burst. They've got the far side alteration, the spot out where Elk is on the hunt. Turnaround from Zucker causes Jachi to back away. Cream now going on in. Does get the shuffle. That is pretty solid, but Zhejian turns it around. Keeping Cream from autoing. Magical journey across the wall will not make that much difference as Elk gets in range from Boomerang Blade, but gets out of range of the soldier. But Cream still autoing. Flash! Breaker! And Zhejian ensures the death of Azir. They'll manage to get another kill after as well. And Weibo Gaming finesse their way to a 5-1.
Yeah, that's the word. It's finesse. They win the fight. Again, in another sporadic, quick-forming fight in the bot side. Zerka's equalizers have been dominant in this game, and Weibo are just quicker to the punch. They're quicker to react. That's going to buy them the dragon. No soul point for top esports. And Weibo, now 8,000 gold ahead, are very, very far ahead in this game. We'll go back to the replay and the start of this dive, which we didn't see. The 369 does what he can. He goes unstoppable with his ultimate to get out of the Alistair combo, but realistically, his team are just slower to the play. Niall gets there a bit late. Green gets there a little bit late there too. Jachi's here, but he can't get all the damage down at the start of the play that he would have wanted, and Niall only has that 1E. It's not bad from Jachi. There's a huge rocket onto the back end, where you thought that, okay, well, maybe that'll be the play, but then he goes too far looking for the next rocket, and he gets burned out, can't really continue the fight after that. Cream tries to play this after, but unfortunately, I think his ult actually somewhat betrays Jachi by launching the Vi right back into the backline. Now, it gives him the ult angle. Suppose he probably would have made it there anyway, flash and ult, but it does mean that he just has a much easier path towards that backline. And Weibo playing the fights much better.
I'm not going to lie out. I think Cream was almost able to carry that one. You know, a few more autos here or there if it wasn't for some C chains from Error and JJ. I think you are looking at a couple more deaths there for Weibo Gaming. It doesn't happen though. Now Weibo find themselves in a fantastic position. They've been able to throw leads like this before. Again, Shao, who's been caught out, and actually Elk is about to find himself face-checking a lot of people. They've gone for the wraparound and been caught out. That's going to be a dead Sivir, I think.
Hang on, he's got the flash!
One last auto from Fongwei should do it. No, they can't catch him. Now you're still trying to run after that. The flash with the Comet Spear brings him down, but my god, they had to full send. Vi kills off the Ambassador. Ura does go down. So in the end, currently, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of top esports. Nio caught in a bad spot, though. Azuka is going to be thrown into the ball.
Fongwei, no! Alive! Oh, Fongwei, no! The betrayal! This is why Bard has that risk factor attached to it. Cream doesn't have the teleport. He is not coming to the play. JJ will find out now, and I think that'll probably be a dead Pantheon afterwards as well. But it's not going to be everything. Drops into the tower. The tower does damage too. Cream pushing up topside, realizing, look, I can't make it to the play there in time. This is the worst fight for Weibo yet, and it's still a 1 fight for them, I think. Cream with that inner turret probably makes this a preferential trade for top esports, but still these 4 people, 4 for 2. And again, you know, Elk does go down, but it takes so many extra resources to kill this Sivir than it really should have done. And that's only his first death of the game. You know, they were rotating from top to bot. It's a very good teleport. The only reason this play is kind of saved is because Airhair ends up playing the defense well after that. He does actually get a little bit skill check there. His eyes aren't on the screen. Should have been able to cancel out the Pantheon combo. Not able to do so. I wonder whether he could have cancelled that that jump forwards. Would have changed everything there if it had done. Baron started, by the way. Sam, let's get back into life.
Indeed we will. Baron taken, or just started at this point. Jachi in a dangerous spot. Trying to get through the magical journey. Ura keeping away. 369 from that exit route will publicly execute himself. Goes out in a blaze of glory. JJ goes over all the vault breaker. The cease and desist. Era goes in.
Oh,
Gets
that
stunned partway
equalizer.
through. That equalizer stings nonetheless. Fengyue tries to slow people down, but is going to get roasted alive. Barbecued Bard is on the menu.
They managed to escape the equalizer, but it separates them away from the Bard. No defense left for him. Weibo keeping that gold, walking forward. Shockwave just whiffing that. Cream will escape that, but I don't think it's going to save the turret. Weibo, they will be able to just shove him wherever the heck they want now. Fengyue is dead for another 20 seconds. 369 as well. 369, after hard carrying many games on Ambassador this split, particularly that last one he played versus IG being sticking out in memory, now been sent to 1-6. This guy has been shut down. Weibo clearly showcasing that, yes, top lane is an important matchup for them. Zerka, I mean, back in 2023 against 369 on JDG when he was on LNG, Zerka was still holding his own. In fact, I think there were points where he was best top lane in the LPL still. Elk, hang on a second, he might be over pushing here. He's going to get jumped on. He didn't spell shield in time. Elk probably dies here.
Yeah, I think he's just gone. That's a bit of an overshove. And Weibo Gaming get a little bit of sleep at the wheel. In comes Zucker, but it's immediately get Bard ulted. That's not bad this time. Now it's going to be an ult out from Niall.
Jumping out, how far can he go? The right, Zucker puts down that red carpet. Can they fight in the 4v5? I think probably just want to leave this alone. Reminder though, they have the Baron, but they would have loved to use it. An over push from Elk. Didn't quite spot that Niall had gone into that fog of war.
Oh boy, there comes Cream. Gets Zucker into a dangerous Era with a double. Make that triple pulverize. Cream still in danger. Shockwave is solid. But the problem is, do they have enough damage? Yes, JJ is there. Oh my day. Shahu wins the 1v1 with Cream. Fengyue tries to go through the magical Jeremy, but Era is chasing. The Alistair is the deadliest combatant on this battlefield. But I think Fengyue will finally be able to escape to safety. And despite it getting scrappier, Weibo Gaming are still winning the brawl.
Yeah, in the immortal words of Spinal Tap, needs more cowball. They just chuck in the cowball and it solves their problems. Elk goes down despite being one of the most fed people on the Rift. In fact, he is the most fed person on the Rift. They all clump up for the Shockwave. Gets the shield to Xiaohu. The turret shot doesn't particularly care afterwards. Erher and Xiaohu have actually had some great combos this game. And personally, my player of the game, Sam, despite Zerka's equalizer, despite JJ's great plays, I actually think Erher's my player of the game, which is crazy given some of the performances coming out of Weibo. This is after Elk has died now, going back into this replay. The Civ is not here for the constant DPS. Nio is out of the place. It kind of makes it into a 4v4 because the Pantheon's out of this for so long. I'm reminded that you're still playing at that gold deficit. Ball gets dropped on the floor. Cream thinks he sees the angle. And he does very nearly catch both solo laners. Very, very close. But then Erher manages to buy a bit of an escape angle for Zerka as he goes in. Xiaohu gets the... Hang on, we're back into live. Got to talk about another fight.
Io's got a GA, not had it proc quite yet. That's the shock of it. Only on to Fengyue. It's not the best angle. The equalizer is somewhat disengaged when it split the team. And that means, unfortunately for Top Esports, they are left in a very shallow grave. And Weibo Gaming are gladly pouring the dirt on top of them.
We knew Weibo had a decent upper ceiling. I didn't think we'd be seeing it for a while. In fact, I've said that about a couple of teams, like JDG. A lot of these teams which are newer together are actually impressing me an awful lot. And Weibo, I thought, well, they might be just limited to mid-table. They're far better than I think that. I think if they show their upper ceiling like they do here, Weibo are genuinely contender. Remember, folks, this team beat JDG, our current, top team in the LPL, really. Weibo, they have a hell of a ceiling to play around.
At least in game one of this series, Weibo Gaming will get some revenge against Top Esports. We beat them last time around. 369 on that cannon caused so much strife, all that kind of stuff. So far, though, Weibo feeling a lot more focused, a lot less likely to make those unfortunate, unforced errors. Got a bit scrappy towards the end of it as Top Esports kept looking for plays. But despite the heroics, despite the angles from Cream and crew, they cannot stop the Behemoth of Weibo rolling through the base and securing that game one victory.
It's a bit of a hand stiff, folks. A bit of a hand stiff. Weibo just playing better across the skirmishes, much better at responding to the map, like much better. I felt like they were going back to one of those more classic Weibo eras, despite the fact that so many of the members have changed over time. And at Weibo, very reactive gameplay, great teleports, great roams. And I think particularly, jungle support massively outperformed. Outperformed the other side of things, which, we've seen JJ get ahead of games before. He's a little bit of a streaky player himself. But seeing that, these are two newer supports in Fengyue and Erher as well. Erher is actually climbing up in my expectations in a way which I didn't expect at this point. We'll see whether it lasts, but he's really impressing me.
Hey, Xiaohu didn't just randomly enter game away, which is what happened the last time these two teams
I'm not going to lie, Sam. Elk almost did.
Yeah, and that was after when, he might be the best performing AD carry out there. And then it's this is still Weibo. These are still some players that we know what they are like. And I know what Xiaohu and Elk can do. And they often do like to limit test and play with their foot on the accelerator. No. And that sometimes means when you think you're collapsing and actually you've not done your due diligence on vision and you face check a Pantheon in a bush and force your team to come scrambling to respond. But hey, they did. Yeah. So, you take those wins.
How do you get an MVP? Personally, I think MVP is Erho. I think that guy was really good. Yeah, I think his vision control was great. I think he played well in laning phase, early game, mid game, everything. I think the only other person that I would put it to is... Well, I actually think either top jungle could do it too.
JJ would have been my other call, yeah.
And Zerka had an awesome individual performance. Those equalizers were insane.
Yeah.
Those equalizers were very, very impactful. It's a pretty hard one to vote for. You're absolutely right, though. I'm going to go change the music up just so we don't get any, like, shish and stuff like that.
Only Vice allowed to do that one.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Sam, I didn't tell you this because you were in bed. Oh, we got Twitch front page for the 6th. So last day of the regular split. So last day of the regular split will be on Twitch front page. Now, what that does mean, I actually didn't realize this, but on the email it says we can't stream anywhere else. So that means if you're on Onivia, you won't have a stream on the 6th. I'll have to tell Onivia about that, whatever. But basically, I just want to see how much we can get from Twitch front page and see if we can drag some more people into the channel, which would be really, really cool.
Yep.
But stick around for that. That will be BLG Anyone's Legend. That'll be one of the series that day. And then IG Weibo will be the other. So we actually have two pretty banger series, actually. That should be really fun. But yeah, hopefully that'll be really cool for our little Twitch channel. Get some more bang for our buck out of that. And this is the post-game graph. Those are some huge damage differentials. That's just a wow.
I honestly thought Elk would do a little bit more, but I guess he was kind of just doing more of the wave clear duty. And in fairness, Xiaohu and Zucker had the better extended fights, the bigger shockwaves, all that kind of thing. And actually, it often felt like Elk was the initial target of a lot of plays. And his big contribution to the game was not dying by running away really well. But that often meant that he didn't have the DPS to come back and make some of those plays. Which is fair enough. That is the way of these things. But, again, you go chasing after the ghost elk Sivir, and then you realize you've run straight into an Orianna and Rumble.
Oh dear, mistakes were made. Okay, do you need a drink or anything, Sam?
I kind of do. If I need to get a bit of glass of water, just make sure my voice is all right. And I'll be right back. Do you want me to make you a coffee while I'm doing that?
No, I'm on like my third.
That's fair. Are you okay to keep doing the series? Do you want to take a bit of time off before the next series? Do you want to take the last series off?
So I do have something inside later. I'm just worried about your voice, and I don't want to leave
I'm going to be all right, I promise.
Okay.
Take what you need off. Let me know.
I'll do this next game.
Yep.
And then look, I'll do this series. And then yeah, I'll probably
leave
take
the last one to
because
me.
Basically, also the other thing is like I need to catch up on some VODs as well before something inside. There's a couple of series which I need to catch up on.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah.
I shall allow you to do that. That's not a problem.
What I need to start doing again, and I did this way better a couple of years ago, is just like get a couple of like taglines from each team and follow them, because I'm kind of like watching every VOD kind of blank right now. But it used to be like, oh, this team succeeds when X, this team succeeds when Y. And I do that for a couple of teams, right? Like for instance, it's pretty obvious when like, so BLG is quite an easy one, right? If they win bot lane, they typically win the game, because if they win through bot lane laning phase, On is very creative. Now, there are some extra caveats to that too. You want On a proactive map support, one that can roam across the map and do a ton of work. I have to say, most LPL games are decided by jungle advantage, weirdly. Jungle advantage mainly, but that kind of gets leverage off of, like, if you win 2v2 in the first 3 levels and you get, like, an early jungle invade / early scuttle crab, typically that wins you a game in LPL right now. 27% damage from Xiaohu, 28% damage from Zucker, that's a hell of a lot. Double Agent Bard. Bard had it. Oh, God. LPL Bard has a bad reputation for a reason, folks. If not for RNG, then my goat Ming would teach him how to bard. Yeah. I have to say, losing Ming was a huge loss for LPL. You know, like I really think that losing Ming kind of like it kind of like ended a lineage of certain like LPL supports, because he was really important to kind of like some of our like playmaking support stuff. Because we had like Mako, who was a little bit more consistent, but I think the highs of Ming were much higher actually. Not much higher, but I think they were higher. Player of the game, it is awesome. Justice for supports. He had a great game. He had a great game. Awesome. Good to see that. Look, this guy's genuinely impressing me. I didn't think I'd be saying that. Not to this level, anyway. I need to put wait, did I put an ad break on? I gotta go put an ad break on. I should do that. He absolutely deserved that one. He absolutely did. Yeah, he had a great game. He had a great game. What else can I say? Justice for supports? Hell yeah. Okay, right, close towards that second thingy now. Yeah. Second game, yeah. I probably should take the third series off. Yeah, I'm probably gonna take third series off just because I've got a podcast later, and actually I might have 2 podcasts later. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have Summoning Insight, then EuroLeague, so I have 2 podcasts tonight. So yeah, I'm gonna take third series off, so I've got some time to get some VODs in, and also just take a bit of a break as well. Rest my brain a little bit. Okay. So, second game, I think I need to see 369 actually supported. Weibo, well, top esports need to be reacting to the map a lot better, but the problem is I've used one of the globals for that now. They've used the Pantheon, they won't get that again in the series, which is a problem. So I might actually have 2 podcasts tonight, so yeah, I'm gonna take the third series.
Go. That's fine.
Yeah, so this is fine. I'll like this one. This one's okay.
Okay, sure. Are you sure?
Yeah, no, this one's okay. But I've got there are some LCK VODs I haven't caught up on, and I want to rewatch just some highlights of LCS, because like that'll be a talking point since the first game's back.
I say I've enjoyed watching Cloud9. Thought FlyQuest had a good showing. Leon have got stuff to work on.
Yeah, I actually think that like Saint had a pretty bad first series in, despite having quite a good, like last year. So that's actually quite worrying. And I just pray to God that Inspired's mental will hold, because that could be a problem.
He's a very blunt man.
Yeah, and it's just more like, you know, what are the expectations he had? And does he think they can actually be matched by this roster?
Yeah.
You know? Because I thought that maybe Dokla will be good for him, actually, because he's quite a calm personality, but then again, he actually has to be performing too. I think Dokla was fine, but we'll see, right? Because if it's like a marked downgrade, then actually that might change the nature of things, really. Okay, let's... Oh, by the way, Sam, in terms of... I think actually, Sam, the clean feed actually has gone up in volume.
Oh.
So, because we talked about the other day, just listening in the headphones, I think it has. So I'm actually putting it down to about -10 when we're on draft. Maybe even slightly less if we're on... if we're further away from the microphone because we're duoing.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Too bad Dokla's going to BLG soon. Of course, yeah. BLG Joe Dokla, he's returning to a very Chinese time in his life. Okay, so game 2, really need to see top esports support 369 a little bit more. I think Weibo were much better on the map. They were much better on the map than top esports as well were Weibo. I think Weibo were much better at that. Saw the rumor mill February 24th till March the 8th in LNG Arena. Well, a lot of the games this year, the neutral venue, have been in the LNG Suzhou Arena. This is Shanghai, but they've been playing a lot of games over there.
Yes.
So it wouldn't surprise me to see that, because basically what's happening, folks, is the regular season ends on the 6th, and then I think there's the break for Chinese New Year at that point. It's Lunar New Year, so I think that's on the 17th. I don't know whether they'll do stuff like the play into playoffs or anything like that, or anything between the inter-group play before playoffs kicks in. Look at him. Let me remind myself of the format. Split 1 playoffs. So there is like a group. There's like a group. There's the Knights Road, is so it's called, which is basically, so it's Ascend versus Perseverance, right? That's what it is. And then there's Perseverance versus Nirvana. So there are some qualification matches, effectively. Yeah. So there's like Ascend 5 and 6 versus Perseverance 1 and 2. I think the winners of that go through into playoffs, and the losers play matches against the other Perseverance and Nirvana teams. So Nirvana 1 and 2 go through into this part. All Perseverance teams do as well. So, well, no, that's a good thing, all Perseverance teams. It's just, oh no, I don't think it's new. I think it's a good thing, right? Because it means that basically all but 2 teams will get best of 5 play. I don't think that's an oof. I think that's a good thing, though.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking it's going to be like, I'm thinking it's big. And once again, it's just a massive playoff bracket. It's just like the LPL playoffs are huge.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's an extra 6 best of 5.
That's what I mean. Like, whoa.
Yeah,
it's a big bracket, guys.
The way that you responded, like, hang on, was that a negative for the teams which are getting knocked out? Yeah, it's 6 best of 5s in 3 days. Oh, so we're doing double best of 5 days. Okay.
Brace, folks. Brace.
Yeah, the double best of 5 days, they can be a killer, because they can be maximum 10 games.
I'm hoping we don't get there.
At least it's not 3 best of 5s in a day. Have we ever had that for LPL? Hey, Dogwall, by the way, how's it going? I don't think we've ever had LPL with 3 best of 5s in a day. Okay, we're into the draft though. Weibo Top Esports is going to be first pick to Weibo on Blue's side. So I guess Top Esports will have chosen second pick, which is quite interesting, I suppose. Interesting as in a, well, you better get a good counter pick. Maybe they'll counter pick for top lane, but my worry is, actually that's a point. Maybe they're going to try and bait Zucker into blind picking something like a Renekton or a Jax again, because then they can cannon that. Because cannon is good into both those picks.
And last series, one of the big issues was Zucker just got blasted by 369.
Now it's a Scion pick though,
yeah.
Because the Trundle's been banned. I think they can blind pick top lane. I think this legitimately might be a first pick Scion angle.
Does 369 have any other answers into it? They might just Jarvan as well.
But then if you do that, then don't they slam the Scion? I think both top laners can just slam Scion now, no? I know that it would be 369 not on a carry, which is not good for top esports typically, but now with Trundle away, Scion just exists for free.
Which is, I wonder what they think was I think they think was a trap. I think they're going to go Shin's out to match the Jarvan. Yeah. They'll have the Yunara early, and I think they're going to wait a little bit here and see exactly where things go. Because I think there is something to be said for the fact that maybe the things like the Jarvan could be a bit annoyed by the Trundle pillar kind of thing. But even so, I agree the Scion would seem
you would
pretty
only
obvious here, right?
You would only ban the Trundle when you want to play the Scion, I think. Aphelios is good here, by the way, particularly now you have the Jarvan. The Aphelios is quite safe. You know that, look, Shin Zhao doesn't get onto Aphelios that easily. Stuff like Vi Jarvan do, but when they're out of the pool, Vi from first game because of the Aphelios, and now the Jarvan because of that first pick, now you can go towards something like the Aphelios Thresh or the Aphelios Lulu, and you're much more happy.
There you go, you're going to see a Lulu in response now. I think that probably makes sense. Again, Thresh into Lulu is such a weird matchup. Basically, Lulu has to always be afraid of the death sentence, but your actual shove can still be very much mitigated by the Lulu, which can be a very aggressive lane.
I would have, so weirdly folks, I would have taken the Lulu instead of the Thresh for Airho, because Yunara doesn't want to play against it. Maybe you're afraid of a Nautilus getting thrown out on the other side. Look, obviously the Thresh is pretty good for repositioning the Aphelios, but I don't think you needed it in this game. You're not against a Malphite. The Jarvan is on your side, so you don't need help getting out of the Cataclysm. It's fine, but I would have preferred her even on something like Nautilus for more point-and-click engage.
Yeah, may well be. What have we got instead of our bans here? In our bans here, the Rise gets taken off the board, as does the Aurora.
Maybe something like the Talia comes through at this point on either side.
Both play it, yeah.
Jax taken away from Zucker, as comfort pick for himself. Aurora away from Cream. Do you want to ban the Akali from Cream, actually? That
Yone, another thought, I suppose, if you wanted to get rid of some of the more pocket picks from him. It's been banned a few times against him.
You have an AD jungler and the Rumble's gone. I think at this point, the Yone is just not like the Akali. The Akali is much better in terms of backline access. Like, at this point, like, if you were banning it earlier, maybe, but you've already seen jungle. You know that the AP top lane is gone. Way better to remove the Akali, which is still a backline diving threat, but just fits the comp better.
I kind of forget that Yunara's actually got a fair amount of magic damage in her kit, thinking about magic damage. Because doesn't she get a bit from her passive and like, does some crazy crit things with it? There was supposed to be some hybrid builds that never really did come to fruition.
Yeah, I actually think Yunara's passive is a bit of a failure because of that. The Syndra's coming through. Okay. Syndra's actually pretty good against the Jarvan and the Aphelios. A bit risky versus the Thresh. If you try and stun him, he can just charge up the hook, and then if he lands the hook, you die.
Yeah.
So now you need to match up into that. You could Silas for Xiaohu, actually.
Couple good ults to steal, I agree. Shinzo ult, Lulu ult, both very good.
We saw an echo from Saber earlier, which we've seen a little bit from Showmaker too. Scion is locked in. We did say that was likely going to be the lock because of the Trundle ban. It's a safer blind pick. 369 probably knew this was coming.
Victor being the consideration. In fairness, I'm looking at a lot of champions that will not enjoy the gravity field, actually.
Is this really just a Cassandra pick here? I don't like the Cassandra here at all. But the problem is, what else do you do? It's 369 Cassandra, it's fine.
Yeah.
But now the problem is, you have zero backline access if you lock this in. Like, zero. And I actually think you just lose the front to back. I think Weibo is very happy with this. You've got a Scion with no counter to it. You've got a Thresh Aphelios to help, and the Victor as well. Okay. I think you have to lock something which has a bit more carry potential. This is a better pick, I think.
I somewhat agree. And you've got a Lulu to keep it alive, so now double bruise with a Lulu behind. I think then the Aatrox and Shintai can theoretically win you the extended fights. Syndra's not bad as part of an anti-gank core, to be fair, because I think basically, especially because she tends to go with quite a lot of CDR these days, in the new world of League of Legends, relatively speaking, it got changed.
I'll be the god of this new world.
Basically, your Force of Will, once it's got some shards behind it, the fact you can cycle through it every 5-6 seconds, if that, is very good at just chunking tanks out over and over again.
Yeah. I will say, I still think that top esports has quite lacking engage. They're gonna have to outplay. Now, that's a great thing to watch. If they do pull it off, it's very cool. But, you know, I think Victor and Aphelios are both in very safe positions here. You know, Victor, I think, is pretty happy to go for a Rod of Ages build because I think he'll have the damage to chunk through what is a low tank team. JJ can look to do something like a dunk onto Syndra, or even Lulu can get dunked in this game, actually. We'll get through into the game, though, folks, and we'll see how it plays out.
I have to say, I sometimes struggle to accurately gauge how much access a Shinto is going to have on Lulu. Because I do think that pairing is ridiculous. And obviously you do have that to work with. And again, we're always saying, like, actually, the background might be a bit trickier. That does change a little bit when you can just speed the Shinzo up to max 6, and he gets to move slightly through easier. Both he goes to the back line, and there are then some ways beyond what might appear on paper to threaten some of those otherwise hard to reach carries. And that, an Aatrox with similar kind of value in your speed and your shield and all the rest of them up, can be quite interesting to track. But it's not necessarily straightforward on paper, as we've been talking about for top esports. Well, there are some combinations there which perhaps aren't the most simple to track by rote. I'm there with you. I think Weibo, theoretically, assuming they can hold their lines, keep their AD carry safe, position here to manage that front and back, assuming that's where we end up in the game.
It's not immediately going to the game. You'll get to see it again. Oh, the music's too loud? Okay, sorry. So typically, I put it up to that because I thought we were going to go into game. Basically, folks, that's the level I need to put the clean feed for the game sounds to be good in game. It's also the level which makes us pretty much inaudible when the music's actually on. So I'm going to go turn it back down. And Sam, you can even just rehash what you just said, because all of that was basically inaudible.
Yeah, but so the long and short of it, guys, is basically Shinzao plus Lulu is actually a surprisingly good engaged combo, and people kind of sleep on how much access it gives you. But the question is actually how good is it when we've sort of said, look, Weibo, I've got a lot of good ways to deny that access. And I'll be interested to see how it works out as we head onto the Rift and listen to some Gios. To the bottom lane we now look. Good chunk there from JJ at the level 1, actually.
So I don't think it changes the clear of Nio. It just means that you know where he's... Well, you kind of knew where he's going to start anyway. So once again, we have a bit of a desync jungle path with JJ going from bot to top and then Nio going from top to bot. Very often you'll just see just both junglers going top to bot because the bot side 3v3 over the bot scuttle has been so important. Ooh, a heal to make sure that you get the back flay and the auto attack. That's one of the early laning tricks of the Thresh. You're going to go for the auto attack reset with kind of like auto and then back flay for a little bit of extra damage. And instant hit there. Heal on the other side to make sure there's a bit of damage too. But the flay helps slow them down. Not bad by Air here actually. Showing some pretty good trading back on the Thresh. The problem is you are against the early levels of the Lulu and the Yunara, which are really annoying. Elk's trying to get himself to that level 2. They're trying to fight for it. Realistically, they knew they were going to lose the push on this early lane. You can fist fight a little bit. And you need to just try and conserve a bit of HP now, especially with Jarvan pathing away from their lane. They're not going to get a huge amount of help here. In the mid lane, Xiaohu and Cream trading fairly evenly. I have to say, early level, Syndra has some threat. As soon as it goes later into the game, though, it really feels like Victor just gets enough HP, and it's just not great. Oh, Jagger, he's gone for bot camps to bot gang. They should know he's gone top to bot. Jack, she's flashed onto.
Really good stuff to work with. Era's going to go very low, but Flash to secure the knock-up will still lead to a 1-for-1. Fongyu now trying to flash away with the Whimsy and the slow. Glitterlantis there. Nio now coming on over. This might get a bit dicey. The wind becomes lightning. Now JJ will not be able to secure the 2 kills and ends up being that 1-for-1.
But the person who gets the kill is Elk, and Fongyu gets the other one, so it is a trade up for Weibo, because folks, we were saying, look, typically you path top to bot as a jungler. It's the best way to do it, really, because you can fight bot lane. Well, JJ goes for the higher risk pattern. He goes for 3 camps bot side into bot camp, which slows down his clear, but it does give him huge value on bot side. You know, everything but Jachi's flash blown on bot side, a kill over towards your AD carry, flipping what was an early losing matchup for your bot lane. And folks, this brings us into a great conversation of why is it JDG beating anyone's legend and BLG, but hang on, Shield's there, does he die? safe.
Just
okay,
about
right.
okay,
Back to
yeah.
the point then. Okay, we can go to that. Why is JDG beating AL and BLG but losing to Weibo and Invictus Gaming? And it's plays like this from JJ and of course for Wei on JJ. Hang on, do we get the smite fight here? I guess we do. Goes to JJ though, he gets it there. The chaotic early pathing works well against a lot of teams like that.
369's roamed down though. He's managed to get beyond the wave and get over here. How long till JJ's got the flag and drag? He's going to get knocked up. Tries to get over the wall and doesn't. Very nice punish from Top Esports. That's the greed of the bot side players. Era's dead now as Fongyue punishes the flash of the Thresh. Good attempt at the kill back is decent, but unfortunately Jachi had his own flash and follows to secure Elk.
Elk at least gets one back, but now Jachi gets on the board. Fongyue picks up another one for himself. This is the negative side of that chaos. Now, while it will give you, say, look, JDG tend to really struggle when their jungle support fall behind. So if you shut down Jungler in the early game and then bot lane like this kind of gets set behind 2 at points, or at least in the early game when you attempt to do so, that's why actually anyone's legend can struggle. Oh, it's the crafting play here. Great tank by Fongyue there, actually, though. That's well played from him, realizing that they had the damage afterwards. Good polymorph after. I think Era and Elk thought they had the winning trade and just didn't respect the follow-up damage from, you know, a Yunara Q with the help picks as well.
And Elk didn't take the lantern, didn't want to come over, which is fair enough, but then that means he's not DPSing, so the Lulu at that point with all the cooldowns down on Thresh goes, great, I can just run at you.
Question in chat, why would Jarvan path top here? Only because top has, you don't have prior bot? Well, partly because it's just, you know, just do something unexpected. He ends up making that play, 3 camps into that bot side. They're going to go again. They have no summoners.
Oh, that's the problem with having the flash blown to make that play. Jachi now in a dangerous position. Will get whimsied briefly, but it will not be enough to keep him alive. Does at least trade 1 for 1.
It does, but they're losing a wave to tower. They're losing a plate. This is still a trade up for Weibo. It's the support that dies, so it's not like you're losing farming time on Elk. Like, if Elk had died, obviously it would have been a bigger problem. You see Weibo really putting a lot of emphasis on the spot side, which you wouldn't expect from a jungle path that started going bot to top. But I think JJ actually uses that to his advantage, saying, you don't expect me to go bot now, because I've normally it's just full clear meta. Typically, the meta is just full clear twice. Get to level 6, you'll be fine. JJ on the job and says, nope, I've got some plays to make here. He's actually making a big impact here, helping this bot lane fight, even though they've been dying a little bit in that 2v2. It's a lot more competitive than it could have been. Imagine if he hadn't ganked them.
Yeah, worth noting, of course, that Jachi did get the kill in that dive, whereas Elk did not. So in terms of actual gold in the lane, it's pretty much dead even there. Just keep JJ in touch into Nayo, who's just been clearing away. And again, he's up about 4 camps at this point, which can be a bit problematic in its own right.
So speaking of that gold, though, a huge wave is coming in towards Elk, so he's going to pick up a lot from that. He will still be a little ahead of Jachi, not by a huge amount, but some. And again, it's more about, you know, what would Jachi have had if those ganks hadn't have happened? It would have been much worse. Cream not quite in kill angle, the bone plating helping there, but it's getting pretty close. Mid lane, slight advantage. The Cream will be evened up when the wave crashes in.
Indeed, again, top side, of course, because 369 managed to get that roam beyond, did get that early assist, he's got an early plate. He's feeling relatively happy in terms of his own gold. And you do want this Aatrox to be strong, because again, the Aatrox, the Xin Zhao, the Lulu, starting some skirmishes off before things like the Victor and the Aphelios are truly online. Feels like a win condition for Top Esports in a way that just straight 5v5 team fights at 2 to 3 items may not be.
See that Alcanair here trying to freeze the wave. Definitely helps them having bush control here. Lose it a little bit there, but if you just manage to hold the wave here, I think you're pretty happy. Ooh, that's the back play. Hook misses this time though.
Another turnaround comes on forward, looking to get some decent glitter lance angles. Does get it. Elk eats a little bit of additional poke, but not anything more to worry about for now.
I can see he's actually gone for the Glacial here, because if you go for that flay, it means that Lulu is kind of slowed into an easy hook after for even longer. Typically, you'll see something like the Aftershock, but I think here does actually give you some decent kill pressure, and we've seen that in lane. You know, on both sides there is now kill pressure. This is why these lanes have been picked fairly often against each other. You know, the Aphelios Thresh actually having a fairly good success rate against the Yunara Lulu. Be gone, advert! Be gone!
Advertisement. Zucker's having a bad time. Topside of 369 decides to show him what a world ender looks like. I was going to say something. I was trying to say biblically accurate angel. I think that's what I was going to go with.
Almost very poetic. And I was like, don't know where to go from there.
Well, I did, and then it just didn't come to brain quick enough. You know what I mean? I had this kind of concept in my brain, but no words to go with it.
I have that a lot. I have no words, but I must cast.
I was going to say.
Let me finish the no. Let me finish the sentence.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
You were undermining my pun there, Sam. Now the feed is closed. It's not closed.
I can hear audio.
That's a good thing. Okay. What the heck be happening there? There we go. Back again. Cool. No one died. Yeah. Phew. We've actually been fairly lucky over the last day or two. We've not had too many clean feed issues. Was a bit of an issue in the first couple of days when we were watching off of like the Hero website. Now we're doing off the app. It's been a lot better actually.
We're seeing a bit more Victor again, aren't we? A couple games of it over the last couple days.
Yeah, less prior than last year, but I think once we go further into the mage pool, he's fine. I think particularly once you're out of Orianna Azir territory,
Victor feels a bit better.
Victor has better lane matchups, and then also can still stand behind the front line and be a real pain. We saw that from Honkyu the other day too. Strong enough laning phase into stuff like the Ari as well, if that comes out. There's going to be the one grub towards Weber, but by the way, Toppies will take the other team.
That's nicely done indeed. Good note on that one. I think the other thing with the Victor is just into things like Shin's out, into Yunara, into Aatrox. You are melee range divers looking to skirmish. Gravity Field makes your life really hard, and then you run away, and then you've got the Hextech Storm. Like, there's a lot of ways there between that and the Cataclysm and the Thresh and the Scion Q.
As the famous band Cryoshell said, gravity hurts.
Did they say that?
Yeah,
I don't actually know Cryoshell, Alex.
Sam, I'm actually not sure that... I think that song was for a Bionicle movie.
Did you just quote Bionicle movie
well, okay, so put it this way. I found the song, like, on a recommended playlist, and then I found out later it was on Bionicle. I'm like, wow, that's
Alex,
great, wonderful.
That says so much about your taste in music.
Sam, it's like new metal kind of...
Exactly,
it's good.
Exactly.
Sam, I'm not going to judge where it comes from. One of my favorite songs is Dead Man Wonderland's opening.
It's such a good song.
Which is just such a banger. And it's like, oh, you're listening to an anime song? Huh, that's like, yes, it's really good. Does it look like I give a damn?
Also, it's just better than the version that it's based on. Like Black Hearts and Dollar Signs is a fine song. It's not.
By the way, I actually wonder whether Elk should actually throw the Severmolt out right now.
It's only on the Lulu. In comes the Severmolt. You call it out, and then turning around with the Severum Crescendo. Has to flash away from the Arc of Rim, but now JJ is here. The box those people down into the Cataclysm. We go. Jachi has to try and get away. The Flag and Drag does not hit, and that means Jachi with the Wild Gun can just keep on away. Flame needs to cleanse by Eclipse. Foggy now in danger, gets hit with another death sentence. And now, unfortunately, I think JJ will be traded by now. The Flag and the Drag should still run the lantern. One becomes Lightning Audacious Charge. Moonshot comes up for the dodge. They're out.
It is a slim escape, but they somehow walk out with it. Now, was he thinking about diving in the 1v3? Oh my god, JJ and Erha, Sam, they're the second coming of like MLX Chi and fucking Ming. I don't know.
Are you okay? Can you tell me that you're okay?
Oh my god, I'm starting to really like this jungle support, Sam. Sam, I'm not gonna lie, Sam, I thought Weibo would be kind of trash for a while. They're showing some great gameplay today. Hex Flash into the hook, gets the Glacial down for the extra slow as well. Elk did throw out the Emo Plague, as we love to call it here, the healing ultimate, definitely not Vladimir. And JJ goes for the dunk first, meaning that the flashes get forced. Now, he does miss the flag drag after, and that's where things get spicy. If that hits, I think it's just a lot easier in general. Root comes through, just about get the kill with the return Q. Again, the hook solves it. You would have think, okay, realistically, you're getting one back here. I cannot believe that they don't get that either. Oh, it's heartbreak. It's heartbreak. I cannot believe they get away with that.
Oh, the backstep's good. JJ now finds another 3-1-1. He's down about 20 CS, but I don't think he cares. Again, his work on the Jarvan is somewhat done. Yes, farm in the jungle right now matters, especially if it messes up your camp cooldown. It can be really frustrating, then keep up in farm. The JJ is doing it very well. Bot lane, though, Elk in danger, gets rooted, can't get on top of the Lantern, and they just kill him because the ward comes out.
There you go, you ward the Lantern. Uzi knows the pain of that one, if we're going to get to walk back to the golden days of yore for LPL. JJ is invading on top side farms. The one time where JJ leaves bot lane, they die. There is still a slight gold lead for Jachi over Elk. Hellstorm in mid lane, good chunk onto Cream. Not going to see more than that. Has gone for the Airy, by the way, not the Phase Rush, which might be important a little later into the game if he comes up against something like that. Aatrox does help him in the laning phase for now. Slight gold leads top east. Well, no, a little bit more than that. You know, it's going up towards 1,000. They have the 2 dragons as well. Despite the fireworks coming out of Weibo's bot side of the map, realistically, top esports are the ones that are pulling ahead. And Weibo will have to show that they can get value out. Hang on, that's a Moose before to the Whimsy. They might have a kill angle here. We'll see.
Trying to dodge. 17. Flashed away before the last auto health picks could come through.
God, that was close. Cream very close. If that last Q had hit, just a single more auto had gone through, he would have died. Cream could have flashed for an auto, and I think he would have killed. Top esports. They have a lot of early power to play around. Fungui getting some more value out of the Lulu now. Don't expect the Lulu roam to be doing that much. But when roaming, do as roamers do. That's this phrase, right?
Yes.
As a wise man once said.
All roads lead to roaming.
It's often said that all roads lead to Ankh-Morpork. This is incorrect. All roads lead away from Ankh-Morpork.
One of the best bits.
Shout out Terry Pratchett, my favorite author of all time. He is my favorite author.
He's fantastic. Him and Jasper Ford have a particular sense of humour that is distinct to a particular kind of British author.
Yeah, it's absurdism. And like it's not too far off of surrealism at points. Surrealism is actually quite a well-studied art form, so I'm not going to directly say that because it actually has a lot of a lot of history to it. But it is definitely absurdism, where it kind of takes things to the nth degree ad absurdum to make their point. It's actually walking forward to get that loose. See, hang on, Cream's coming down, doesn't have the ult again. You see how quickly the chunks come out. The Aphelios is quite good into the Yunara, but when the Lulu's behind them, actually Yunara starts winning the DPS check again.
Ooh, my days that death sentence was close, and it has been a very tight game. The thing is, top esports now find themselves up 1,400 gold. A lot of that's actually in the bot lane. For all that we've seen a lot of excitement go one way or the other.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. Yeah.
Exactly, it is still looking fairly solid here. Reminder, Weibo scaled pretty well this game.
They do, especially in the front to back. Elk might be forced to use the Infernum again.
Wild Growth comes on down, yet to Crescent Guard does now. TP's flying, Flay back under the turret. The Cataclysm, they're trapped with the turret aggro. Make the ult goes wide. 369 though, Wild ends his way in. The gravity field is solid. Jachi not having a fun time. There's just not that much damage for Xiaohu yet. Flay back under the turret. Is damn well trying, but the turret now falls. Xiaohu needs to run it. The Darkin Blades keep flying, and 369 is finally no longer ending world, but he will end lives with the help of the Syndra.
Weibo might look flashy in a lot of their defensive plays, but they're still on the defensive. Much more power in this early game from stuff like the Yunara backed by the Lulu, and 369 comes to play. And now with a 4,000 gold advantage at this timestamp, look, we were praising Weibo for a lot of these plays, but they're getting blasted. Elk is now 2,000 gold behind. 369 is 1,000 gold up. I think Weibo have lost too much gold. I don't think they can reach their late game 5v5 dream. I think they've fallen too far behind in all key roles.
And I will say, we both said, well, look, it's fine, they're losing waves, but it was still Jachi who's getting a lot of those kills. We'll see this tower dive. Top esports make the proactive play for this.
I mean, it's a really good trap under the turret. I think Elk makes a mistake. Well, one, the ult misses. Two, I think he should have ulted with the Severum. I think he needed the HP. The best indicator for whether you will survive a tower dive is the HP at the start of the dive, and he didn't have enough there. The chunks from Feng Yue and Jachi have been really, really good. I think they've been playing through the aggressive plays very effectively, and Elk, despite having a stellar last game, as did Air, and I think even mechanically Air has been playing this game rather well, rather than as opposed, besides that 1-2v2. Top esports have been getting just the raw power down. Welcome inside esports. How you doing, folks? Hope you had a good time there.
Power spiking, boys.
We're well into our second series here. Weibo had an insane game one, for those of you who didn't see it. Air support, which we didn't have high expectations for, having a great time with things. We thought they were having another good game, but really, they've just kind of been dunked on by the Yunara.
Yeah, they kind of have, and again, it was looking good, and then Jachi just sort of starts popping off. JJ's here again. He's been in this bot lane his entire game, and now he's getting punished incredibly hard. 369 is here as well, and again, the real clutch factor in that last dive was 369 turned up, as did Xiaohu, but 369 is an early Aatrox. Xiaohu was a fated ashes as Shinzao Victor, that's the name of the champion.
Yeah.
Good grief. And it's just difference in damage output.
Yeah, and honestly, Jachi taking over this game now. For those of you who have not been following top esports, Jackie is taking a break for this split. The rumor is he's back next one. So they picked up Jachi, who is a guy who spent a lot of time on RNG in their final waning days, and he's still impressed. I have to say, Jachi has probably been the best part of this top esports roster, to the point where now if Jackie does come back, I need to see Jachi on a team. Jachi Love, the heir to the LPL AD carry throne, perhaps. Maybe. We'll see. He's up against Elk. Elk had a very good game one, as we were just saying. Jachi struggled a little bit in that one. In fact, we were saying just before this game, Elk may have been, over this week, maybe not week one, but maybe over week two, perhaps the best AD carry in the world. Now, that has added in some caveats with the fact that Weibo, probably not a great team, and yet he's still putting out like 18 kill Kai'Sa performances. It adds in some extra difficulty there. 369 jumped on the bot side. I don't know if they have the damage for this.
Oh, it's going to get a bit tight, I have to admit. See if they can actually pull it
Xiaohu's
off.
died on the top side. 369, he's run out of world ender, but here comes Naya. I think they can win this in the 2v2.
They absolutely can. It's pretty damn tight. They're going to turn that around with the Crescent Guard. That makes things a bit trickier.
Okay, we'll make it out fine. You can continue again, Shinsam, don't you worry.
It's fine. I was very close. I'm trying to do a very hard.
Yeah, I'm sat here like, dude, there's a fight. Okay, I can play. Don't worry. I'll
trust your play-by-play.
I'll moonlight as the play-by-play as well.
How's the Yuma run going, by the way?
Sam, I can pause. Sam, unlike the games where like your parents like dinner's ready, can you pause the game? Like, I can't.
You can with that one, to be
I
fair.
can't pause this game. Yeah, I can actually pause it. Yeah, I actually had a really lucky roll. I did like a random 10 roll and I got the battery roll. So I am a Tama mode cross enjoyer now, which is like a slightly better version of Gold Ship.
But do they have the character of Gold Ship then?
No, they've got a nice character. It's cool. Hang on, Jeja has just flag drive forward. That is probably Atlanta's gonna have to save them. You won't be able to get that top scuttle though.
5,500 gold ahead, by the way, just casually. They're also at Soul Point. Like, top people are in a very, very good position in this game. And again, a lot of that is out of the fact that Cream is now 3-0. Jachi is now 4-3. This is a great spot. And again, you've got the Lulu behind you. And for all we said, look, the backline access from Top Esports isn't that great. We've actually seen, though, that basically the extended fights with the Yunara, Shinzao, Aatrox, with the Lulu empowering them, has been really hard for Weibo Gaming to manage. Which we did have that conversation about saying, you know, actually, how much does the Lulu improve those bruises in this game?
I think in this case, it's not even about the bruises, it's about the Yunara, because Yunara just walks forwards and does a ton of damage. Took us over the wall there. I guess he was looking maybe for a flash ult angle, which actually doesn't have flash himself right now. Gold tends to be the salve for all wounds, Sam. Enough gold tends to help, and now you can get some more there. Zika might have to ult out of this place. Hop back from that distance.
I think he's having a bad time. Does try and ult, gets immediately interrupted by Nayo. He's now turned into a little snowman. There's a lantern that he does manage to click on, despite the ward coming down.
Yeah, you actually can't click it when your polymorph was silenced. There was potentially a threat there. Once again, just look at the damage. The front line goes, they can't fight anything, and they dodge away from the ult, which was meant for wave clear.
Not having the easiest time on this. Aphelios now has gone for big ults and has missed 2 or 3. In fact, we've seen a few Aphelios over the last couple of days not quite land ults. People have dodged away from them. Nice idea with the death sentence there. And instead going to go towards the mid lane. Nice driving strategies there from now, which helped Cream pick up this tier 2. At the very least, Xiaohu picks up a tier 1 top side. That's Weibo's first turret of the game compared to the 5 that Top Esports are currently sporting.
Hang on, there's potential of a lantern into a bit of a dunk here, actually. Cream just uses E. The rest of the team's rallying around. I have flashes. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, looking for it. Unfortunately, he will now die. Thresh problems.
Yeah, this is why I was kind of wondering whether they should have gone for the Nautilus. I just don't... Look, when you're against the Jarvan as an Aphelios, you kind of need the Aphelios. I get it, because you need to get out of the Cataclysm, get yourself to safety. I think the Nautilus would have been far more consistent in this game, and I think they're struggling now to land that engage and that massive disruption. Jeja, he'll be able to flag drag over, I think. Waiting for cooldowns, 1 second.
Yeah, does get out. Will be forced to burn some of his HP bar. Top Esports with a 73% chance to win, which I think is quite reasonable at this game state. I guess now the problem is for Weibo.
He doesn't have phase rush. He's dead, actually, by the way.
The gravity field is probably
okay. All right. Okay. I for some reason I thought he would. I thought okay with the tenacity from the Starax, no phase rush. I thought that was actually a kill angle, but then again, you realize, hang on, there is actually no one on his side of the map. He probably doesn't want to stay for like an extra 10 seconds to kill him. He had the damage, just luckily had the brains, which I didn't have that at that moment.
In that moment, that's generous.
Yeah. I think you'll find him a 4-time platinum winner of Umusume Champion Beats, Sam. I did make my way. Somehow I scraped through into Sagittarius Finals too, which I didn't deserve it for this one.
Was Mercury rising at the time?
Well, no. I think my Umas were falling at the time. Sadly, I kind of messed up some stamina calculations, so I only survived like 60% of the time, which, as you'll notice, is not 100%.
That's true.
Which is quite bad. Someone loads in with a Manhattan Cafe, and I'm like, I can just this can be an email now.
Just something about horse names are just so entirely incongruous with anything resembling standard naming practices for anything else in the world.
Do you want to know what my favorite horse name of all time is? Patoo! It's potatoes.
What is happening? I want to hear about Patoo!
You don't want to hear about Patoo?
I kind of do.
Sam, do you know what it is, Sam? Potatoes. Patoo.
It's just O's. No!
It's fantastic. Yeah, anyway, Dragons get Sam. They are going to give over Soul for this. They are seen starting the Baron. They can't even do this. Weibo's game has completely fallen apart. Top Esports have been much better at forcing plays. Their early power spikes have come online, and they've butchered Weibo. I really think Cream's had a great game on the Syndra. Jachi jumping forwards for all those drones. We talk too much about horses. You actually give them props. They've actually been doing very well overcoming what was quite an ambitious early game plan from Weibo.
Yeah, and again, how many times with JJ bot, and the fact that Jachi still comes away with this kind of position is great. And again,
JJ. JJ.
I said JJ, didn't I? Oh, my
Nah,
accent coming on forward.
Sam, I'm just I'm just got my one quota of haha, I can judge. Oh my god.
That will be Luden's Shadowflame.
That would be a very dead Jarvan. Oh my god. Wow. He didn't really get to exist in other stun lands, actually. Just Cream has been popping off here.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing two things here. One, Weibo are still a little bit mercurial and are known on occasion to play every hand they're given and don't really know how to quit. It's a problem with a lot of LPL teams, but Weibo more than most. I will also say that Jachi, player I've been very excited to see more of, hasn't always had the best lanes this year. But when he does get a lead, he can be so good. And I think credit to him for actually got a lot of pressure. Yeah, that's just Aatrox getting to come across. And last game, 369 had very limited impact. This game, he has had quite a lot of it. It's a wild growth. There's an elf that should have tried and spy, but unfortunately Jachi, the man we've just been talking about, goes, yeah, what was that about last game?
Elk really ran them for one in game 1, but really Top Esports coming back to life, very strong in game 2. Every single lane outperforms. There were some ambitious plans from Weibo, but ambition often leads to a bit of folly on the other side of things. Top Esports clearly the better game from them here in game 2.
10,000 gold up, and we will be going to a series decider here. Top Esports return the favor of Weibo in the last game, survive the early onslaught bot lane, and then mash them as the mid game rolls around. The power is unleashed, and Cream is remaining one of the most deadly members on this rift. Kongyue as well on this Lulu, just causing a lot of strife. It's my word of the moment is strife, and unfortunately for Weibo Gaming, they've been experiencing it in the way they were dealing it out the last game. They'll toy with their food a little longer here, but it will change very little in the grand scheme of things as Top Esports secure their 20th kill of the game and bring us to that third and final decider.
Weibo have not beaten Top Esports for about a year and a half. The last time they won was in 2024 summer, and Top Esports are giving them some more issues here in 2026 spring. First game gave us a lot of hope. Very solid game. I think that Weibo, if they get ahead with that jungle support, I think they're a very, very competent team. They got blasted in terms of early power this time. Cream had a great game on the Syndra. Bot lane was where this really came about, though. It was 3 camps from JJ into that gank into the bot side to try and set them ahead. Then the 2v2 went wrong, and they just kept trying to double down on this bot lane, but they didn't have the power to stay there. I think that Elk getting chunked out so much by Jachi meant that they couldn't survive those dives. Yeah. The game fell apart through the bot side.
Yeah. And again, there's something to be said for the fact that, look, I want people to remember how the last series went. That was one where Weibo should have won game 1, didn't quite get it. Top Esports clutched it out. They lost game 2, they won game 2, and then lost game 3. This was, I think it was, in fact, Top Esports' first win of the year. They've been really struggling to that. We were wondering, oh man, they're going to fall apart. And that was the kind of start of things turning around. And for all we see, the height of Weibo, their floor is still a little lower. I actually don't think this game was necessarily bad from them. I actually thought some of those bot lane plays were good. Yeah. It was good knife fighting. I think the problem was it wasn't quite one-sided enough on those bot side plays, and they never really got to the mid game where they should have been stronger. They didn't get the Aphelios to the point of power. The Sire never really got to frontline. The Victor never got to the items. Instead, Top Esports got enough gold to turn things around quite happily.
And I think we saw the downsides of the Thresh. It's not consistent. It's not particularly tanky. And I think in that game, you would have actually preferred having a Nautilus eventually. Now, I actually think that Erha played most of that game very well. Towards the end, when you're missing flash hooks, they're desperation plays anyway. You go for the low percentage play and you hope it works. How else are you going to win that game?
It's a Hail Mary, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I think the problem was they ended up having effectively 3 losing lanes. Effectively. Which I probably didn't call out enough at the time, actually. You know, I saw it eventually. I was like, oh, they're losing the lanes. I thought, okay, the Aphelios Thresh should be competitive enough. I think when bot lane lost, you ended up having the 3 losing lanes, and you just didn't have a point of pressure. I think JJ's early pathing, ambitious, that actually worked out, but the more fights kept happening, you could just see the Top Esports were just brutalizing with a little bit more raw early power.
Yep. Hello, Phoebe, good to see you. Nerds, how dare you say exactly what I am? It's true. I'm actually not even joking. I'm wearing a My Neighbor Totoro shirt right now.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm wearing a plain shirt. Yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Well, that's boring, isn't it?
I can't fly on it though, can I?
That's true.
Yeah.
Jachi ended up doing about 20,000 more damage than Elk.
I mean, in one of our earlier games today, folks, we saw 1xN do 4 times the amount of damage that Henna did on the other side of the rift in the Corki Kaiser matchup. It's not quite that bad, but really, Elk got diffed hard here. Which is kind of crazy, again, because I genuinely believe over most of this week, I think Elk has a strong shot to say best performing AD carry in the world.
And unfortunately, at the moment we say that, he kind of pulls a bit of an Elk, and we have seen this binary nature of this player, right? When he carries, there is no AD carry player in the LPL, possibly the world, that is carrying as hard as Elk. Look at the Kai'Sa games he has been granted, and they have both been unbelievable. 15 kills and 19 kills on Kai'Sa. Like, ridiculous numbers. The problem is when it doesn't go right, it hasn't looked superb, it must be said. And again, the fact that this game we saw a lot of missed ults, we questioned the weapon combos, we questioned the ult choices in terms of what style of ult he's using. Like, that should have been a Severum ult. That Infernum one was not correct. That is a bit problematic. I honestly thought that they got away with this 2-for-none bot side. This might be the turning point, but it really wasn't. And Elk really struggled in the end to get a lot of value here. Here's the one we're talking about. Just make this a Severum ult and we can play this.
Yeah, I think he was looking for more damage, and then he gets tagged by the Shin's W, and at that point, he just doesn't have the HP. I think
he misses it.
And he misses the ult anyway. I don't know whether he still collects with a single chakram. I saw something falling down. Either way, it didn't have the value which he wanted. Losing out on the chunks versus the Yunara is just very, very hard to come back from. We've seen a lot of the Yunara Lulu kind of do this. Super and LEC is one of the best players of doing this, where, like, you just get the Lulu move speed and attack speed. You get like a couple of auto attacks with your ult, and you've already done enough value to just chunk them out. And then particularly with Fiend Hunter bolts giving you like really low ult cooldown anyway, you can just do it again, like not too far in the future. Elk had a very difficult game.
Yes,
seen enough. Give me Tien and Split 2, and Jackalev can stay as a sub. The thing is, like, so there was a question earlier, you know, would you keep... Oh my god, that execute. Would you keep Jachi or Jackalev? I think you have to take Jackalev. I mean, he is a much better laner than Jachi. I think that Jachi is a very good player, but Jackalev, you can kind of always depend on him to have huge laning power in a way that Jachi doesn't quite have that at the moment. What I would like to see is actually Jachi go to either IG. Yeah, I think IG is probably the place I want to see him. Or outside option, maybe Jachi to anyone's legend.
Ooh,
maybe Jachi, because while I think, look, I think Hope is pretty good regionally. I think we've seen his ceiling, and it doesn't show up internationally, and that's a huge problem for them. I think that Jachi should be. Jachi and 1xN right now, huge, huge prospects. I think that Leave has actually started to go lower down my tier list. Starry, I think, has fallen off the radar now, sadly, for himself as well. But Jachi and 1xN, these guys should really be the next big thing, really. They should be. I am actually going to get... Hang on, let's play the game. It is Jachi, good stuff for him. Cool. So he got a ton of nice stats. I'm going to go get myself coffee, Sam. So I'm going to leave you with the stream. And again, folks, Sam and I, we're brothers. We cast LPL. We've done this for like 2 years almost at this point. We love doing it. However, we're not paid to do this. There is also no official LPL broadcast anymore. So if you like what you're hearing here, what you're seeing here, think about dropping a like, a follow, regardless of whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube or whatever. Follow our socials. And if you can, think about dropping a subscribe or donating to the Ko-fi. We only get to do this because people like yourselves watch, they stick around, they enjoy our content, and they support us. Now, we actually have had some really generous supporters over the last month, folks. We've had really good numbers as well. We actually have some hope that we can make this into something self-sufficient, which I wasn't sure about at the start of the year, actually. This was getting towards that feeling where I was thinking maybe this is not sustainable. We're getting to the point where I actually think we might be able to keep doing this, which is not something which I would have considered before. You know, we've got some talks with a couple of sponsors. But yes, if you'd like to support us and help us be a little bit more assured in that, please think about sticking around. And
please love us.
Also, one of the best things you can do, by the way, is that if there are like clips that you see which you really enjoy, a couple of people do post them to stuff like Twitter or to Reddit. That actually makes a huge difference to us, because that's probably the best ways to get eyes on our product outside of like random raids like we had earlier. Thank you again to the folks from Power Spike. But yeah, those kind of things mean an awful lot to us. But even if you don't feel like you can do that, it's again completely fine. Just spending your time here with us does make a lot of difference.
Can you bring beer here? You absolutely can bring beer here. This is great beer. This is great beer options. For the record, whatever your drink of choice, that's fine, as long as you're doing it responsibly. I have no issue. I enjoy a beer on occasion. It's a good thing to watch with your sports, be they video game or otherwise. You enjoy your beer, especially at the right time of day. I won't recommend a breakfast beer. Like that's not the vibe on a Tuesday morning. Like I will offer a slight eyebrow raise at that one. Beer has vitamins, correct? Okay, actually, you know what? Has anyone asked for... Someone asked for a fun fact. There isn't a redeem on a fun fact, and I have a fun fact for you regarding beer specifically, if you want it. Someone needs to... I'm not going to put it out there, though, because I need to save these fun facts. So someone needs to redeem a fun fact. If I get multiple redeemed, it's going to be the same one for that redeem. I'm just putting that out there. But that's just the way it is. Do enjoy my Guinness myself from time to time. I've been to the Guinness factory, actually. Went there for my friend's bachelor party. Or bachelor thing. We took him away to Ireland. It was a great time. He had no idea what was going on. We said, bring your passport. Took him on a train. It was a great time. All right. 2 people have asked for it. Spirits Maker. That's incredibly appropriate, considering it's British Pirates as well, I see. Right. So here is the fun fact regarding beer. So, do you guys know the kind of beer called porter? It's a dark beer, very heavy. It tends to be like 8 to 9%. The reason it is called a porter is because basically it was a replacement for breakfast and lunch. It basically was liquid bread, effectively, and it was used to give porters who were carrying luggage and shipping from canals and from ports the energy they needed to get through the day. And the idea was, in place of meals, they'd just be given this porter, this beer, because it is that rich. And the idea was also that little bit of alcohol will keep you up, will keep you ameliorated throughout the day, and also because water just wasn't all that clean. So it's a way of dealing with things as well. So quite literally, porter was liquid lunch. That was the idea. It was your replacement for food. So if you go and look up the origins of porters, that's why it's called what it's called. It's because it used to be used to keep porters rolling at the docks and stuff. I feel sick as a dog. Feels nice to have the Hapgood brothers to keep me company. Hell yeah, we got you, bro. Oh my god, fine, I'll go get one out the fridge. I feel like I'm encouraging bad habits here. I love a chocolate porter. Yeah, true. Plum porter's my go-to. Plum porter is phenomenal. There is also a marshmallow porter that I think is it Tiny Rebels do? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever tried in my life. As a side note, please feel free. This is an encouragement to drink. If you don't want to drink, don't do it. Thank you very much, Shamrock. I appreciate you giving that gift sub out. That's very kind of you. Again, Alex doesn't drink, and very reasonably so. So again, I want to make it clear. Enjoy as you choose. Don't judge others for enjoying how they choose. There we go. Important to doing. Tiny Rebel's good, man, and culture. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I used to live in Japan, so I used to live next to a load of really cool breweries out there as well. So always a big fan of like the local Asahi stuff. Also used to live next to a phenomenal whiskey bar in Yokohama. So if anybody has played Yakuza 7 / Like a Dragon, the part of Yokohama you run around is a part of Yokohama I know really, really well. And there's a couple bars there in real life that are absolutely incredible. Go to the Wyvern, go to the Full Monty. You won't regret it. Anyone who does go to Japan, let me give you the heads up, and I'll make sure you go to the right places. In fact, I need to go. So actually, Melvin is all over on the LPL English. Was asking for some advice when they go out, so I'll be offering them some advice when they go. Nearly back in here. Tiny Rebels is good. You're a man of culture. It's true. I am. Actually, we just answered that question. What am I doing? I realized I'm calling you Sailor Phoebe earlier. Sailor Phobos makes a lot more sense relative to the name it's from. I'm sorry, Phobos. Is that one of the moons of... Is that Mars? Moons of Mars? Mars, yes, exactly. So is this just like a cool Sailor Mars thing that you are? Thing that you are feels really, really demeaning. I'm sorry about that. There's got to be better ways of phrasing that. Sad story. Oh. Well, if you want to talk about it, feel free to. If you don't want to, that's also fine. I was forced to change my name. Oh, no. They wouldn't let you have Sailor Mars? Really? What? What's wrong with Sailor Mars? Oh, that's tragic. Well, Sailor Phobos is cool anyway. Oh. Well, you know what? At that point... At that point, maybe... ads, yeah, sorry. We're going to get through a few before the game. We are obligated to get through as many ads as we can to ensure we don't get them in-game, basically. And also because we've got to get a certain amount of ads in for ad revenue. And Phobos and Deimos is... So Phobos is... Oh, what's that in the literature? Deimos is not a god. Deimos is like... It's like anxiety / fear of the end. It's like a personification of a force rather than an actual like god, isn't it? What is Deimos again? Because it's not an actual deity. It's more of a like an articulation on fear, if I remember correctly. Both sons of Ares. Oh, that's what it is. Sorry, Phobos is fear. Both sons of Ares. There you go. Appreciate that context. Phobos and Deimos are two moons and moons, at least for the next 50 years. That 50 billion years, and then Deimos is going to get destroyed. Right. There's some... It's on a destructive orbit, is it? Deimos is another word for fear. Right. I'm Greek. Ah, that makes sense. There you go. I'm gonna say it's unusual because actually a lot of the celestial bodies are named in the Latin, right? But for whatever reason, Deimos and Phobos retain their Greek names, which I'm not complaining about. I know most of the gods, the Greek gods anyway, that kind of Hellenistic pantheon via their Greek names over their Roman ones. But again, I was a Greek mythology kid. I'd read a lot of Percy Jackson. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I grew up reading, one of the books that got me into reading. That and Age of Mythology. The game Age of Mythology is why I am, in fact, a big Greek mythology nerd. That and some Greek mythology books. I had some really cool, like, kids' Greek mythology books. There you go. Then I studied a lot more Latin texts at uni. So I did Virgil. I did Ovid. Ars Armatorium is just phenomenal. The fact that a man got kicked out of Rome for writing a book on how to pick up women on the streets of Rome and handed it to the Emperor Augustus is just incredible. Like the fact that he got kicked out of Rome for basically writing a pickup book, and the Emperor went, "What the hell have you done? This was supposed to be about glorifying me." Fabulous. Right, time to change the music and get into draft. 1 second. And over we go for our third and final game of this series. Right, locked in for Weibo first. We've got ourselves Poppy. Interesting. Has returned to the ban table. Been quite regularly banned over here alongside the Malphite and the Aurora. The Jace, the Nico, the Varus through, of course, we have already lost. Rumble, we've already lost. The Orianna, two big bans that would normally be up there. Misfortune, a potential response. Early to lock that, but there's the Wukong as well. Big AoE. DPS and Jachi has had some fantastic games on the Misfortune to help turn around tricky game states. In fact, I think he did one against Weibo, if I remember correctly. You'll have to forgive me on that one. Oh, if you ever get the joy of going to Pompeii, by the way, there are some fantastic bits of graffiti with basically people going like, "Yep, giving up on women because I had this incredible experience with a man." It's just literally there in Latin on a wall somewhere. It's like, that's... You think it's all serious text? No, it's not. No, it's not. There's people talking about love, sex, and death all over the place. Very normal people. It's great. The response from Weibo, though, they're locking the Rise. This, alongside the Kiana, is exactly what we saw a lot of when Kiana saw her Rise in the LPL last year. Basically because Rise makes Kiana getting rolling so much easier. The Rune Prism allows you to pair it up with an Ice Blade from the river and really, really threaten people. If they're around the tower, you can jump them straight into a supreme display of talent. If they're not, you can still get a lot of damage before they get there. It's very, very scary. Renekton for Zucker as well gives you a lot of lane priority top. There's the Rel. AoE death from top esports. Bit more pick and burst from Weibo Gaming to help set that Kiana up for some dangerous combos. I think if they can get some lane priority elsewhere, they can look to play around that potential snowball of that Kiana as a win condition.
Wo ist dein Kennen ban? Kennen needs to be banned. You need to get that away from 369. It's just too good into the Renekton. You've got a really good top side from Weibo, you know. That's really, really good. Okay, Lucian banned away from Elk. I suppose you're trying to ban away stuff with sort of lane pressure. Yeah. Well, there's no Varus, no Yunara. I guess you can... No, Corki's been played too, so that's gone. Yeah, I guess you're gonna have to dig a bit deeper. I guess you could Ashe if you really wanted to, but you could also look towards something a little bit different. I mean, hell, you know, best matchup into Misfortune is probably something like Draven. Draven's actually one of the best
And Elk
matchups.
is a big Draven player. We were having this discussion off stream a day or two ago, and I went, you know what? I am surprised we aren't seeing more kill lane spot, your Dravens, your Kallistas, because it's much harder to escape the 2v2 at the minute. Because of the way role quests are working, you want to be in lane, and if you're obligated to lane against a Draven, it can be tough, especially at pro level, where the way you dealt with it was just go screw it, I'm role swapping, or lane swapping rather.
Cassiopeia banned away from Cream. The Kennen is available for top esports if they want to go to it. That would be pretty good for the Wombo combo.
Yeah.
Kennen can be a bit risky versus Kiana, who can just randomly one-shot you, but I think on the whole, I mean, 369 destroyed them in the game 3 with it last time.
And I'll also point out, it would potentially allow you to go for a Yone for Cream if you wanted to take that kind of pocket pick there, because you get the AP threat then from the top lane.
They go for the Gnar, and I have to say, stuff like the Yone in the mid lane quite poor into the riser points and can really struggle versus Renekton. Actually, in fact, when Yone was super powerful on release, Renekton was the one champion that could actually really deal with him, interestingly. Jhin, that's also a good pick too. Elk is probably the best Jhin player in the LPL right now.
Agreed. Not really close.
One of the best in the world. I think Jhin Nautilus is a very solid lane hit. You have a ton of point and click, you have a ton of upfront damage, and because top esports don't have a tank in the top side, you feel pretty happy with Jhin being a little bit easier to kill those tanks. Typically, I've liked seeing Jhin with double AP solo laners to disincentivize building armor. You do have Kiana and Renekton in terms of those big physical damage threats, so it's a little easier for top esports to go into Ninja Tabi and the like of that, but I still think the Jhin's fine here.
Yeah, they're debating it. Clearly, they've thought this through and gone, actually, maybe that could be an issue themselves, and they are going to go for the Ashe that you mentioned earlier on. Good read.
And now there's an interesting thing of, okay, so top esports have an interesting decision to make in terms of boots they're building. You want to build Tabi into triple auto-attack physical damage sources, but you also really need Merc Treads versus Ryze and Ashe, but they don't work against Nautilus either, so you actually have quite difficult boots choices from top esports here. Likely to be the Talia hits fine into the Ryze and it combos up well. It is Cream though. That's not a bad way to steal an Ashe arrow, is it?
Realm Warp's good to steal. Ashe Arrow, Depth Charge, I'm there with you. Some really nasty picks, CC. I think the Silas, look, Cream has always been a melee specialist. We've talked about it a lot. The Akali, the Yone that we said, look, he has had it banned against him a few times, hasn't really played it that much. The Silas. All of these things are special picks. When we saw Cream on them earlier in the split, it was such a breath of fresh air. He's very good, potent on those champions. It's nice to see when he can find the angle for them.
Yeah, he really is returning home when he goes melee. You know, he did have that one awful Akali game versus Knight earlier, but at end of the day, what's up, Sam?
No, it was just the Knight Akali.
The
one.
Cream,
Yeah, that was rather
no, it was Cream Akali into Knight. Yeah, whose draft do I like more?
They're both okay, you know.
Top lane's even, mid lane contests, bot lane bit of a contest. This is a pretty even draft, actually. I think I'm gonna give it to Weibo because of the X factor of the Realm Warp and then just the ease of access of just slamming that first target. I think Weibo have looked very good when they're able to get onto the same screen very quickly as each other. And while I think that the lane pressure from top esports will cause them issues, I think on the whole, slightly Weibo favor, but not enough. Look, folks, this game isn't going to be determined by draft. This one's going to be determined by laning strength, the first couple of skirmishes, and who gets ahead. This isn't on draft as much as many other games.
This is down to execution, as they say. Don't know how simple that will be to execute, of course. Do their best, because again, the AoE is pretty damn good on the other side. If you can get a Misfortuno and a Cyclone and a Rel Magnet Storm all at once, it can still be pretty damn deadly. To the Rift we go, Giles for our last game of this series. Level 1 from Niall. He does love these early moves, and the Kiana at level 1 is not super great.
Weibo hasn't put down any defensive wards. That's really not helping them. There's a defensive ward from top esports to spot. There's no Raptor invade on the other side. This is a good invade. Bot side fighting pretty hard, but Weibo need information really quickly. They're gonna spot him now. He can even smite this.
Yeah, this gets down to a smite fight. It's won by Cheer. That makes things a bit more interesting. Now he's got the red buff, gets the grass blade and slides the other direction.
So Raptor's stolen. And it's secure though. That red buff's flash in.
Over them. Crash down. Up is Jachi in an awful spot. He's now going to have to flash himself. Really nice from Era.
I think Jachi had to flash early there. If he didn't, I think if he flashes early, at least save some HP. Big mistake there from Jachi, and a great laning play from Air, who I think, on the whole, is still having a pretty good series mechanically, if nothing else. Oh, no, even though his no, that's actually really harsh. He's having a good series, folks, despite the loss in Game 2. That's the way that I want to phrase it, but I don't... he's like flashing over. They can maybe kill... Remember, there's no flash on Jachi now.
Yeah, they're just going to try and jump on him. They get the kill. Flash away. Elk takes a turret aggro. Really good from Weibo's bot lane.
I'm surprised that Elk is the one... Well, no, I thought that they might go for the safe lane. Hang on, flashing over!
Shattering Strike makes that at least one back. Not bad from Foggy.
And because the barrier doesn't work again, oh my god, because of the, hang on, he can maybe get a kill back to the shields.
The shield, the Shattering Strike.
Oh, fuck away! He just 1v2s the bot lane. What he does there for both those kills is delete the shields with the Shattering Strike. Elk presses the barrier, he reacts in time, but then forgets that Rel just deletes shields. 2 kills for the Rel after Air is the one that blows open the lane. It's a massive slapback from top esports support. Going into the jungle now, Jet trying to contest and take away a buff of his own. Elk's back in lane. See that 369 pushing up in the top side. We have fireworks already all over the map. We're saying that realistically, it's not really about draft. It's much more about, you know, the skirmishes, the early laning power. Weibo, I thought, managed to get away with it. Oh, Jet just trying to get the smite, but he missmites it by 100 HP. He loses the red buff there. Won't be able to complete it because Fungi Wave moves over and stops him from completing it.
Again, another early game that has been very, very volatile. It looked great for Elkanera, and then Fungi Wave just kind of makes life a bit tricky.
Now, it is worth saying, you know, none of that gold went to Jachi. Also, the wave is pushing into Elkanera, so they're very happy with that as well. On the whole, Weibo are still okay with this bot lane state. It should have been more strong. It should have basically been game over. Now it just ends up being, yeah, not as fantastic. I think Elk should have barriered the tower shot with that in mind, actually. I think you barrier this and you have enough HP. Leaving it to chance like that, that is just disrespecting Fungi stuff that steps in front of you. Now when you barrier, your shield gets deleted. You don't do it in time for that damage. Press the barrier and it gets deleted. Rel deletes shields. People forget this and it leads to his death.
It does. And again, the other thing is Rel always, people remember the crash types, it's the faster ability, but the mount up with the flip back is actually often the strongest CC.
Yeah, that is the fastest CC. That's the one where, like, if you get into melee range, as soon as the animation starts, it's happening, man. Used to be very good into stuff like the Callista, because you can't hop away from it. Things like that. Still control over towards Elkanera. Jachi is not feeling good about this. Fungi is feeling good about this. You know, he goes back for a Kindle gem first, which is a great first component to have. Jachi sat there going like, well, where's my gold? Where's my cut of the pay, you know?
Like, why am I not involved? Why do you have the Keyblade?
Why isn't my name on the lease? Great question. Scream jumping towards Xiaohu. Xiaohu Rise is one of his better champions of all time, by the way. Back in, like, you know, the season 6, 7s. Oh my god, I said it again. Anyway, way back in the day, Xiaohu used to be very, very good at this champion. Yeah, need to. Honestly, I shouldn't have. I should have just let it sit there. Because I think the funnier thing is saying it and then just like being like, what's so funny? You know, like, what does that mean?
I think you can go 8 or 9 different ways with it.
Exactly.
4 or 5.
You know, that actually reminds me of one of my favorite. Does anyone? I guess in chat, do you guys know Would I Lie to You? It's the British panel, British comedy like panel show, and they got one of like the longtime panelists' wife to come on.
Yes,
Basically the whole idea is that someone gives you a prompt and basically it's either true or false, and you have to pass it off as kind of like you have to make sure the other team guesses wrong. And there was something like, my wife doesn't know this, but I like when I get annoyed, I change her bookmarks in her books. Hang on, potential jump towards mid lane. Fungi doesn't have flash. Anyway, it's fine now. But basically, it's like David Mitchell was like, oh yeah. She was like, oh, how many books do you read at once? Oh, somewhere between 6 and 7. And David Mitchell's like, oh, I think it's anywhere between like 5 and 9. Or 5 and 8, something like that. Oh god. Anyway, go watch that. It's a great show. People should watch that. Wave is bouncing back into Elk again. Very happy with that. And now the problem is the wave is on the bounce back. While Xiaohu has Realm Warps, it's really hard to walk up to contest that wave. JJ in the bot side. Again, just that threat of Rise walking into the play is really dangerous to top esports now. Weibo were much better in game 1 are walking across the map and getting to the play first. Now they're actually out of lane. They can do that again. Look at this. Here's the Realm Orb, the X Factor. They're jumping onto Jachi.
Good read and wonderful. Root comes on forwards. Can't secure more than the cleanse and the heal. But you know what? You take that for the Realm Warp play. Didn't have to load that much more inside the row. Tries to flash as well. No, and Cream's roam down.
Yeah, Cream's coming down, and he has that first hijack of the game to throw towards them. Question chat, top esports have lost 4 times. Yeah, they're in Group Ascent. They're great teams up here. You know, there are teams like BLG, Annuals Legend, JDG. Top esports have been struggling in Group Ascent.
Alas, I fear it may be a hate watch who's hoping for the losses. And you know what? There is a phenomenal advert that never really saw the light of day for the Rugby Six Nations Cup,
which is a European Six Nations tournament in Northern Hemisphere.
And basically, you got all the fans from Wales, Ireland, France, all going England, Scotland, of course,
Italy.
Yeah, I just said some of them. I didn't have to go through all. Yes, that's the whole of the Six Nations, guys. Yes. And then it cuts to this text going, it doesn't matter who you want to win. It matters who you want to lose. And there is just something about...
Yeah, there's something about that, yeah. Because it's basically everyone saying England, and then it cuts to some England supporters going like, oh, France, oh, Wales, Scotland. And then basically just comes up with like, who do you want to lose? Turns out having a great enemy is a great way to form like a united front. Six Nations is one of my favorite. It probably is my favorite sporting competition. I think it's the one which I grew up watching the most.
We were very lucky to have gone to a number of games in it as kids as well. It was a great time.
Yeah, Millennium Stadium. You know, my probably rugby claim, the part of history which I saw, but I saw a couple of Grand Slam matches which are really cool, but I also saw the Neath Swansea Ospreys beat Australia 9 points to 6.
That's crazy, actually.
It's really, so there's a lot of drama with that right now, because the owners of a couple of Welsh teams now they own multiple teams. There's a chance that one of them gets shut down and Ospreys might be on the cutting block. Very sad time like this. Potential jump up here if they get the stun. Judges in top river. Zucker misses really anything you can throw at him though.
And that means 369 gets to keep chunking away at that lane way, but with the early gold lead, it's worth noting. Only minor, 600 gold is decent. They're not leading to anything else. Bot side, Jachi's having a bad time. He's been left alone. It's happened once or twice before old Jachi gets the bullet time, flashes away. He's doing a decent job of buying some space. Will get the 1-for-1. Elk now forced to take some turret shots. The minion aggro. The barrier should buy some time all the while, and the rest of it. JJ's in danger. Goes into the grass blade. Where does he run? He knows he's got nowhere to go. Tries to audacity through, and top esports punish on the other side of the map while Jachi goes 1-for-1.
Yeah, Jet not strong enough to be taking those kind of fights. As soon as you lose the Dominus, you have to leave that top side alone. I think it's a huge mistake after Zucker misses the play onto 369 to try and make that play around the grubs. You have to just leave well alone. 369 and Nio go down towards those grubs, and they get the better of the early game. That slight early gold lead we saw has now fallen apart. It was a smite for the grubs. You go into that cyclone, but Zucker doesn't have it. Uses the power stun against the clone. Power stun to stun, and he doesn't have the dominance. Big mistakes by Zucker, who, you know, I think for week 1, I think he was the best top player in the LPL. This guy was really, really good in his first few series, kind of reliving those 2023 days where he was such a high prospect coming out of IG towards LNG. He's still been very good. I just think that he's starting to miss more plays than he's hitting now in this game.
That he does, and of course, at least Jachi gets something in the bot side, but again, he did drop a couple ways, but I think it's just frustrating again that no play that Weibo's made over the last couple of games has felt clean, really.
Yeah, first, hang on, here's the Realm Mob. This might help him a little bit more. No summoners on Jachi.
Nio is coming down, because yeah, it's dead, right, I'm just going to take it.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a flash from Fongyu. I don't think you should use it. You should probably just die here in peace. Another Realm Warp. We were talking about, hey, well, you know, what sets these drafts apart? For me, the X factor of that Realm Warp does become such a huge factor. Xiaohu's now used 2 of them bot lane, I think. And the first one didn't lead to much, and this one certainly does. Dragon started by Weibo.
And again, JJ then gets a kill, which is necessary on the Kiana. You want to get as much gold as you can early because you want that Profane Hydra as fast as you can. And we're going to fight over this. Nio's just blast coned in, overcomes Cream. It'll be a snipe fight. Is won this time around by this side of the double. It's just supremacy everywhere. The talent, though, it's perhaps a little bit more up in the air, but Elk is getting the free fire. Decent healing from Cream, but he cannot bring down the Kiana, who comes away with the double. Now 3-1. And a nice attempt at a contest, but that was still a 2v4. And Top Esports lose their brains a little bit.
Oh my god, okay, alright. Weibo coming out to fire. They get that gold lead back. Again, Elk uses his ult as part of that too. Jachi does have bullet time if he wants to chuck it at Elk. Should the need arise. I mean, there's potential of a dive there, actually, if Nautilus doesn't get there in time. Will do, though. We'll be safe. Shahu evens up the plates in the mid lane. Oh, you saw the double thing. By the way, the Samoan dance is not called the Hacker. I believe that's the Sippy Tau, Sippy Tau, I believe it is.
I didn't know that.
Because the Hacker is specifically New Zealand, so it's not the same dance. They're both kind of like cultural like war dances, which is really cool. However, I believe that a number of the kind of like Pacific Island nations have like their specific names for it. So they're not called the Hacker. Not all of them are. Obviously, the Hacker is the most famous one, and New Zealand do it in all of their rugby matchups, and it's really, really cool. But they're not all called the same thing. Fun fact for you.
It is a fun fact.
Yeah. 369 eking out a slight advantage through this top side. Nothing huge right now. We have basically a kaiju fight between the Mega Nara and the Renekton, you know. Just tends to be the way that it is. You see that, I think 369 is probably going to get the roll quest a little earlier as well, which will definitely help him stay ahead in terms of that XP. One of the great things which people I don't think quite value enough on the Nara is that the higher level you are, the more range you get in mini Nara form.
Yeah.
So that is based on level. I don't know whether that actually increases up to level 20. Maybe it does. Hang on, jump onto this one here. He does have flash. He should be safe.
Oh, gets hit by the Ice Blade there, and unfortunately there's an arrow coming at him as well, so he's forced to flash. But JJ can just Audacity and Terra Shape forwards, and ensures the death of the Rel.
Bit greedy there from Fungyue. Look, his early lane was good, but I have to say, Fungyue, probably the support I have the most questions of here in the LPL in terms of one which I'm like, okay, I've seen you be good, but it's just not consistent enough. I feel like Fungyue has had these couple of great moments, but he has struggled here in this game. That Rel not being very respectful there.
Yeah.
Goes down, which I think that should have been a clean escape.
Again, he's one of those newer players coming up from LDL, all that kind of stuff as well. And it looks like he reminds me of Era a bit last year before he got dropped. And again, we've seen some good stuff from Era, but again, reminder, Weibo are 2 and 3, have already made some mistakes this game as well. They aren't exactly what you'd call the cleanest or crispest of teams. And again, I feel a little bit bad for Jachi here, who has, yes, had some issues there in that 2v2. That early flash blame was a bit frustrating. We have had some questions about some of the 2v2 fights they opt into, but again, they've done a fantastic job at defending from things like the Realm Warps, or just leaving poor old Misfortune in the 1v2 without that much to say about it.
So Weibo have the lead, and they do have the Realm Warp up again. The Ash Arrow just off cooldown. That's the Viego skin advert. They do throw that at us every so often. It's always a bit of a jump scare. Elk's going towards that Kraken Slayer first. Again, this is quite a good game for the Ashe because there's quite a lot of stuff on your team which kind of you want Merc Treads against, which means that you are less likely to be up against an Tabi, which will really start to invalidate an Ashe's damage, even if the Merc Treads are worse for your engage. What this means is that you can go towards Kraken Slayer Phantom Dancer. This is a build which Elk built a lot in which year was it? I think it was 2023 was when he built a lot of this one.
So Viper doing the same build when they run the Ashe Seraphine as well?
Yeah, so this is not with the Ashe Seraphine, obviously this is with the Ashe Nautilus, but this is more like, so Elk used to do this, oh no, so it's Ruler. Ruler is the guy that popularized this build, I'm sorry, Ruler's the guy that popularized it, where you go for double move speed items, where you go Kraken Slayer and Phantom Dancer, and because of the slow and the double move speed, which were afforded by, 7% from Kraken Slayer and a little bit more, I want to say, from Phantom Dancer too, you end up having just an incredible amount of kite potential, even without running Ghost. And it means that champions like Gnar and Silas can actually be quite outplayable at that point because you can outstep their skill shots in a way that you can't really do if you had something like an Essence Reaver or an Infinity Edge, where while they're better DPS, you don't have the ability to kite, and Ashe is really, really not safe if you end up being very threatened by the enemy engage. Dragging in under a minute now. Vision control being set up by Weibo. I think the vision control of Weibo has been some of the best in the LPL, actually. I think that Air and JJ have done a very good job of establishing that. It's one of the big reasons that they beat JDG. And yes, Weibo are one of only 2 teams to beat JDG so far. And part of it was from that vision control of Air and JJ. I think they actually largely won out in that jungle support battle, which is not what I think a lot of people would expect. Dragging up now in 10 seconds. Now what Top East will try and claim some vision back, but they're a little bit late to the punch. Naya only starting to reclaim that vision now. Weibo could have first move on the play. I think they could set up a Realm Warp. I think that's an overpush from 369 here.
Punch the attempt to come with lines. I don't know whether this one's going to be a fast or not. As 369 is going to try and lead them on a merry chase. The exercise begins, unfortunately, before the television program can begin. Hang on, no way! Just got the kill! Shahu will make it a 1-for-1, but that is an unbelievable turnaround. He was dead to rights. I was writing his eulogy, and he takes one with him. Elk at least gets something back there as well. Makes it a better trade for Weibo. But you know what, 369? hats off to you.
He had the Mega Bar. He had the Mega Bar and outplays. We've seen recently in the last couple of days some Nars misjudge their Mega Gnar, go down before they could use it. Unfortunately, Bin had that just the other day versus JDG. One of those crucial fights. 369 does have it here, and he gets the jungler off the board. Now, what that does mean is that Weibo can't start the dragon on spawn. It delays things a little. However, Weibo still get the extra play. There's still someone outside of that side lane. Xiaohu will use his one Realm Warp for safety, whilst also hitting that bot lane turret. I'm not sure they'll take the... They'll be able to take that turret. The SDR goes down to minions there. And that was a cancelled teleport as you were just eyeing at them. Good catch.
Indeed, it was nice from Zaka, who's now got himself a Stride Breaker. I think in this game, when you've got people like the Wukong and the Silas and all those kind of people, that's pretty good. Missing the dredge line there is problematic, and that means that Elk just got annihilated.
Elk goes way too far up in that mid lane, uses the flash and dies anyway. There is a Dominus for Zuka, and Cream's Silas starts to impact things now. That's a problem for Weibo, because Cream, as we said, look, Top Esports made a mage player out of Cream, but he's always home on the melees. Melees are where this guy finds, well, not where his bread is buttered, but I guess in this case, you don't say bread is creamed, then that sounds really bad. Anyway, melees are something he's really good at. He gets that first kill, 2 Dark Seal stacks, and he's feeling really happy about this. And as we were saying in the draft, good ults to steal. Particularly the Kiana, Ashe, and that Nautilus are really big. Go back to this outplay here. The Mega Gnar bar is just way too high. He gets shoved back into the wall, but Jeje, he needs to back off. Get away from the wall. You've done the damage. It's a big mistake from Jeje to allow that Mega Gnar to come through. Very disrespectful.
Did they lock me silence when I asked for rage? They made a mage out of him, I tell you now, but the silence is pretty good. There's a look at that play bot side again. Elk lands, yeah.
Oh, damn, that actually works. Things that, like, I was kind of going from the other angle and stuff. Oh, man, that's good, Sam. That's good. I like that. You know, at some point, I do want to make, like, because I know it was Monty that used to do the old Disney parodies and stuff, and there was, like, he did, in fact, that song for another parody. I really want to do that at some point.
We still need to do Before I Get Tilted. With
the duality Slipknot thing.
Yeah, a minion is worth more than me. got no flash and I've got no TP.
Oh my god. Before I Get Tilted.
It's so good.
Oh my god, that's good. I like
when
that.
I'm a creep, I'm a minion is also great.
Nah, I have to say, I'm not as high on Radiohead anymore.
That's
Xiaohu has no flash. He does have roll. I think he's just dead.
No TP, as we were talking about. I think he's going to have a bad time there. The Cyclone comes on down. Who are they going to donate the kill to?
Hang on, they throw the Asher up there. That's a little surprising. Surprised to see them commit that. Overpush there from Xiaohu, and this is something that we've known from Xiaohu. He has like 90% of a good game, and then like some of his power plays are very negative. He has, you know, 1 or 2 ints per game. Herald summon top lane. Cream suddenly cutting down a lot of that gold lead. However, Jachi has both summoners, but he might die here.
He clears the wave. He's dead. The depth charge. The supreme display of talent. And what do you do as a misfortune there?
This is why the Nautilus is so good here. You know, even if you build Motreads like on the Silas, you can't do shit about that. Just a full combo comes through. Disgusting amounts of damage.
I know what you think. Right.
Then punch the microphone.
Well, I punched the top shield.
Sam, it is part of the microphone apparatus.
It's true.
Okay, the apparatus.
Yeah,
1.4k ahead now. Jachi has been incredible to watch for Top Esports. However, I have noticed when Jachi is a very snowballing player, as you mentioned before in that last game. If he gets ahead in lane, he is absurdly good. If he falls behind, well, yeah, similar things happen. Prowess of Najim with the parody, I think that's the one. Yeah. Oh man, that was the time. Very good name by the way, Chimerax. Yeah.
Memories.
Yeah, no, funnily enough, I think that probably was it. I could look, if you give me enough time and a pen and paper, I can at least think of enough like vague ideas for this. One thing which the LEC kind of instills into you is just like random, quite flimsy parodies, which you then like you polish the turd and it becomes actually quite good content.
The one I've never been able to find again, because I think they only ever did it as live pre-show parodies at Worlds 2020, Worlds 2014. When was it last in when were the quarterfinals in Wembley Arena?
2015.
2015.
2014 was back when Samsung World
That's
won
right.
in,
Yes, it's
in
2015.
Korea.
That's the one. So it's one. Well, we went to it. We went to 3 of the 4 quarterfinals. It was a great time. And they had this parody on. They had the Rush Hour bot lane one.
Yeah.
The one they had was My Soraka.
Instead of my Sharona.
Yeah. My Soraka,
Okay.
oh my pretty purple
That's
one.
good. I like that. I like that.
And I've never been able to find that again. And I'm fairly certain it was a Riot original one. And they just never showed it anywhere. It's nowhere to be found.
And this is before the era of Dracos. There was someone else cooking them up. I don't know who it was, but yeah, it wasn't quite. Yeah, damn, that was actually before the more like LEC centric ones too. Okay, dragons up in a minute 30. Weibo do have 2 dragons. The gold lead is gone, basically, folks. A lot of it still nucleated in Elf jumping onto JJ. The Kiana is weak.
Oh, she gets over the wall. And she only ends up losing 20% of her HP. Only so weak. The arrow lands, and that time it's not on the clone. Nayo going to try and turn this one around. Into the glass blade goes JJ. Unfortunately, Nayo says, nah, you gonna win this one.
That's awful, Sam. JJ, you know, earlier I said he was weak. What I meant was he's fragile. The Kiana is definitely a target you can blow up. You can see there's just not enough power behind the bullet time yet. Just doesn't have that damage you need. Dragon up in a minute. A lot of ults were just used, and Nayo will be back up and alive for the dragon spawn. So Weibo might have fired their shot a little too early, you know. They get the 1 kill. It's not bad, but I don't think it's going to help them with this dragon. Bullet time will still be down too. Both teams do use some cooldowns. I think Weibo would much prefer to be playing ult to ult, though. I think ult to ult Weibo win. When you have the Supreme Display of Talent, the Crystalline Arrow, and the Depth Charge, it makes their combo much more easy to play. Whereas I think if you look at just basic cooldowns from the Rel, the Wukong, and the Silas, I think. Actually, no. Do I even believe that?
I mean, I'm looking at this.
No, I take that back. I actually think basic cooldowns, particularly because you have Rise Kiana, I think you're still, and of course the Nautilus, like, I think you're actually still pretty fine.
And this is such an odd game to, because again, we've said, feeling really good for Weibo, then for top esports, and we've seen good plays from both sides, and the fact that Cream managed to rescue some mid, the fact 369 is so ahead, that's pretty good news. The problem is on the other side, the Ashe, Nautilus, the Kiana, very dangerous pick.
Ashe Arrow is back up too, that's off cooldown. Nautilus will probably come in the next 15 seconds, just below that as well, but missing onto the wall.
Find it. I'd love it if MF had any damage. Again, they have just made sure that Jaxie's having a tough time this game.
Now, you can't really give a 3rd dragon over. That's too much of a threat now. Into the back, does have Cyclone back up.
Gets stunned. It's 1 by JJ. That's unfortunate. When Lake comes down, Funguade goes go in. The Mega Nara to the wall. They put a balance. Supreme Display of Talent makes it the 1-for-1. Ura, though, is in a bit of a difficult spot. Silas in the backside. A supremely stolen display of talent. And the thievery proves to be a little more dangerous as Nayo ends up with a double.
What a wombo from top esports. They lose the dragon, but they explode into a gold lead, and I think they get Baron off of this. Weibo clump up. They don't check their corners. He finds someone waiting in them. Funguade, insane engage from the support players. Had a very up and down time of things. That one might just close them out the game, though.
Man, it's been a roller coaster of a game. They don't track the flanking rail onto all the carries you could ask for.
Awesome, and it's within range of the bullet time. The cancel comes through, but there's too many threats. You get the Mega Nara in. You have the stolen Supreme Display of Talent if you want to use it. That comes out later, closing out the 2 remaining kills. The vision control, which has often been Weibo's best ally, was a little flimsy there at one of the most important points in the game.
And again, the follow-up from the solo lanes afterwards was fantastic. That Mega Nara into the wall. Then everyone escapes. Then Silas, Creed, Flash into the abscond of Duck with the stolen Supreme Display of Talent. It's just so well done. And again, that wombo combo of top esports when they've got the right ults aligned, a Mega Nara and a stolen Supreme Display of Talent is pretty damn dangerous. Again, it's not done yet. You still got Soul Point for Weibo. You've still not unbeatably far ahead for top esports, but it's making this game a bit of a question mark.
I miss renaming. We used to have a habit, folks, of renaming Silas' stolen ults because it was just more funny to name it that way. My favorite one is so you have Call of the Forgery God, where you steal Ornn's ult. That's one of my favorites. However, my very favorite one is when Silas steals Ivern ult. It's Peach, because your ultimate is in another castle. No, it's no longer Daisy. That's my favorite one. Yeah, and then, I don't know, someone had the Chemtech suggestion for Camille ult. That was Harold. Harold named that one.
That's a good one.
That was good. Depth Charge, I haven't figured enough for that one yet. Maybe the Torpedo. We'll figure it out. He has it right now, and it is a really nasty AP scaling one. The Gold Lead from top esports is starting to get very problematic here too. Weibo might have lost their ability to fight.
Maybe a surface-to-air missile.
Maybe. Sam, very typical, very topical there. Turret, here comes the stolen North assaults.
Indeed, well maybe there is that supreme display of talent available as well, but it won't matter as there comes Jackie's bullet time and ensures that another member dies. And Fongyue goes down, unfortunately, for the side of Top Esports, so they can't really do all that much to keep him alive.
No, it's a good fight from Weibo. For Top Esports, they take health bars, but they don't take anyone down. It's not a bad route there, especially when you're next to the wall with Jeje nearby. That's not bad from Weibo. Hook onto Chachi, flash of flash. That's a good win for Weibo. That's now a very vulnerable misfortune. What happens if they realm warp?
Can definitely look for something more again. It's not the easiest champion to get a hold of. They're thinking about it as well. They know that she's there. They won't jump her.
It would have happened by then. I think they should have done it. I think that was the time to do it. There's no rel wombo combo. Maybe you go into a cyclone. I think that might have been the time though. Weibo not pulling the trigger. This time showing a bit of discretion, I suppose. But I wonder whether that'll come back to bite them. Weibo. They haven't beaten Top Esports since summer 24. Cream is trying to steal the Ash Arrow. Let's get it. Doesn't quite get in range for the actual play itself, but now he has the Ash Arrow to throw about the map. And this Ash Arrow has an incredible AP scaling. Weibo need to be very, very afraid of their own tools being used against them. And that's Nova pushing topside. They're looking for the fight.
The realm warp out, the TP away, the supreme display of talent is enough to delay.
It is, and it's the arrow that hits Jeje, not Xiaohu, so they don't stop the ultimate. You got to CC the rise. Weibo make it out alive, and the Ash Arrow threat on the other side is now gone.
We've got a minute until Dragon. Reminder, there is a gold lead for Top Esports after that Baron, but the Soul point is still there, and I'm looking at a game where actually the Cloud Soul could be kind of nice for certain members here.
There was another ult I was thinking of, Sam, and I can't remember it. In fact, I made a short video about it.
There was the villain's entrance.
Oh, yeah, that's of course our favorite one. Oh, God, how did I forget about that? The hero's entrance from Galio becomes the villain's entrance. We had a great time. We had a great time about, well, this time last year, maybe a little later, where we had, I think it was FPS we played it. And they had the villain's entrance because like both of them happened at the same time. Wonderful.
Well, see exactly what Plume decides to hijack this time. I suspect it will be a supreme display of thievery. Has been pretty good all of these
I
fights.
prefer supreme display of larceny because it's a full.
Ooh, but larceny's very American, my grand.
Yeah, it's just a cooler word, Sam. It is looking for the hook, maybe. Ults are kind of, well, you don't have the realm warp, but there's some big ults available. Hook misses.
Goes Nio, the Cyclone comes on out. That's a lot of knockups coming on forward, but it looks like they managed to get the Storm Shelter okay. Fongyue comes in with a second one. They weren't checking the weather reports. The Magnet Storm is pretty soon. There's the arrow back, and maybe, just maybe, they got a little deep. Sucker! Absolute monster fight! Calls the Meek and Top Esports turn around. The supreme displays of talent fly everywhere. All the terrain is exploding. But unfortunately for Top Esports, Xiaohu is there with an overload or two, and the electricity grounds itself in Top Esports back.
Weibo placed first in the supreme display of talent contest, and Top Esports will have to settle for silver. Weibo pull out their ultimates, and the Ash Arrow threads its way onto Jachi, which allows Zucker to destroy the backline. The Renekton's kind of been playing a little bit second fiddle to 369 throughout a lot of this game, but it didn't matter in that fight. The stolen ultimate of the Kiana put up against the original is so cool to watch. It is absolute cinema as the Kaiju fight happens at the bottom of the screen. Watch for this Ash Arrow thrown through the middle of it. The front line doesn't tank it. Chachi gets caught, uses the cleanse, but then doesn't have it for the empowered W after. Means that Zucker can go forward for an utterly disgusting one-shot onto the backline before the big ults come through. The ults traded back and forth between the Kiana and the stolen one, and Weibo come out on top.
Look, except no substitutes. The original comes out on top this time around with the assistance of the team. It's Xiao who picks up a lot of that gold as well, which is great news for the Rise. 369, who had done such a good job across these last couple of fights, unable to do the damage at the end of that play. We are back to life. Gold is even, soul for Weibo.
Did you like my supreme display of talent contest?
I had a great enjoyment of that.
Yeah, I've remembered another favorite one. So in fact, I can't believe I forget all these things. Azir Silas, one of my favorite matchups ever.
Yes.
Her. Promise me you won't talk about I promise I won't talk about the 316-man Macedonian 351-man Macedonian phalanx. Me, 3 drinks later, both ults happen. You've got this push of pikes in the mid lane. Wonderful. Macedonian warfare, my favorite.
Can you tell that this man is played a lot of Total War as a kid?
I played so much Total War, oh my god. Every time I get like I defend a siege with like 3 units of phalanxes, and then just like I put them like a little indented thing around the gate, and then it's basically just instant one. Wonderful. Great. I like that combo a lot, Sam.
It was very silly.
Now the problem is, I would love for the stolen Malphite ult to be immovable object, and it is really funny that having the unstoppable force and the immovable object, but it's just not an immovable object. It's like, I feel like that should be it, but you know, it doesn't quite work with actually what he's using.
No, it does not. Weibo Gaming find themselves 300 gold ahead. That's it for this game.
Hang on, no, it looks like they spot him now. Spot him now, okay. That's the Nautilus depth charge. That's great point and click engage. Cream's been using a lot of different ultimates to great
He's been
effect
good.
actually. But Cream Silas has always been impactful. It's one of his best champions. I feel like he's, you know, you look back to his OMG 23 and 22 days, and he was doing similar things. His melees can really pull out some magic. You know, Kali, Yone, Silas. You know, there's a reason why people call him like the LPL Zeka. There's similar things to him.
I feel like AD champion as well. It's not just magic.
Yeah, I think it's look. Obviously, Zeka is Zeka is obviously a world champion, but Cream has his own quality as well. He was fantastic on the Tristana in 2024 when that AD meta came through. We're getting quite tense here now. I mean, the next Ash Arrow, the next big engage could solve the entire series.
It does feel like we are one fight away from a decider. Here comes that hook, the depth charge across a couple.
He's just dead.
He's gone. That's not a bad pickup. Queen misses. It's going to Dr. Lemon. Was that going to backline, causing some threat? Hasn't gotten the kill he was looking for. There is no way to back away. Supreme display of talent deletes Cream. That's unfortunate. Now Top Esports running away. They've only got 2 members remaining. And it's a Realm Warp that tries to get himself out to safety. They get on top of the Meganar. And despite the ult, he cannot escape.
Weibo will clutch out the late game team fights and most likely find their first series win versus Top Esports since 2024 summer. It's been a long time waiting. Kanavi holding them at bay for 2025, but Weibo strike back in the new year of 26.
Oh, both Top Esports versus Weibo matchups have been absolute cinema. Directed by Michael Bay, but cinema all the less. And you'll find themselves with a bit of an IMAX showing this time around. Weibo get their vengeance. 2-1 to them.
Weibo Gaming, always keep you on your toes. The line we reply to them is Weibo Gaming consistently inconsistent. Losing games from random reasons and beating some of our best teams in the league. One of our only 2 teams to beat JDG, who are currently what we consider to be the best team in the league. Get their win against Top Esports, even up the head-to-head there. And Weibo, they're a team which I thought would eventually show some great promise. I thought it would take them a while to do it. Starting to show some really good signs of life. I think particularly the support Erha has shown a lot more than I expected. Given how he was playing last year, I thought that he might be a liability. He was excellent today. I thought he was really, really good. I think that JJ's been on great form. Of course, after leaving Invictus Gaming last year, we were wondering what would happen to his level of form. Would his confidence be rocked? He's been leading this team, really. And I think actually if this jungle support gets ahead, I didn't expect it from this duo, given some of the names that we had in the league. But I think this is one of our best jungle support duos, especially from ahead of the game.
Yeah, and again, what I will say is that this series as well, it felt like we weren't seeing so many of the brain fades that really haunted people like Xiaohu in the last series. This felt like actually around execution in team fights and aggressive moves from both teams and whether you responded to them well, more than anyone else.
On to our last series then after this, we have, sorry, I was in the title, Anyone's Legend versus Invictus Gaming.
Should be a fun one.
That actually should be really fun.
You need to take it off though, go get yourself some break before you're podcasting all day.
That's going to be the last game which I'm going to cast today. Sam will take you through the rest of these solos, so obviously treat him well. But yeah, I'm going to be on Summoning Insight, and then I'm also recording EuroLeague later as well, so I have double podcasts to do, so...
quite a lot, really.
Yeah. I'm going to have to rest up. I've got some VODs I need to catch up on as well. I didn't catch up on all the LCK series, so I'm going to go do that now. Thank you for having me, folks. And I guess we'll chuck on an ad break and let you guys settle in for the rest of the day.
That's the plan. I'll do that just now, guys. We're going to try and get a couple blocks of ads in so we don't get them in game and we get the ad rev.
Just 1 second. Where can we find the Power Spike episode? It was just streamed. I guess it'll come out later. I wasn't on this one. I was a guest on the last one. I'll be back at some point, folks. Don't you worry. I think basically with 4 people, the episode extends quite long, and they want to keep it to under 90 minutes. So 4 person Power Spikes are a little bit harder to do, but I'll be around, and you'll see me again on that show at some point.
Alrighty then, guys. I'm going to run some ads. I'm going to turn the camera off briefly because I'm going to try and squeeze in making myself a bit of lunch before the next series. Cool. And then I will be ready to go, basically. Yeah. So forgive my absence very briefly.
Okay, so in terms of the volumes
and
stuff, -10 when you're...
in-game.
No. The -10 when you're out of game music, and then it's basically the -2-ish when you're in-game.
Oh, so maybe -20.
No, -2. So this is when we're out of game, and you put it up to -2 when you're in game.
Okay, sorry, I'm just doing off the
of course.
No, I know. Sorry, because I'm doing
So
off
it's
the
-10.
No, I know. I was going off the gradients down here. That's what I was.
That is the gradient. That is -10. -10. Oh, sorry. So it's -10 up there then. Yeah.
Yeah, so
-10
yeah.
there and then -2. Yeah. But I basically.
Cool, that's fine. Just was different how we read.
Yeah, I read the number so I can actually. Yeah, basically the same thing, right?
Yeah, not a problem. All right, folks, I shall return shortly. I'm just going to make myself a quick shakshuka because I've got eggs and tomatoes to use, and I shall return in about 5 minutes. I'll leave you guys with the interviews and everything else, and we'll be back very, very shortly. I'll be back very swiftly. Don't stress too much about it. I promise you guys. And we'll turn that off briefly, and we will return.
们的赛后采访，也要恭喜 WBG 获得本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是小虎选手来到我们的赛后采访，先有请他和大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 的中单选手小虎。
欢迎小虎。那今天这一场比赛可谓是组内赛的关键一战了，所以说有惊无险的成功拿下，此刻什么样的感受呢？
因为今天自己状态也就是越来越好了嘛，所以拿下来还是挺开心的。
其实上一轮跟他们的交战呢，我相信你们做了很多的总结，所以你们为了今天这一场的复仇之战做了怎样的一个准备呢
？Top 的话，其实他们前期进攻性和小团战打得都挺好的，包括第3盘热尔那波绕后也差点让我们就是输掉比赛吧，但是今天就是加强了一下团战这部分吧。
能够看得出来，今天有很多很漂亮的团战画面。今天第一局在下路的27分钟，你一波大招捞到4个，配合队友们也是成功的1换4，能不能说说当时的思路是怎样的？
其实首先是今天感觉思路比较清晰吧，然后我觉得有一个不同的点的是上海的桌子会比较宽一点，然后能把显示器推到后边一点，因为我视野比较小，推到后边一点就能看完整个屏幕吧。
跟桌子还有一定的关系哦。那同样的来到了今天的第3局，你也是下路的这一波，大家的团战表现得非常非常的好。28分钟你也是收获了3杀，当时你们是怎么样去沟通这一波团战的，也是完成了救赎？
因为经过上一波团战的失利之后，就是我们觉得不能大家位置都太靠前，要维持好阵型嘛。然后其实那一波一开始阵型拿得不错，后边之所以能更轻松的取胜，是因为兹卡鳄鱼1打3把对面 AD 切了吧，所以就局势比较明朗。
也是夸了夸兹卡选手今天的这个发挥啊。那同样大家也知道呢，今年是小虎选手征战 LPL 的第11个年头了。今天呢，你也在比赛当中完成了 LPL 的7000次助攻的里程碑，并且明天也是小虎选手的生日。那此时此刻，你会对于未来，对于以后有怎么样的新的期待吗？
后边就状态允许的情况下，肯定还是挺喜欢打职业的吧。然后里程碑也只是一个记录吧。
我们会期待一个更好的小虎。同时呢，我看到很多的粉丝朋友们在现场准备了应援，也有很多的祝福的话给到你，我相信你也看到了。在这里要不要回应一下他们呢？
非常因为明天是我的生日嘛，然后感觉大家今天也有特地提前过来，就是给我祝生日快乐的。然后赛前也就是听到了你们的加油祝愿声嘛，然后也非常感动，谢谢大家。
那我们掌声也给到小虎。其实刚刚我们在采访之前，小虎也说，这也是在赛场好像是第一次体验到这么多人一起过生日。那咱们的 LPL 怎么能够错过这个机会呢？我们还给你准备了特别的惊喜，邀请上惊喜团，有请。大家掌声也给到我们所有的队员，同时我们现场所有的人大声祝小虎生日快乐，好不好？来，3、2、1，小虎！谢谢，再一次感谢各位，祝你生日快乐，也恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。我们的采访到此先告一段落，接下来把画面交给解说席。
Who got player of the game? Hey, very good for Xiaohu, right, deservedly so. Have we had the interviews and stuff yet? Happy birthday to Xiaohu. Oh, happy birthday, Xiaohu. And the birthday boy gets the player of the game. That's cool, I didn't know it was his birthday. Happy birthday to him. Happy birthday, Xiaohu, if you ever see this, you're a real one. They brought a cake and stuff. Oh, that's really sweet. That's really sweet. Right, I'm still mid-cooking. However, let me... I think it's probably a reasonable split. I could have seen one for JJ as well.
But the birthday boy gets it, and that is perfectly fine by me. Right, give me but a moment. Do this, and then switch over to Le Spotify, so we don't get that there. What's the word I'm looking for? Copyright strikes. Okay. Alrighty then, guys. I will return again shortly. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Think about that statement. Boop.
Righty then. I've got a shakshuka on the make. I've got a series to go. I'm very excited to be here, folks. Hello, hello, hello. Glad to have you all in here. We all rolling still. Yep, no issues there. No issues over here. Oh, we're looking all right, I think, folks. We're looking all right. A little bit of an interview here. And with that in mind, I will mute Spotify so we can listen on in here. Give me but a moment. So we can... that'll do it. Let me get that up there. That's fantastic.
尤其是今天要跟他们再一度交手嘛，你觉得要战胜 IG 的话，队伍在哪些地方做得更好呢？
就减少我们的游戏失误吧。
好，那期待我们今天的比赛啦。
Well, thanks, Mac. Fortunately, we're in good hands here with Yoda.
我们邀请到的是 IG 的军委选手，先邀请他和大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 辅助军委。
欢迎军委。那这一轮你们要面对上 AL， 你觉得今天的比赛关键点会在哪里呢？
暂时面对 AL 就把他们野辅多掌控他们野辅的位置吧，然后我跟威做好一点。
Anything interesting？
我觉得就很好的能力下来。
同时面对上他们的下路双人组，如果
Thank you for the follows, by the way, from Jurian X McNine.
我感觉今天的关键就在
Sectile and Muk
就是对线能打好一点就可以非常顺利。
那就期待你们的发挥
Mukprona
了。
Sirius. I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce that one. Mukprona Sirius would be the how I think it's pronounced, but I have no idea. Hell yeah, thanks, Yoda. My boy Shanks versus my uncle Rookie. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Have we got any more interviews? Or was it just that one? For anyone who's new in channel, by the way, as well, we are about 15 to 16 followers of 10,200, which would be pretty cool. So anybody who's not followed, please do hit that follow button. In game 1 today, 27 minutes, your Shockwave found 4 people. Working with your team, you managed to convert it into a 1 for 4. Can you tell us a little bit about your thought process there? Huh. Was it Candace interviewing? I wasn't paying enough attention. I think it was Candace. Chaho, first of all, I think my thoughts were more organised, and one major difference is the tables at Shanghai is larger, so I can push the monitor back more and see more of the screen. Oh, that's interesting. So a little bit of like that discomfort stuff. Anyway, here come our intro sequences. Get ready for the gyros at max volume. IG. Not been the easiest time for them getting things rolling. Not been entirely without hope. Certainly, Photix had some tough times. Rookie's not been firing on all cylinders, and Sobro's been an heir to the shy in more ways than one. Anyone's Legend as well have not had the easiest time of it, despite being one of the few teams to retain their entire starting roster from last year, and it was an exceptionally successful starting roster. Again, the most consistent team across the year with impressive results. Tarzan and Kyle still look very, very dangerous. But there's just been some concerns about what happens if they don't get things rolling. Laners haven't been firing particularly successfully. Flundra's had some eyebrow raises of laning phases. He's had some good ones too, don't get me wrong, but it's not been consistent. The white jackets versus the whiter jackets, there is a bit of that going on. Oh, there goes that rocket, good grief. We shall prepare ourselves for jackets. Yeah, but I say mecha, that's a bit of an unfortunate phrase there. Let me push Alex's chair. Push myself this way. I've got more rolly wheels apparently. I will come this way across and prepare myself. That's fine. So, what are we expecting out of this series? Understandably, Anyone's Legends are going to be favoured, but IG have got what it takes to take this series, though it's going to be around what happens with support and jungle. Tarzan and Kyle are the best support jungle duo in the league on paper. It's been a bit mixed. They've not always fired off. When they have been really, really exceptional. It's sometimes been a question about whether they have the firepower behind them to back it up, especially if the early plans aren't there. And again, they don't have Tabe in the back room anymore, offering them those additional insights on how they're going to play out those level 1 early game plans. What is that early jungle pathing? What are those early rotations and moves going to be? But Tabe does often instill into his teams
Grizzly Jackson, 1, 2, 3. Thank you for the follow in capital letters. That's the reason I said it that way. Yeah, I know. Mecha, you, that's an unfortunate spelling. Zanka, again, thank you for the follow. A lot of people are going to look at mid lane here. Shanks v Rookie, rightly so. I think that's a fair place to be looking. I think both of them have needed to step up. Rookie more so than Shanks. But for my money, I think I'd look at jungle. Both in terms of their pairing with support and in terms of their ability to interact with that mid lane. Oh, this is a bit more of that interview, huh? Because we lost a team fight before that, everyone thought we can't push up too far. We need to keep calm and perform well. When the team fight at 28 minutes began, our formation was pretty good, and I think the main reason was because Zerka 1v3 their ADC. Right, that was a really good play, to be fair. Thank you for that translation there, Dark World. I appreciate you translating the birthday boy Shaku from the previous series, but now turn my eyes towards this one in front of us, namely IG versus Anyone's Legend. IG will be on blue side, AL will be on red. AL with first pick, because again, that is divorced from side select these days. Jarvan, Yunara banned. Orianna banned, understandably, by IG. We've got Nico, we've got Rumble still up. Varus likely to get through as well, one of those three. The Nico and the Rumble are probably the two big threats we've yet to see taken off the board. Are we trading? Are we locking them in? I feel like I might be missing a champion here off the top of my brain. LeBlanc away from Rookie. Okay. So we are going to have, at the very least, one of Rumble or Nico available. I think at this point, IG have to don't ban one and just ensure that you can get a response of one or the other. We won't be able to Jarvan and Rumble. So they'll ban the Varus. So now do you want the Rumble or the Nico? I think if you take the Nico, you can look to Rumble Vi here. Wei is a big Vi player. So I think Rumble Vi probably feels pretty good. Let me go check out. I want to look at the player here. This should be the Rumble Vi would be my assumption. Give me Wei. I need to just check out his numbers on Vi because I think it might be his most played champion. All time. Vi is his third most, but it's very closely tied. It's one behind his most played. So there you go. Certainly his highest win rate up at level champion alongside the Wukong. Instead, the Ashe. Ashe has just suddenly turned up this week, hasn't it? Seraphine to go with it. It's been a thing that's definitely worked. Something that's definitely been working with the Ashe. We know that combination basically because Ashe provides a slay. It means that the beat drop, even when it's not doubled up by the passive there of the stage presence, will in fact be able to get the root. If you actually already do have the slowdown, you can turn it into a stun instead, which can be very, very potent. Interesting to see that locked in instead of something like the Rumble. So that probably means you could just Azir Rumble here and be pretty happy. Corki for the Nico. Try and deal with that Ashe Seraphine. It's very, very obnoxious. Kai'Sa won't have a lot of fun there. Azir now being considered and is locked in. So they go for the Azir, they go for the Corki, but no Rumble. Is that going to be then the Rumble for IG? Or was Rumble just going all the way through to the second phase? Very unusual considering how high prior that champion is. I'm going to completely disagree with you about Kyle. He was by far the best support in the league last year. That's just a wrong take, but that's fine. This should then be Rumble. Dway, of course, was one of our kind of like stars on in a mediumly priced car, so to speak, to pull back a Top Gear reference. Was not having the most fun in terms of trying to get to a solid point of power. Because his team was struggling a bit, but he was doing a lot of great work on things like the Nautilus and things like the Nico. Seraphine would be a bit of a different flavour. But now the pick, the burst from IG, very, very strong. Quite immobile, though. That means things like the Nico pop loss would be quite problematic for them. Flounder hasn't been playing well, so IG may target him. Yeah, very true. They may well do. The Rumble's going to be... I mean, the fact that Rumble comes in so late is kind of crazy. It suggests that perhaps IL have an answer for it. They just don't think Flounder is a good enough Rumble, which is potentially its own alarm bell. Ban the Yone away from Rookie, who tried it the other week, lost lane really hard and recovered through side lane, but was still not really able to turn it around. It ended up being a bit of a miserable game for him. Pantheon away from Tarzan alongside the Malphite. The fact that Malphite, actually, there's another champion that didn't hit the ban phase. Kind of forgot about that because it's so ubiquitously banned. And neither team has a lot of frontline, I agree, Kyroven, and that's risky. Means that any pick that does land right now is likely to lead to death. Talia away from Rookie. Ari's still available. 3 mid lane bans away on that side. You could just look for the Ari Vi here. You needed that bit of engage to go with the pick. Again, you'd be lacking frontline somewhat, but that's kind of is what it is to a certain extent. You do need a bit more engage, probably. You probably could use some frontline. I just don't know what you're going to be able to find there. Syndra will be additional pick, a little less committal. Fine. So Rookie will go towards it. A lot of AP this game between the Syndra, the Seraphine, and the Rookie. And the Rookie and the Rumble. Shin's out for Tarzan at this point. Skirmisher, you can press R, immune some of that burst coming from a ways away. We've not a bad choice here. Can follow up on the Nika. Can kind of double up as frontline, at least temporarily and conditionally with the press of the R. What are we banning away last? What are we picking last, rather? There's at least a near must ban all the champion per role this patch. Yeah, pretty much. Scion, there's your frontline, and Flandra is a fantastic Scion. Does okay into the Rumble. Rumble will still get shove eventually, but again, you are Scion. Your ability to contest waves regardless is very well known. Can play weak side and then look to play around that very oppressive Ashe Seraphine. There's the Wukong. Very high damage team from Invictus Gaming, my god. Much more front to back, much more traditional from anyone's Legends. The Nico and the Shinzao trying to set up some picks alongside that Scion. IG very squishy, but a lot of ability to follow up on pick, to add burst to pick. And if you do catch out Shanks or Hope or hell, Tarzan when he doesn't have that R button, when he doesn't have that Crescent Guard, could be very, very, very dangerous. IG are going to want to make sure they don't fall too far behind, or I think their lack of frontline could prove problematic. If it does come down to big team fights, I think the fact that you've got that slightly more defined frontline and front back from anyone's Legend could be very, very valuable. Fun drafts nonetheless. I'm going to go check on my food. Be back for the in-game state in a moment or two.
Alright, folks. I'm assuming the gyros are completed. Have we seen anything spicy at the level 1? Doesn't look like it. Both junglers clearing towards that bot side, contesting over that bottom Scuttle Crab. Dway and Photic with the shove. Somewhat expected Seraphine, very oppressive in the lane. And then Nico's got to be a bit aware of her getting caught up with her own roots again. Should be a fun one. Nice double scout of the week there. As Shanks has actually eaten a lot of damage in this early lane. I might pick up some food. I'm very excited. I've got a Shakshuka. Life is good. Life is good. Rookie now getting jumped on himself. Flashes away, gets hit by the 3 Talon Strike. The turnaround knock up the scout of the week. Can't quite get in range. Shanks just about slides in. Will be traded here, no doubt. Sobero has roamed down crazily, which I wasn't expecting. But there we go. 1 for 1. Shanks gets the kill and Wei gets the kill. Sobero doesn't get involved, which is a bit annoying for him. But hey, there you go. Barrier force there onto Photic. Heal from Kyle. Nice little route. No assist for Rookie. Oh, you're right. Huh. You're right. Rookie doesn't even get the assist. That's just a big win for Shanks. Especially because Shanks was getting shoved in very hard early on. So no assist for either solo lane. And Sobro leaves lane, costing himself some quest progress to make that happen. Doesn't even get the assist. That's gotta suck. Not too much more happening right now. If you're wondering why I'm suspiciously quiet, it's because I got some food that I need to scarf while I get the chance. Wait, we'll see the claim. It's not Siam. It's a lie. Enjoy the study and join. Ooh, misses the beat drop. Hale might have some trouble here. Ways around. Tarzan also vaguely here as well. Top lane, Equalizer comes on down. Should just get shoved for Sobro. Andre eats quite a lot of his health bar there. It's a decimating smash. The Electro Harpoon going wide. A bit annoying for him. Otherwise could have shredded some of that Negatron Cloak magic resist. Tarzan doesn't get to stay around for that Scuttle Crab, which is a bit annoying for him. IG will get to start the dragon with that early shove bot and mid. I say he's got a shove mid. He's actually playing relatively safe here, aware that Tarzan could potentially be getting involved. Glandra just ulted towards that top side of the map. We can hear by the Scion farm alarm. Beagling! Yeah, it's true. Cowards. Rookie has definitely managed to get a fair amount of CS in mid, and that's great. The problem is, again, giving over that first blood was really frustrating for him. Especially as he had just forced the jungle to turn up to help clear the way. And just didn't expect the wraparound camp, especially with Sobero and Wei being around. Just not quite close enough.
Early shove bot again from Fodig and Dre. It's been good, but I think Hope and Kyle have done a very good job of staying even here, right? Not fallen behind really at all, for all they have largely been caught at the back of their lane, really. And it has given Way license to get towards these early objectives. We'll get the early dragon, we'll get the early grub, basically because he has priority in most places. Flondra with a decent decimating smash turnaround. Hasn't got the ult. Again, you can see Sobro is just using that equalizer, not for fights, but to get shoved. The fact that Flondra is actually ahead in CS is slightly wild considering that. I guess the ult to topside allowed him to pick up more of the wave than Sobro did. That's a bit of the price of the early play. Dre fast enough on the runaway to not get caught by that wind becomes lightning. Largely, I agree. A relatively chill game so far. Photic finds Kyle. Trades well there. Arrow. Adds a lot of damage onto Kyle. Not going to flash for it. There's the barrier. Shield with surround sound. And an airy. Barrier pop by Photic to make that play, but will force Kyle to reset. Tarzan. About to find a lot of people here. Flash on forward, trying to turn this around. Out comes the Crescent God, but Wei comes on in. That's a dead old Shinzao. Flondre has ulted in, but he's a little late. Now getting slowed down. He's caught within the Flame Spitter. Rookie and Shanks trading out. But Flondre may be asked to flash here. I think if he doesn't, he's probably dead. No, just gets to walk away. I take it back. Maybe he had the boot stiff. I'm not quite sure. Either way, good kill there onto Tarzan. He thought he'd have some support from the Scion and did not, and gets caught. And Wei is the one now 2-0 on his Wukong. I think it's his highest win rate champion in terms of his most played. 66 odd % win rate, over 50 games played. Very good. Still, it's AL with the early gold lead. Largely out of mid lane. Largely out of mid lane. That first blood, I want to say a plate, maybe something like that as well. Yeah, it is a plate. Giving Shanks that slight early edge. Equalizer comes on down. Clears out the wave. The fact that Flondra is up in CS this much against a Rumble is really wild to me as well. Because Sobro's basically been ulting the wave on cooldown. Like, what's been happening up there? Where has he been missing all that CS? Don't get me wrong, part of it is Flondra is on 10 CS a minute. He's been farming near perfectly, and that's great news. As is Shanks, for that matter. But for Sobro, that's a bit of a frustration point. I think he's down about 100 gold, which you don't really want on the Rumble. Bot lane mild lead to Hope. He's got a Cullen inventory worth noting. No Cull for Photic. We might look at a play here, though. They don't see the Wukong. They do now. AL have laned very well, considering they're under some pretty serious threats in terms of the lane shove. But yeah, I think the fact when Hope cashes in that Cull, that's going to be a big spike for him as well. Managed to survive the lane, stay actually ahead in CS kind of crazily. I think IG, aside from Wei finding some good kills, and that is great news, the Wukong being ahead of curve. Ah, hoo-yeah. None of this. Go away. We'll at least get the second dragon. Again, the lane priority has given them the early objectives. There is that. They did get the grubs. They have gotten the dragons. RAL wanting to fight this? They might be. Okay, Wei's going to try and smite this and run away, I think. He's going to get pop blossomed here. Maybe asked to die for this. Dragon taken by the Nico. Wei doesn't win the smite fight. I think I was forced out a little earlier than he wanted to. Hope now in danger. He's got a barrier. Will at least kill off that Wukong. The beat drop over. Over goes Photic, looking to get off Hope. Should get it. Does. Well, Kyle just far enough away. Shanks now trading out with Photic. Problem is Tarzan can look to threaten here as well. Got a barrier. Just about gets another. Not bad from the side of Photic to get something with him. Rookie dying elsewhere, though. It's a bit of a problematic point. Not sure quite how he ended up falling. But either way, IG try to push for the dragon, and AL this time come to contest. Hope got the kill there, but I don't know whether he wanted to give 2 back as a result of that. Well, Shanks ends up 2-1, feeling very happy. We'll look at this replay again, because I want to know what happened to Rookie here as well. So basically, they look to try and just finish the smite fight. They know Tarzan's not quite there. It's down to 1300 HP. Doesn't have the 1400 smite. Yeah, it's 11,000 something. Way smites. Doesn't quite get it on the right time because he was afraid he was about to die, so he was kind of then or never. Hope gets that 1 kill. Rookie gets jumped on by the Scion. That's what happens over there. And then this is Photic with the barrier just saying, I got a volley in the last couple arrows. Does get that 1 back, so you take what you can get there. Problem is, it's now 1,000 or so gold lead for Rookie and... Sorry, for Shanks and Hope against Rookie and Photic. We sort of talk about IG's relative squishiness this game. Wukong is your front line. And you've got damage. Oh, my days, have you got damage? But that's a big deal. I think there is going to be an issue, whereas if it comes down to just a DPS check, the fact that you have no frontline versus frontline could be a bit problematic, especially when there's still decent enough pick with a Xin Zhao and a Nico and then Sion and Azir offering that conditional CC as well with their various bits of kit. Could be a bit problematic. Sober didn't move. That's true. Yeah, didn't move and still behind the CS, but hey, does get a couple plates, so you take that. And again, I don't think IG are necessarily out of this game or anything like that. It's only 1,500 gold behind, which is decent. Don't get me wrong. But it really will be this kind of first item spike that'll be very strong. The Equalizer comes on forwards. Tarzan forced to Crescent Guard. The turnaround pretty strong, but there comes the Pop Blossom. Way now in danger, and again, he's just dead. Over comes Flandre. He'll get a TP in. That's a crap TP. And Sobero dies as well. What on earth were you thinking, Invictus Gaming? That was not great on a number of levels. That'll be the Herald as well. Shanks now 3-1. Hope is 2-1. And IG just drop another 1,000 gold down the drain after a horrible defense. Photic's arrow was not great. Wei thinks he can turn it around onto Tarzan. He cannot. And Sobro has a TP of all time. You've gone for a pick and snowball comp with the lane priority, and IG have lost lanes, not found picks, and now into a mid game where the Sion's going to be just fine. The Azir is well ahead of curve. 2,000 gold ahead with an Ashe. He's going to take this turret as well. Let's have a look again. Jway puts down a ward, immediately gets jumped on, tries to find the encore. Doesn't really get it as Hope manages the Valkyrie in. The counter engage comes on forwards, and poor old Wei, as that arrow splits the uprights. Ooh dear. And then TP into immediately perfect Sion ult timing. Flandre arrives exactly on time. Exactly on time. Minute till Dragon. Might be our next port of call. Dragon up in 8. Are we fighting over this one this time around? I think probably not. Although my worry is that if IG don't fight, they're going to run out of op ×2. They've got very dangerous pick if they can be aggressive, but they need to do it without Flandre coming and counter-engaging them off the face of the planet. And the problem is when you fall behind, who on earth wards this game for Invictus Gaming if they lose control of the map. Wei, maybe? You don't want it to be Dway. Rookie, Sobro, Photic? Absolutely not. That way lies death. Pop Blossom. On to 2. Hope will get a massive amount of damage and Photic is dead. Great engage from Kyle. Great engage from Kyle, who has been having a fantastic showing on this Nico. As we said, what do IG do this game with no vision control? Well, this, a lot. They can't see anything on either side lane here. Shanks goes looking for a play. That's quite deep. He's going to need to flash out, does so. Now Wade's potentially danger. The Uncle comes on through, but it hits a clone! Oh, dear. Over the wall goes Wade, but there's still an audacious charge. And now Scion flashes after. Sobro going to try and scrap shield his way away. Unfortunately, there is an unstoppable onslaught. Shanks comes gliding forwards to get an assist. Tarzan gets the kill. And anyone's let him win another skirmish. Relentless after the early skirmishes have gone their way. They are 7,000 gold up at 19 minutes. AL2-0. Yeah, it's feeling like it, isn't it? Still, we'll have a look here. So, Shanks goes looking for Sobro. I'm assuming a flash happens. It does, and puts Shanks into a difficult position. It's the right idea to try and punish that. They just don't have the damage. Do they not have an equalizer? I think if you equalize straight away there as Sobro, then maybe you've got to win. When does he equalize? Does he just not? Well, never mind then. I don't really know what to say about that one. Sigh, probably. Which I grant you is more of a sound effect than an actual word, but you know. 2 items for Photic. It's the move speed build with the Kraken and the Phantom Dancer. Don't know how much that changes here, but hey, so be it. But anyone's legend are cooking IG right now, folks. They really are. Wait, thinking about hitting Shanks. I just can't get that. I don't think Way's had a bad game. Got some good starts. Managed to punish Tarzan a bit early. Like kill onto Shanks, but yeah, it's not looking great, is it, folks? It's not looking great. Sobro does a bit of chunking. Out comes the arrow. That's not bad. Is there a follow-up? Nope. Equalizes now there, but just slid away from... Oh, dear. Second Dragon just absolutely sold their game. Yeah, I mean, even then they got some kills from that, so I'm not really sure that lost them it. It's the fact that... How do I put this? It was that mid lane play, which really was the final death knell. Where Dwayne goes to put a ward down and immediately ends up face-checking Tarzan. It's all over from there. And basically, because IG didn't snowball with a comp that has no reliable way of dealing with lack of vision, it all falls apart. Because how, as we said, who the bloody hell face checks this game? And despite having theoretically early prior, they didn't convert that into vision control, they didn't convert that into CSs, they didn't convert that into much more than a couple early objectives, which was just not enough. Dragon again in 2 minutes. Baron's just got picked up. Oh, well, actually, no, it didn't. What am I talking about? Could be picked up soon, though. I think AL could do that pretty fast at this point. Still waiting on that item transformation from Hope. He's not quite got the Muramana, but he's only like 6 stacks off it. Ash W. Yeah, that's the truth. Like, you can use the Hawk shots, you can use the W, but again, it's risky. Hey, thank you for the raid, by the way, Raccoon. Welcome on in. Choo-choo. Hello, hello, Uma enjoyers. Amazing to see you all in here.
I need the Raccoon Raiders to know that I got a random... I did just one random 10 pull and got Tamamo across, so like my first 10 pull, so...
Yeah, very good, alright.
I think that makes up for the 4 Biwa I got on the Christmas Augury banner.
It's looking rough for IG, unfortunately. They had early lane prior and then did nothing with it, and still actually ended with less CS despite lane prior.
And I have to say, Rookie Syndra, despite starting really well in this split, has had a couple of bad games back to back now.
The thing is, I don't even think it was Rookie's fault this time. Like, he had crazy shove on his Shanks. Tarzan has to come bail him out at level 2. And then basically Tarzan wrapped around and basically Sobro's roamed down to help support as his way, and they're just there late. And Rookie ends up blowing Flash and dying for first blood and doesn't even get an assist on the turnaround kill. And it's just kind of over from then.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Anyway, I'll leave you back to... I've got some VODs to catch up on. Enjoy the rest of the series, folks.
Will do. I think, unfortunately, it may be a tough one for IG viewers in this game at least. I'm not seeing a lot of good news for Invictus Gaming here. Alas for them. Seraphim making some music. Dragon's up. I don't think anyone's have to do all that much. They don't actually have to force space of the game. They scale better as well. Realistically. Again, there's a damage issue potentially later on where if you let it get late enough, then IG just have an insane amount of burst. But the problem is the front line is still going to be problematic, and all that burst is always going to be very risky. Oh, wonderful shuffle from Shanks. Flashes the flashes. Overcomes Kyle on the top of Nico. Tarzan's actually quite low here, and that's not bad with the equalizer. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. They haven't threatened Photic. They haven't threatened Rookie, who did escape a bit more freely than I thought. The problem is, again, Shanks ended up dying for making that work. I think perhaps moving that Encore back was more dangerous than I thought it was. It looked really good until they realized they were in a choke point versus the equalizer. Still only a 2 for 2. So not a game winners yet. Photic very low on mana. Is struggling to actually get the Rangers focus out. Tarzan could potentially threaten. Flondra did not enjoy that. I need to see a replay. Because I thought after that shuffle, after the follow with the Pot Blossom, that was going to be great for AL. Reminder, I literally just said that IG do still have damage. I am well surprised that Rookie just got to walk away there. Huh. Who got the shot down there onto Shanks? I didn't see. I think it would have been Rookie or Photic. Probably Rookie by the looks of it. Swiftness boots on Sion to deal with the slows. You know what? I respect it. The problem is, for all that IG got what looked like a decent fight for themselves on paper, where they at least went even, they are still going to have to give up this soul point. At least got a third item in for Photic. The Giant Slayer's in. Let's have a look at this again. So Rookie kind of helping to try and fight for vision control. He's got the blue buff. Gets jumped on his way. The Scout of the Weak. Into the Force of Will. And they just full send it. Gets 2, but Rookie just about flashes out of the Emperor's Divide. Kyle comes over and you're thinking this looks great. But Rookie actually for once isn't picked off to begin with. Photic and Rookie get to go through some autos. Now Sobro comes over. They still end up losing the Rumble because he's just a mile a ways behind. But not bad from IG to finally get a punish there. Still cost flashes on Rookie, on Photic, on Dway. Everybody. No one on IG has a flash anymore. That could be problematic for, as we said, the lack of frontline. Can they do that again next time? I just don't know. Decent bit of damage back there. How does IE interact with Ashe passive? Basically just increases her slay. So what it does is like, IE is still very good on Ashe because it gives her a lot of additional flat AD, because again, her crit just convert into just general damage, and also just increases her slow by a significant band. I've seen LPL teams lose these. IG still has a chance. Look, at this point, they've got 3 items on Ashe. They've got 2.5 on Rookie, who's got the fully stacked Syndra. There is a real world here where Ashe Arrow into Encore, into Syndra ult, blows up Shanks, blows up Hope, and they can play out the fight with the damage difference. They are still going to run to the issue of the front line being problematic, and the fact that the front line actually does quite a lot of damage this game. And this is the LPL. Closing games out from 7,500 gold leads has been problematic, to say the least. 10 followers away from 10,200, by the way. Anyone want to hit the follow button on Twitch? It's a clean ace if they don't have Swifty Scion. Yeah, probably, actually. The Swifties were very astute. Thank you, Freeman. That's 10,191. Tarzan doesn't grief Azar. I don't think they lose. Agreed. I think Tarzan's large. He had a good game. And he is becoming a bit of a menace for them to deal with. Because basically he can threaten whoever face checks. And he can immune a lot of the damage back by virtue of the Crescent Guard. Making things like most of the range threats struggle. Four items for Hope is also a bit of an eye twitcher. That Corki hits like a truck. No Lord Doms or anything in there at the minute, but hey, any squishy member will have a bad time. And as we said, there's not a lot of tankiness, so that damage build's gonna be very strong. Baron started to try to force IG to come on in, and again, not the easiest for them to face check, as we've been talking about. Wave will step forward, no GA. Flandre just stands in the gap, says, I don't know if you like this. Flandre gets rooted. In comes the teleport from Sobro. Got it, a sucky. Not the end of the world. Turn around to Flandre, who did just ult. He's getting CC pretty heavily here. He's dead. No flash out with the cleanse. Just about enough. Just about enough. AL actually beginning to suffer under IG's damage numbers now. Supposed to happen a little earlier. But hey, the 3 items are coming on through, you know. Okay. And Seraphine behind them all is a pretty powerful enchanter at this point. Makes killing off the Rumble and the Wukong that bit harder. Dragons in 50. That would be Infernal Soul for anyone's legend. That might turn things again. Still fighting over this Baron control. IG can look for their second dragon, but they want to give up Baron for it. Ooh. Exactly what you call a great trade, but hey. IG just look like they might have a little bit in the tank now. Where they really didn't before. In goes. That's nice! That's wonderful. Rookie does escape, but they lose Soboro. Unleashes the power, but Tarzan has a GA. And they just pull the trigger on the front line this time. Punishes the solo lanes. There is no front line. Rather than having them coming to them, they just say, we'll do it ourselves. Ah, Photic. Nowhere for you to go. No way for IG to run. And the game slowed down precipitously. You just had to wonder, didn't you? Seen a few throws. And anyone's legends to have enough of it. Tarzan and Flandre say, we're done here. And absolutely annihilate them. Clean ace. And the game will end. IG draft the risky composition. Lane prio, but limited frontline. They don't get the CSD. They don't get the picks. They don't get the vision control to Invictus Gaming. And anyone's legend get that early lead and snowball it cleanly into a victory in 32 minutes. Game 1 is theirs. Sober had a massive stinker of a game 1, I agree. I think Rookie getting put behind in the way he did from that really unfortunate wraparound gank put him in a difficult position as well, and so he ended up struggling. And then as we sort of saw, what do you do once you don't have vision control? Who on earth puts wards down?
Because sure, you can scout with an Ash W, but then you're probably in range of a Xin Zhao. Or a Sion ult. And Flandre had an incredible Sion game, actually. I think Flandre might end up being the MVP here for some of those really, really good Sion ults. I think it probably is between Flandre, Tarzan, and Kyle for MVP. Actually, you know what? I think Kyle's pop blossoms were probably the better, so I might say Kyle, but I think team engage, frontline diff. There you have it. There you have it. There you have it. Gotta head to school. No worries, Kyro, and have a good one. There's no way Kyle's not MVP. I think he had a great game on the Nico. He really did. Pretty much every pop blossom was dangerous. Victor's game is gonna be back to the drawing board, I think. Unfortunate in a general sense from them. In a general sense of oops. Feels really mean to say, but it's the truth. It is. Follows the percentage then, looks like Shanks will get it. Shanks had a good game. To be fair, it was as good as it. Got the early kill. Good shuffles. Good DPM. Don't hate it. I think Kyle was probably more impactful for my money. I think Shanks just did his job, right? Hey, Qatari. Tarzan is by far the best jungler in the LPL. Completely agree. I agree. He's up there as potentially the best jungler in the world. Agreed. Yeah, I don't think Shanks wasn't really, you know, there for the DPM. It's like the fact that Tarzan is doing that much damage is wild. You know? Like, Shanks had a good game. But it wasn't really about him. He actually did the same amount of damage as Nico, by the way. Which is crazy, by the by. I think it's Tarzan or Kyle, really, for me. I think they were really, really good this game. Hope had a solid game on the Corki too. But again, he was just, like, I feel like the damage dealers didn't have to do that much this game. They just had to follow up on the rest of their team actually set up for them. This one got a bit spicy. But, yeah. Hope kind of went psycho mode here. Did get way. Shanks not quite getting that shuffle, but then Sion, like, ult rookie. Man, what do you do there? Especially once your frontline got ahead as Invictus Gaming, they became damage threats in their own right. So it's like, okay, I face checked the book and Bush, and oh shit, the Sion and the Shinzo just murdered me. They were literally 1v1 threats against Syndra and stuff, which is always a sad place to be. Really good pop blossom again. Counter engage onto Wade, who'd done his own counter engage. Exceptionally timed ultimate from Flandre. Yikes! Tarzan planned his name and position perfectly. He really did, didn't he? He really did. Yeah, I mean, you could see it was stalling out of it. They tried to Baron, couldn't quite do it. Because again, if IG actually got to do damage, they had damage. But basically, they never got a chance to do it because fights were over in a blink of a bloody eye. Because Sion and Tarzan dashed forward and murdered whoever was in front of them. When Tarzan has a bad game, we call him George of the Jungle. Watch out for that tree! Fail flash. Alrighty then, let me put this on, and then this. Switch our music audio, audio over to avoid any shenanigans. I am curious to see who did get MVP. Kyle, as it should be, he was very, very good. He was very, very good. I think he was my MVP. I think there might be a few votes for jungle, might be a few votes for top. But these were the playmakers. They were the agency creators. Rocket Belt Mikhail's build. Get you someone who can do both. Six out of 8. Couple for jungle, most for support. That sounds about spot on. The players thought it. The team thought it. The refs were split. That's fair. The casters went support. The observers got split. I think that's pretty reasonable. I think that's a pretty reasonable split. If you've not followed, by the way, guys, please do hit that follow button. We're 9 followers away to 10,200, which is pretty cool. We had about 300 followers in the last half a week, which is pretty cool indeed. And if you've not subscribed or donated, there's a Ko-fi link. In fact, let me put that Ko-fi link out while I'm thinking about it to come help me and Alex keep doing what we're doing. Oh, right. I'll turn that camera off. And get myself ready. I'm gonna probably need to grab a drink in the break briefly to keep my voice in one piece. Bye-bye. Briefly. Into the break we go. Get hydrated, folks. I'm going to be doing that, and I'll return very shortly.
Perfect timing. My tea is done. Draft is here. Life is good. Let me turn some music around. Hello, folks. We're hydrated. Tea has been brewed. Diana needs to start sessions specifically. Over here and this. And then we can be able to hear what's going on. Hello, chats. How are we doing? Picks and bans for game number 2. Anyone's Legend smashed last game, and it were real close, were it? Were it? Ale on blue side this time will be having second pick, IG with first pick. Varus, Orianna, Malphite, and Bard gone. I kind of forgot about the Malphite slipping so far through the draft last time around. Lost the Rumble, we lost the Nico. That's the big picks from the last game. Both of them are gone in terms of like the bans that must come on through. Yunara still banned away from Photic. Jarvan away from Tarzan. What did get through here? Jace. Bloody hell, Jace did. I had forgotten about that champion. I've just not seen him. I mean, they let Jace through? Are they just saying we don't think you can manage it, Way? Huh. It's been a little while since we've seen a jungle Jace here. It's been very, very rarely let through. AL clearly have a plan. They've let this through and they've gone, we're going Rise, we're going Misfortune. We want AoE, we want Teamfight. Neither of them is fantastic into Jace. Both pretty short range. At the very least, Misfortune can heal up a lot of poke by virtue of going Bloodthirster, which does help to some extent. But no, I say some extent. Alistair can deal with the Misfortune better than most by virtue of pressing R and then headbutt pulving it. Sivir might now be an answer as well, just to ensure you've got the Alistair through lane. Photic does play it. Feels like that might be the safe option here. I think if you don't pick the Sivir now, it's likely banned. I suppose you could also look for something like the Kai'Sa, would be a miserable lane. Don't recommend it. Onivia instead to try and deal with the Rise and the Misfortune. Yes, Rise hates it. Also sets up for Jace very well because everyone is slowed down. It's a shooting gallery. Kiana a consideration. It's actually quite annoying for Onivia because the wall that Onivia puts down can instead be turned around against you. And Tarzan is an excellent Kiana player. So Rise Kiana, that combo we have already seen be very, very dangerous just today. AoE from both. One route leads into the other. Realm Warper Kiana behind the enemy team's a bad time. APAD hyper carry threats from the mid lane that can spike quite early because Rune Prison allows the Kiana to get involved in kills earlier on than you might expect. Kiana can also get over the wall with the Terror Shape. Worth noting. Actually, that's a question. Does Kiana get any particular element from going over the crystallized wall? I'm assuming it's just whatever else terrain's around. But I don't know how that interaction works with terrain created by other champions. I actually genuinely don't know. Where goes Syra or something? Nah, it'll be the Jace. Lower. Yeah, no. Again, he's gone for the Onivia instead. So we'll see how Wei does with that Jace. Again, it's been like, if you can't play the Jace jungle successfully, it's a problem because it means you're going to be forced to ban it whatever side you're on or whatever pick or order you're in. Sivir, Kai'Sa away, as we kind of said, because they didn't pick it, they are going to get banned out. Rek'Sai away from Flandre. They don't have the Scion, but it's just some of those like ubiquitous Flandre champions make some sense. Do you want to get rid of support from Kyle? Rel maybe might be a nightmare to give up. Though isn't that fantastic into poke? The Rakan instead, a bit more mobile. A bit more sustain. Yeah. Okay. You obligated into something like Rel now. Nautilus would also be fine. Leona would be a bit tankier into the poke. Nautilus is a lot of single target CC. Leona's a little bit less committal and a bit tankier. Both I think are fine. MF, Leona, you hit the solar flare, you bullet time after, life is good. Not exactly a hard combo, but a very successful one nonetheless. Vistor.
Ezreal for Photic. Yeah, theoretically allows you to deal with some of the more like crazy ults by just jumping away from them. And then between the Ezreal and the Jace, double poke. Zone control now from the Onivia and the Alistair. The Renekton is just a generic blind pick to say, look, some lane priority, some pseudo frontline. Flandre will pick his Aurora into it. He does love Aurora into Rex. He plays this a lot. AL, monster team fight. The AoE of the bullet time, the solar flare, the supreme display of talent, Rise EQing through everyone. If AL manage to get in range to hit everyone with their full combo, their full salvo, IG will evaporate. The question is whether they can get there in one piece, because I think between the Alistair and the Onivia, the zone control and the wall stuff will be very tricky to manage, and then they just outrange, bluntly. Jace and Ezreal can just play the war of attrition, poke you out. Onivia with the Glacial Storm and the Crystallizers to make them a lot more happy about landing those skill shots because they're firing at slowed targets caught within those storms. I think there's a really interesting difference in ideologies here. If AL can get that combo off, they're feeling very happy. If they're forced to fight at a distance where IG get to play the long range poke and burst combos at the max range of a Jace and an Ezreal, life is feeling grateful. Not seeing any specific anti-Jace tech here. No, I'm not either. But they've gone for a full burst combo, just saying we just think we can manage the Jace, which is bold. But hey, you're the game up. You can take that risk, I guess. Quick bio break for me. I'll be right back as the game starts.
Have I missed all that much in the early game? No, I haven't. Fantastic news. Apologies on that one, guys. But sometimes when you gotta go, you gotta go. It's just how it is. I was not in fact distracted, though the ADHD is strong with me. Was not the issue. Doesn't look like we've seen too much craziness. Anything out of the level 1 jungle pathing? I'm assuming not by the looks of it. I don't have the volume actually a bit here as well. Just remember to do that. Go up here. Both teams have been very calm waiting for you. Oh, that's good news. Great news. No level 1 ganks. Again, part of that is just the fact that as the Jace, as the Kiana, you need a little bit of time to come online. Once you get that Dirk, though, for the Jace, things get a bit easier. But really, your power comes once the Ghost Blade is truly online. For Tarzan, level 6, Profane Hydra, very, very important. And again, you've got an Onivia and a Rise. Both of them are known as scaling champions. If there was anywhere there was going to be some volatility, probably is top or bot. But again, not necessarily that simple for the junglers to just straight up gank and get kills without some setup. No, Jace is still incredibly broken. They just let it through. They decided to give that a go, and that's a bold choice from AL. If it works, that's quite important. Way. Hit by the grass blade. That's first strike for Tarzan. Bit more gold for him. Ice blade picked up. Double edge of style. Way can look for a little bit of poke there. Does land a shot blast. Tarzan nabs a Ice blade, looking to fight over this respawn Skullcrab. Rookie roaming down though. In goes Tway, gets rooted up. That's pretty far. Double pulverize. Might try and turn around. Kyle's pretty damn tanky though. Way has to back away. Realm Warp's in. Nice from Tarzan. The Realm Warp kind of sucky though, unfortunately, as Photic just about survives. No way! Unbelievable. Rookie's gonna have to flash as well. In comes Hope, trying to get the passive, gets it. Down to the egg form we go. Way also low. Shank's gonna get some autos down. They should get that kill and does so. Hope low goes down. The Ice Blade not quite enough. My god, the health bars are minuscule. Absolutely overloads wide. Tarzan needs to turn around the Mr. Shot. Blast the Ice Blade. Tarzan looking for more. Photic over as well. Headbutt from to the wall. The pulverized Photic gets another. That's like 400 HP on the Rift total in the bot lane. Incredible! Incredible narrow margins there. Let's have a look again, because I thought this was going to get real dicey. Tway goes in, kind of gets rooted up. You're going, well, that's a bit dicey. The double pulverizes there, and they just kind of run out of damage. In goes Way, gets hit by the Ice Blade. You go, oh, that's a bit dicey. Tarzan flashes out. And Kyle dies, because Rookie times a really good Flash Frost there. And then Photic, I tell you what, if Photic could die there, this is a different game. Photic at the end of this getting that double, considering he's on next to no HP, maybe changing. They do get Rookie's passive, and that could potentially be quite valuable here. Way getting that double pulverize prevents the assist there to keep Hope alive as Way goes in. And of course on the other side, Dway left very low, as is Way. The Ice Blade can't quite get in range for Dway, who just walked far enough away. Photic picks his moment. Dway, the headbutt, time with the pulverize, buys the time for Photic to get more cooldowns. Incredibly close run stuff. If Photic had died, if Dway hadn't been that step out of range of Tarzan, it'd be a very different game. Still, Tarzan gets 2 kills. He's up in this game. That's good news. 700 gold lead to Photic, though, is fantastic for IG, who lost every lane last game. Not so this game. Shanks behind Rookie, Photic behind, or rather, and Hope behind Photic. That's the way around. Meanwhile, top lane, yeah, not involved. Shanks gets caught up. He's likely dead here. There's that crystallized angle we talked about. The tree shot barrage comes on through, but Dway will just wait. He's got a shot blast to work with and gets the kill. Very easily done. The crystallized combo working out well there in the mid lane, and the Rise dies for the second time. Jace starting with 2 kills. Oh boy. 2,000 gold lead at 8 minutes is big stuff for IG. Well, 1,500. There we go. It'll even out a little there. Still early grubs now for IG. And again, you've got a Jace who's going to be very good at using those by turning up. Sobro's going to have to ult that. Flandre hits him with the Between Worlds. The best reset timing, I think.
Kyle and Dre will look at each other briefly. Headbutt away from that ward. Should be able to clear that out, and does. Again, Leona's got very fast wall clear combos by comboing Shield of Daybreak with standard autos. How did Photic survive that? With luck. I'm curious. Sanal, why do you not like... Why are you not like Kyle? What's your issue? Because I feel like he's been pretty categorically, by most analysts around the world, the best support in the LPL for the last year or so. Especially with On having a downturn in form. Like, I grant you it wasn't the best moment there on the Leona. I don't think it was like that disastrous. Him and Tarzan have been a really, really dangerous combo for a while. Photic is the best ADC in the LPL. He is if it doesn't involve right-clicking. This is the way we always used to joke about it. Phenomenal caster AD carry, and Ezreal certainly counts among that. Shot blast lands onto Shanks. Youch, yeah, that's going to be the issue, is that Jace is just going to keep doing this. Oh, fair enough. I'm just curious if there was any particular method to the madness, whether it was just madness. Wait, gonna get bullet timed. Hope. Headbutt into the wall. True shot barrage. Yep, he's a dead man. Nice dive. Wasn't really a lot you got to do there as Hope. Bullet time, try and get some damage down. Then sort of died. Tarzan is around. Rumble coming. Ooh, Photic can have a bad time here. Grass Blade, where does Photic go? Gonna get stunned into the wall. Supreme display of talent wrapped around him. Flash away. Shanks still speeding towards him. Room prison overloads. TP's coming. Flashed. Murdered. Nicely done. Tarzan likely dies here as a result, though. And Wei blasts him. TP in from Rookie. Don't know whether that's a requirement, but either way. Flash cleanse of Photic. They do get the shutdown. Wei getting that kill back. That was a bit frustrating there. But hey, you take what you can get. So, bro, gets a plate. Flandre left a little low there as the ult popped again topside. Dway eats a lot of autos. Not that threatening yet. Again, Hope got the cull. Trying to stay up in this game best they can. Kind of was on the wrong end of an unfortunate dive, as we saw just before that. It's a close-ish game, or in terms of some of the plays being made. The problem is that IG now 2,000 gold ahead, largely off the fact that despite Tarzan getting a lot of early gold, Wei's got 4 kills. Rookie and Photic having a fantastic start to the game, both in terms of CS and their involvement in kills and plates. Again, if they do start to become serious damage threats ahead of curve, that is great news. As a Crystallize. Time to look top side here. Again, the grubs are in IG's favor, which actually means that an Onivia that's normally trash at taking town is going to have a bad time. I think the Onivia is very good into the rise and sets up the poke very well. We're going to try and dive Sobro here. They need to back away on this. Yeah, fine. Sidestep that shot blast. Heal required for it. Tarzan was around as well, but because he spotted Dway, realized he couldn't go any further. We looking for more? We might be. Shanks turn this round. Shanks flashes away. Kyle goes to the backline. Tarzan now looking for more. The Ice Blade comes on in. Wei, really nice flash away there. Times his way through that spell. And CC very, very well. Otherwise, I think he would have been a lot more danger. Supreme display of talent. Onto 2. Shanks coming over. Dway just about alright. Anyway, hoping Shanks might get over there a little bit faster. Can't quite get enough damage down. Locket blown by Dway. I think probably necessarily there. We'll lose the Scuttle Crab kind of as a result. Can't walk in there anymore. Opportunity done for Wei now. Ooh. That is a very scary Jace. 17,000 kills for Invictus Gaming. Congratulations to them. The #1 team in the LPL in terms of kills of all time. They have been going for a very, very long time in the league and have found a lot of success over the years, particularly over the latter few. They've been going for a very long time. I think the Onivia can end up... I know there were some questions about it. I think it could end up being a bit of a kingmaker here. Basically, because AL's squad is actually very short range. And Rise hates it. And it means that basically between the wall and the slow of the Glacial Storm, hitting the Ezreal skill shots, hitting the Jace shot blasts is so simple. It's so simple. And again, because of that range, you're always at risk of being on the wrong side of the crystallized wall. Tarzan, a little bit of damage there, but again, it's into the Alistair, who doesn't really care all that much at this point. AL can play if they get to full combo and use the Realm Warp and the Between Worlds and stuff to get, basically close the distance. If they're held at a distance and don't manage to combo, I think it's going to be very, very difficult. But yeah, Rhythm, that's my worry, right? That actually, if IG get to play it slow, keep their distance life is good. Not easy otherwise. Photic, bullet time, force to cleanse. Cleanse and heal down. Photic's going to maybe be forced to hop over the wall and is. Shanks was ghosting for that time. Rookie gets the first turret of the game bot lane with the help of Wayne. Herald picked up by Tarzan. Shanks Realm Warp that as well. I think getting on top of this Ezreal is going to be a problem. I saw that. Wait. Dragon 4 minutes away. 2 dragons to IG. Pretty good news for them. Flandre hopped well away there. Needs to be a bit aware of Rookie turning up. But again, if one solo laner turns up, the other will reset. For the record, he's hit every ult. He's just been cleansed out. What do you think cleanse is for? Numpty. Rookie down to half. Nice combo, but here comes a TP from Jway. Won't be able to find too much more. Bit of a nothing burger, that ult. Jackie retire. No, he's taking a break. Allegedly back next split, so we're hearing. And comes the crystallized wall. It gets really annoying because it makes it so much easier to land shot blast like that. Photic with a true shot barrage. Track it, track it, track it, track it. Too wide. Kyle now body blocking to make sure that Flandre can reset. Likely will die here. Possibly as a result they can't chase any further. But they will get the turret. And IG, much better game from them. We'll at least be able to get that Herald into mid. Shove up bot. Oh. Speaking of looking like watching like it's watching a whole different game. Getting hit by the Huya ad. LPL observers are fantastic, it's true. Not that the rest of the observer team isn't good, but they've also got just a very good dedicated team. They've got a lot of people in on the job. Still think from this position IG should be feeling pretty favoured. The Jace in particular being as strong as he is problematic. At the very least 2 items in for Hope. We've gone for the full burst build. Flandre could be a problem on the flank as well. That's a bit more difficult to manage as if you get good flanks from Flandre. And a good Realm Warp. But that involves getting to grouped up fights. And AL aren't really able to do that because IG are able to move first. That's just a very dead Flandre. Yeah, that's just going to keep happening. I think they're going to try and jump on a Sobro and return the favour. Slow comes on down. Supreme Display of Talents available. Flash away from Sobro. But that's going to give a lot of time towards this top lane tier 2. Mid lane will fall as a result. So at least they'll get that. But again, interrupts that back on Sobro. should allow Shanks, I think, to get a hold of this turret bot side. Tier 2's going to fall. There's no way you're going to stop that anyway. Sobro forced away from this turret. Shanks should get a chunky. I'm not sure they get the whole turret here. I think that will be very difficult to manage. There's TPs on Rookie. He's hitting an inhibitor turret now. We'll get another plate and put a ward down. Nice. Still 3 plates for Shanks. Needed some gold, to be fair, because Rookie is now incredibly fed after that top lane shove. Is up 30 CS. Has 2,000 gold. However many turret plates, because he was fed the bot lane turret as well. This Onivia is so scary. Kyle tanks up a fair amount of that damage. Exactly, he doesn't take that much damage right now. He can at least body block some of these shots. Shot blast wide. Sends something. Dway goes in with the headbutt pole. 2-shot barrage misses. Fighting for vision control difficult this game. Sobro jumping off the flounder. Goes between worlds. Try and get across there. That's unfortunate. Has to burn his ult. Oh, Shanks speeds well away. Kyle now on a flanking angle. But Shanks being left at half HP because of Rookie is so annoying. Shanks is really struggling to find value on this rise. Again, we know the Onivia is a counter. But even so, ugh. Especially considering they gave up the Jace for this rise in part. Tarzan now caught out slightly. In goes Leona to the backline. Really nice from Kyle. Really nice from Kyle. Way's gone. Phenomenal flank from the Leona. Hope survives on the other side. Tarzan gets a supreme display of talent. Hope's kind of left out a bit to dry here, though. Oh, boy. Flandre needs to escape. The bullet time goes down. They still get the kill. What do they lose? Eventually, Kyle and Flandre, partly, actually, in fairness, credit to Sobro, though, for keeping away the damage after they get the pick off onto Way. I thought that pick on Way was going to be massive. But alas, Hope and Shanks forced to run away, basically solo by the Renekton. Very, very nice. The flank angle from Kyle and Flandre is what this comp is supposed to do. Unspotted, jumps in, gets on top of Way. Really lovely, because he flashes the shield of Daybreak. No way to respond there. The problem is all the while, Dway has already kept Tarzan and Hope away from this. They go to try and join up, and this TP is so nice from Sobro. Force Hope to flash the other way, and that basically means that, especially with the Supreme Display of Talent hitting no one, Flandre, Shanks, and Kyle are like, oh, hang on, where's my team gone? You needed to kill the Jace. Absolutely the right call, I think, especially because the Onivia's got the egg. You're not killing her in one blow. The Jace is also the jungler going into that fight. You get a massive shutdown. I just don't think they respected the fact that Sobro's going to be able to TP in there and cause some trouble. I think if Tarzan will be able to hit an ult afterwards, that was a target, especially because the other side of this... Look, Photic has Cleanse and Flash. You're not CCing him to death. Way was by far the easier target. Well, a little caught out. But he's still pretty damn tanky. Goes in, gets on top of Photic. Now Way's in danger. In comes the Realm Walk. Kyle dodging away. Supreme Display of Talent. Kyle's still alive. Tarzan is getting in the back line, causing a lot of damage. Photic low. Headbutt. Pulverize. Over the wall with a flash. The Ezreal's mobility proving a bit problematic. The bullet time makes it a 2 for 2. Problem is Sobro gets the inhibitor turret. Man alive, but they had a bit more of a CC chain there. I think Photic was dead, but Dway body blocks, buys time so well with the headbutt and the pulverize. And again, all the while, Sobro's just shoving away. It's a nice combo onto Way. Absolutely 100 to 0. And I thought Photic was likely dead here as well, but the pulverize, the stun from the trample, can't get that Edge of Ixtal off. The true shot barrage is beautifully aimed. At least the bullet time gets another flash, gets another kill. You do get that. They don't get the inhibitor itself, just the turret. And the gold lead has basically been halved. It's worth noting. No longer 3,000 gold. And again, Endless Hunger now in for Photic. That's a fairly big one. If you do get that initial kill, your extended fight feels a lot better. Especially because he's been chunked out in a lot of these fights. That's not a bad way to keep yourself topped up. Infinity Edge done for Hope. Cyrilda's for Tarzan, also helping to some of the armor builders here as well. How's it only a 2k diff? A lot of shutdowns, a lot of good farm. The CS lead that Shanks was behind, well, the CS difference is kind of gone. It was a 30 CS lead mid. It's not anymore. Tarzan's got a lot of good first strike gold and a lot of shutdowns. Hope also, I think, got important shutdown in that fight. Who did he get the kill onto? Who did he get the kill onto? Go Dway, I think that makes sense. Our body blocks the shot blast. Right person to do it. Only person really who can do it on the team. Tarzan should pick this up. A smite from the spellbook from Dway, which can sometimes make things a bit more interesting. In fairness, Photic has had that shutdown for a while. Credit to Hope and Shanks for catching up, though, because it was looking like they were completely out of range. A 2,000 gold lead at this point is playable. Mountain Soul changes the game again, though. Actualize just got done by Rookie. Big pickup for him. Ryan's got the arm guards. Everything else is pretty standard. Surely you're not giving up Mountains, or they're just double checking there's nothing happening around the Baron. Tarzan looking for potential flank angle. Kyle's managed to get behind IG twice now. They need to stop that happening. TP away. No TP now on the side. Wave goes in. Good chunk onto Hope, but again it's a Bloodthirster available. If you can get to a wave, life is good. 15 seconds on Dragon Spawn. Will he be allowed to get to a wave? Should. There we go. Missed the shot blast that time. There's the way the health bar back. Hope survives some of the attempts to poke. Back to largely full. God bless Bloodthirst from Misfortune. Mountain potential option. Kyle puts the ward down. Has the Eclipse up so doesn't end up taking that much damage from the shot blast. Flandra looking for the flank. Has TP'd in. The big shield there. Shanks also looking for the flank. Big collapse. In they go. Jumping onto Shanks. But he's got the arm guard. Flashes away the bullet time across multiple members. Rookie left at half. Shanks escapes. In they go. Supreme display of talent. Way caught. Carl gets onto Way again. They blow one up. That's actually important. The Misfortune down. They've blown up a few. Rookie surviving. Tarzan caught on the wrong side of the Crystallize as Rookie puts up the wall. Wonderful play from Rookie there to stop the picks off. And again, Sobero blows up Hope. Flandra will go across the veil, but he is a dead man. And IG problem solved their way out of a tricky position. The cleanse from Photic, the mobility from Photic keeps him safe alongside that wall. Incredible. Photic on Ezreal was always a specialty pick of his. I hope we get that replay because we kind of saw two parts of the fight. As again, everything gets split. Sobro with a full contact team fighting gets him to the backline and makes Hope's life very challenging indeed. Because again, they jump onto Shanks and don't really get as much as they're hoping for. And then Rookie and Photic are forced well away by that bullet time. And that means Way is in a horrible spot as he flashes, but is still hit by that. Zenith play, the Supreme Display of Talent catches Rookie, blows up Way, but then Sobro and Dway cause such a mess for Hope. Does Shanks even get to go golden there? Tarzan tries to come and support him, but that wall gets him trapped between the actual terrain and the ice wall. Completely disagree with Way being the wrong target. He is by far the one that is most vulnerable to the pick, and there's still a lot of the damage. Him going down means they don't have smites for things like objectives. Getting on top and just full sending it an Ezreal or an Onivia with that passive. Very risky. The target selection is necessarily the issue, per se. I think it's hard when you're into this kind of composition to get close enough to certain people. I think Shanks there is really getting a lot of value out of his arm guard. Not had the best time on the rise. We know it's a tough matchup under the Onivia, Rookie playing a very good Onivia game is the other side of this. Sobro with a really good flank, trying to return the favor. Hope no flash or barrier, may well die here. Stacking up with the Dominus to get that Fury. Flondra's got to have an idea. Uh-oh, found one. Gets jumped on, True Shot Barrage, he's dead. Nice flank from Sobro, who's having a much better game than his game 1. There is no teleport on Flandre, and you've got a mounted soul to go into. Oh, AL, are you going to try and fight this? You may be forced to. Grass, Edge of Ix style, Tarzan, Audacity, Terrace Shape, good stun onto Sobro. Solar Flare keeps him accountable. Dway goes forward with the Unbreakable Will. Kyle will likely die here, but may have kept his team alive. Oh, never mind, Dway with the headbutt and the pulverize. Tarzan gets a supreme display of talent stun, but again, it's just too much. Flash from Rookie, gets hit with the Ice Blade, but Rookie with the slow is more than enough to bring down Tarzan, and IG will be bringing us to a deciding game. They gave up the Jace, but in the end, I'm not sure it was the Jace that was the loss condition here. We might have to kill him a few times as the mid-game roll round. The combo of this Onivia with the double poke that proved so problematic. How on earth do you close the distance? They try to disengage here. Dway's had a phenomenal game on this Alistair as well. Let's give some credit where it's due. What a great headbutt pull he's going to find in a second here. Absolutely perfectly spaced. Photic, very hard to shut down with the range discrepancy and the zone control. The walls from Rookie. The space from Dway and Sobro. Really nice stuff. Sobro as well, actually. Credit to him for consistently getting to the backline and messing around with it. Flandre on this. Tarzan just about alive. I'll say Kyle will likely die here. Gets a Solar Flare. That doesn't really do much aside from force Rookie to back away a bit. Pretty miserable game, I think, in the end for the frontliners of AL. Flandre as well. He has always played this Aurora into Renekton. Hasn't really found all that much success. Tarzan goes for a last gasp and gets absolutely annihilated. Blown to atoms. 25-9. 12,500 gold. Invictus Gaming show AL. Bit of a mirror of game 1. A snowball one way and a snowball the other. We wondered about those draft concerns. Can AL actually get the combo off? Or will the zone control and the poke prove too deadly? And indeed it was. The fountain finally claims Photic's life. But GG. And we go to 3. Oh, run some ads and say hello. Hi, folks. Thanks for coming on in here. Appreciate you choosing to spend your time with myself and Nymaera, who's away at the minute because he is... he's got himself LPL to do. Who's going to get MVP? I wonder whether it might be Photic, you know. Very, very slippery Ezreal, though I think Rookies and Onivia also absolutely disgusting. Probably one of those two. That is, the Onivia was kind of clutch. We said it might be. Made Shanks invisible on the rise. Flandre also just didn't have a great time. I do think at least the rest of AL tried to make some proactive moves. Just not very successfully. Very difficult to get in there. We saw a couple crazy flanks from Kyle that in any other game wins you a team fight, but they just couldn't do it. Closing the distance with Sobro and the walls and stuff causing so much trouble was very problematic. Kind of got caught off part spiel there as well. So for those of you who have not done so already, please do consider donating to the Ko-fi. Subscribing on Twitch, following on the Twitch or the YouTube makes a huge difference. We are 8 followers away from 10,200 followers, which would be a lovely number to hit. Is AL overhyped? They have come into this season looking a bit fragile. They should have been fantastic. Are arguably the top 1 team in the league. They haven't been. I think they can argue for top 3, but they definitely aren't top 2 material right now. And part of it is games like this. If they don't have a good early game, they really struggle. Because it basically means that Tarzan and Kyle are a lot more constrained in terms of what they can do. And that duo is still the best jungle support duo in the league by far. When they've actually got something to work with. And as it stands, the lanes just haven't been it. I do think, as I said, I think they made things perhaps a bit harder than themselves from the draft. IG left. IG had, rather, some draft traps for them. The Jace Ezreal combo with that Onivia proved very, very difficult for them to manage. It's not, to be fair, it is Initialise, not Nymaera. Alex would normally be sat right there, but he's taking this series off because he's got so many insight from another. I think he might have EuroLeague as well this evening, so a lot of podcasts to be on. Still stunned about the comeback game from JDG versus BOG. It happened twice in a row, man. Twice. That's a lot of damage from Fodic. Yep. Shanks was just non-existent this game, basically. Rookie, the damage never going to look that exciting because, again, most of this game he was just there providing utility. He never really got to the damage threshold in time for it to mean that much. Close until it really wasn't. I will say I think the Jace was held largely accountable. Again, the problem is in doing that, Photic, I mean, who threatened Photic this game? How do you do it? You need to wombo him down. And that was just very hard to do. Especially because the fights ended up getting split, which is much better for IG with their range and mobility. Oh, curious to see who gets MVP here. Right, I probably ought to throw the Sessions Diana music on. And ensure we don't get any issues with copyright strikey things. Then again, they basically lost it right at the start of that crazy close fight. Yeah, if that fight had gone the other way, Photic dies, Rookie dies, we might be looking at a very different game. Instead, it was a fed Ezreal rather than Ezreal that kind of like does like toothpick damage. Yeah, we might have been seeing a very different game otherwise. And again, it's not like AL's draft is bad in isolation. But it is reliant on you being in control of spaces and having the vision control. And it just became increasingly hard to actually blow people up beyond the first target. And then you end up in this position where the Jace, the Ezreal, the Onivia were just so obnoxious. I just think you're very wrong, Scannel. I'm just going to put that out there. That doesn't change the game. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Honestly, I don't think LPL looks any better than last year. I think it does. Because LPL could not for the life of them play around Atacon. We were the worst Atacon major region, basically. And that's not the case anymore. We're still skirmishing very, very well. I think there are some issues with people teams not closing out games well, and that's problematic. But the Atacon ints from LPL were just disastrous. And that is a massive difference maker. Yeah, and I think the Onivia into the Rise was very good. Again, like, Rise is fine for the comp, but then again, we saw no successful Realm Warp plays. We saw no real successful Flandre. I think Shanks and Flandre had a bad game in general. Because actually neither of them were able to pair up with Kyle, like, ever. Basically, Kyle and Tarzan made plays. Kyle would die for them, but they go 1-for-1. But Flandre and Shanks just didn't get to do anything. I don't care particularly. Doesn't bother me especially, Al. I think LPL teams are just volatile. Doesn't make them any less. I think LPL teams are just very volatile, but it doesn't make them any less competent. Yeah, I do think that we've definitely... The mistakes we've been seeing are when teams are in the enemy jungle trying to get the picks that will allow them to turn for Baron, right? And then end the game. So when they're going very deep to make that play and they're getting caught in choke points against teams that, yes, are behind, but still have a lot of AoE and choke points. And that's really Just a spot for me, especially, I'll promise you. Yeah, I'm chatting to myself, Al. Is what's happening. 1998 TG, not a GT. If Wright adds like 5 more skill-based ADCs, maybe Fodit would become a world champ. Yeah, no, right. Everyone giving it to support. Absolutely. I completely understand. Jway and Photic were my 2 picks, and I think Jway Photic would have died like 3 times that game if basically Jway hadn't done the most insane headbutt pulverize combos we've seen in my life. Headbutt into a wall, pulverize on multiple people. I think that's absolutely who I would have voted for. I'm surprised it was a unanimous vote, but I think that's fair. And that late game rush down, yeah, agreed. All right, I'm going to turn my camera off, get myself another drink, because we've got at least one more to go. Well, at least one. We've got one more to go. Oh, Nelly. Nelly. Hey, Solly, good to see you. Ah, Bisto. Hello, folks. How are we all doing? One more game to go. Oh, baby. Up north. Alright. Welcome in, folks, for what will be our final game of the day, I suspect. I know. In fact, it's not that I suspect, I know. It is the final game. This is it. Do a bit of streaming myself afterwards, but then it will be all but over. Time to watch Pantheon Talia versus Viari. You know what? You know what? You're probably not far off. It's certainly a possibility, isn't it? We are at that stage of the draft. Jace getting through will probably change up the ban patterns a bit. So I wonder whether something like the Pantheon gets banned in place then. Because we have seen a lot of Pantheon find a lot of value because skirmishing is just so ubiquitous at the minute. People are just fighting a lot. Malphite, I suppose, another option if that gets through. Does feel like people have been very willing to let through picks this series. Like we've seen the Nico, we've seen the Rumble, we've seen the Jace. God damn, we saw the Jace. Like that's very unusual to see all that many picks get through. Hey Orca, good to see you. But into draft we go. And that means I need to turn off Sessions Diana and bring back. Where's my mouse? There it is. Cool. Bring back the Huya audio. Malphite versus Mundo. Yeah, I mean, it could well be that. Putting that out there. But I agree. There's a couple like handshake matchups we've not seen in jungle yet. What have we lost? The Shinzao, Wukong, Talia, Kiana, Jace. There's still Jarvan. Someone's allowed Jarvan, which I doubt it this series. I think both junglers are too good. That champion is too powerful with a few of the other picks. Nocturne, I suppose, a possibility, especially if the Orianna comes through. There's the Mundo Malphite matchup. We kind of get that traded. There's the Vi, Talia, kind of Pantheon kind of trio / core. Ari gets thrown in there as well. You'd be happy enough with that. Towards the draft we go, though. I think. Surely. What happened to Poppy? She was banned a lot and still is in certain matches. But part of it is, I mean, to be fair, Wei is a big Poppy player. The thing is, you often see the Poppy as when you see things like the Kai'Sa coming on through. Or Jarvan, for that matter. So it's not like Poppy's entirely disappeared. Though I grant you, her ban presence has definitely decreased. Because she was basically being banned 2/3 a series, something like that. She had very high ban presence for a while in the LPL, but his draft, we'll find out whether she gets on through. And again, worth noting, Wei, Kyle, Tarzan will play it. Is Jway a Poppy player? I guess if he is, we'll check it out. Oriana, Malphite banned. Fair enough. Poppy banned. Speaking of. Wukong's down, the Xin Tao's down, as we'd noted from those early games. Jarvan, again, remains on the ban table. IG not giving that up to Tarzan. I think that's probably reasonable. Very, very impactful for that player. Nearly threw it away the other week, though, where he got an incredible lead early, and then they had that fight around Grub and just didn't respect the damage over the wall. Sat on an equalizer for a bit. Oops. Vi. Okay. We wondered about that ban. Is this now going to force a Pantheon ban? Because if you don't ban the Pantheon, that's probably first pick. And you're very low on AD skirmish junglers then. But I think it's just Pantheon first pick then, isn't it? Could Nocturne for Wei in response. He is a Nocturne enjoyer. Varus, of course. Of course, the Varus. How could I forget about that? Ambessa, another option, could go into the jungle. Haven't seen the Ambessa yet this series. Is a flex as well. In some ways, Ambessa feels like a better version of Vi in some ways. Though I will say we've seen a lot more Ambessa top again over the last week or so. A little less in the jungle. Could Ambessa Pantheon and just take both? Really deny it. Tarzan have to go back to something like the Lee Sin then. Bit dicey. I would genuinely debate going for the Pantheon here. You don't need to Sivir here. Okay. I don't want to lock in the Ambessa blind. This probably then means Tarzan will pick up the Pantheon. You could Pantheon Talia right now. Pantheon Talia with the Varus, you're happy. Or if Shanks wants it, the Ahri's also fine. Ahri can sometimes be a little better into the Sivir, and that you can chase her down a bit more freely in the way that actually, because Sivir can on the hunt and spell shield your seismic shove, she can actually end up just getting away from you after you've Weaver's walled. We're going to see the Curse Cassante Ambessa team comp again. Please stop, Solo Puppy. Well, there's that Pantheon. We said it was likely. Are we looking Talia or Ahri now? Those are the obvious choices. Can't, really. Kyle does love the champion, and it is very good on the roam. It's double range. Quite good into the Sivir. You can have a few ways to pop that spell shield with the Gleaming Quill and stuff before going on in. The quickness is very difficult for her to mitigate. Mobility to follow up with the Pantheon. Nautilus then as a response. Nautilus is always quite a nice option into the Rakan. He doesn't like having his mobility denied. Nautilus with his whole suite of CC. Very able to do that. Ambessa's still a flex. Second phase of bans. Are we banning away the Pantheon, the Talia and the Ahri here then? Fourth pick will be IG's. Galio could be a consideration as well, actually, for AL. As a thought, you've already got the Pantheon. So if you need another global, you could always look that angle. The Rek'Sai, again, remains a ban against Flandre. He's the one player who's made Rek'Sai consistently look good top. What are we banning from AL? Ahri. Okay, yeah. That might force the Talia ban here from IG. Although, in fairness, they could just lock it themselves. Talia's not bad here at all for IG. Gwen, away from Flandre. They decided to focus that option. Suggests they probably want a tank topside matchup, which would mean they may want to throw that Ambessa into the jungle. They could still Nocturne and flex the Ambessa top. It's the other thing they can do. Suppose the world where you could lock a Mundo as well if you really wanted to do that. Don't know whether it's that great into these comps though. Theoretically, he's just a strong champion right now, even if it's not into the Malphite. There's the Nocturne ban that I wondered about to stop that. That prevents the flex, basically. That prevents the flex. Or, well, rather, makes it trickier. But the Mundo I was suggesting as a possibility can now be considered. Viego is also something that Wade's put a lot of time into. Must have a lot of our LPL junglers. In fact, it is Wade's most played champion of all time, the Viego. Only by a game, but still. Cassante and Bessa. Hey! Oh boy, well, that's a lot of frontline and dive. You are still looking for a bit more damage realistically. Sivir and Ambessa not a bad option, but you do want something there. Slandra really debating the Yorick. It's not bad into the Cassante, and in fairness, with the kind of the way that turret plates are working right now, Yorick's felt pretty good despite the nerfs to him over the years. I did call out Galio. Can be quite a good response into Ambessa. Ambessa comes in, you Galio, and Ambessa goes, oh boy, and gets bounced around, has a bad time. Can help get the Varus safe. Follows the Pantheon. Okay-ish matchup into Talia. You stun yourself on the rocks, but it's a matchup you can deal with. Zahen now. Your extended fights get very frustrating. If you get to survive through the first rotation, I don't know what. IL have got themselves very bruisery comp, right? Very bruisery comp. Pantheon, Galio, Zahem. Swain feels so good here. Rookie with the Onivia counterpick last game. Swain counterpick this game. Oh, that is such a lovely Swain pick. I really like that. That is very, very annoying. Basically, everyone on that comp hates Swain. If you go poke Varus, you don't kill him. If you go on hit Varus, you have to be within the demonic ascension. Galio, Zahem, Pantheon all suffer into it. The only thing is, I wonder how Zahem passive and Swain ult charges kind of interact. I've not really seen Swain versus Zahen as yet, but my suspicion will be that Swain will just out drain tank you. Like, no one out drain tanks Swain. You just have to outspace him and let his ult run out, and then you can turn and burn him. And you are effectively 4 melees if you count the Rakan in there. And probably a poke Varus. And then you got Sivir behind it as well, and the Ambessa and the Nautilus. There's a lot of CC to keep people trapped with the Swain. I have really enjoyed IG's draft traps over the last couple games. That is a fun counter pick. Rookie had a lot to prove because he had some very, very poor showings of late. The Onivia game was very good from him. We're going to see that Swain come in here as well as a clutch counter pick. Rookie's been playing for a lot of years. He plays a lot of champs. We'll see whether this one can be enough to earn IG the win against anyone's legend. A team that everyone, myself included, was expecting great things from coming into this year, and so far, they haven't delivered. Onto the Rift we go for the last time today. Jayo's first. Gameplay after. I think that Swain pick might have just done it. I love that pick. Now you're diving into Ricochets and Demonic Ascension. Cassante as well with all his disruption. The Ambessa flying in. Pantheon Galio goes in and immediately dies here. They have got to play out the side. Basically, you have to play through side lanes. And you probably need to snowball very, very hard here. This Varus has to become such a menace. Or this Pantheon needs to get so fed that they never have to team fight. You do have the double global, so you can play the map wider. But I think anyone's legend are going to have to do that, because I think if you get to 2 items... Ugh. AL's comp is all pecs out. It's true. Everyone is going basically bare-chested. Though I grant you, Galio is in fact a stone statue. So I don't know whether that counts unless you're a real Pygmalion enjoyer. Interesting they favor AL's comp later here, statistically. I guess they're feeling they can just blow the Sivir up on repeat. And I sometimes think globals get value as the game goes later, statistically, just because of that fact, that ability to kind of make big counterplays later on, blow someone up who is not playing very well in the extended lanes that come about later on. Tarzan, casting bot, on blue buff, and then doing his other camps just in case there was an invade coming on through. Was a bit afraid with lane prio he's denied. So his path quite defensively. Means he can theoretically be around mid a bit more easily as well. Also means he's likely going to go towards that top side Skullcrab with this clear. Should get that camp. Probably. TP back in from Shanks, who has been bullied early on by Rookie with the never moves and the like. And the unlimited power. What is Swain's Light the Death's Hand? That's the name of that. Shanks for the phase rush. He's got himself the early Dark Seal. I think he's going to go for a little bit more AP this game, knowing he's got to have some burst, because you can't afford to play tank this game. Going tank Gallia this game, you're not actually going to be a tank. So you may as well go for something like a Riftmaker and a Riftmaker-y type build. Might be quite sensible. Phase rush as well implies that Flandre's going to have to flash. Q3 goes wide, force Flandre to backstep though, and again, not the fastest move speed, but does just about enough to get away. Flash to flash top lane. Reset from Rookie, who can TP back in now. Should pick up the majority of this wave. We'll lose 2 minions, maybe 3. 3 minions. Slightly frustrating. Not quite. Never move. Death's Hand combo. Should hope to switch to on here or AP in the hopes of blowing up Xanthi or Swain. Honestly, I wonder whether an AP variant might not be awful, you know. Yeah, I mean, you can theoretically poke out the Ambassador or the Sivir. Swain's not a lot of fun to poke out, though. You can get so many free eye hits on from the Galio Panther. Completely agree. Visions of Empire is such a nice thing to stack. When will this stream be in German? Not from us. We are, alas, only English. We are English co-streamers. Come watch us over on twitch.tv/Nymaera_. R goes in. Buffer through. Way gets jumped on. That's pretty good. Way, I think, is likely dead here. Oh, dear. Pantheon donated the first blood. Bit of a skirmish over this red buff now, actually. Wei is here, level 6, where Tarzan doesn't. Stops clear just a little bit. Go get that. We'll have to get that one up. Mid lane, Rookie has demonically ascended. I don't know whether we needed to do that, but I suppose it stops the Galio going to interrupt. I wonder whether Galio was looking to go and get involved around that red buff steal. That'd be my suspicion. And so Rookie's saying, absolutely not, you're staying here with me. Get over here. Towards the dragon we go. AL at least playing out the early game as aggressively as they need to, I think. As again, we need to see the snowball, we need to see the map play wide, we need to see Tarzan all over this game. He's certainly got the capacity to carry. He's going to be asked to. Because again, I think if you come into this mid-game even, we've got some concerns about how easy it's going to be for AL to play the game out into what is a very troubling drain tank comp from IG. Oh, we discussing the Nidalee top performance. Yeah, unless your name is the Shy or Zeus, don't do it. And even then, surely, guys, you've got better options. Change of Corruption. Force the Cleanse, because Photic had already burned the Spell Shield. Nice from Sobero there to get that play. Always feels good. Nice arrow onto Photic again. Again, Sivir can only Spell Shield one of the skill shots from Varus, and he's got a couple of them. A little bit of a chunk. Not that much happening at the minute. Grubs are being started by Way. Hey, enjoying. Good to see you. Should get these without too much contest. When's the next dragon? A couple minutes away. Okay, not that much there. Lanes remain very even. It's been a relatively slow game, guys. That favors IG for my money. Zahen will deliver grimly. Photic staying even with Hope, despite obviously eating some poke the last couple times we saw them. Should be alright here, I think. Yeah, not really too much there. Gleaming Coil comes across, gives a bit of a heal. Shanks goes in, gets the taunt. Never Move goes wide. Phase Rush out. You're going to be going in on your Ground Slam or your Colossal Smash cooldowns, basically, I think, as Shanks. Try and dodge those Never Moves and Phase Rush out to safety. I think once the Ryalize gets completed, Shanks can have a lot less fun in that lane. A lot less fun. Tarzan and Kyle around. I want to look at Rookie here or look for an invade. Get some wards down. Neither. Don't know how easy it would be to jump on the Swain, guys. The only thing with this build is Rookie's not going to have a Lost Chapter or a tier. So it can end up being lower on mana than you would be in most other Swain builds. Ryali's still just very good on him. Obvious reasons. AoE slow to keep people trapped in your Demonic Ascension. Yes, please. Look, potentially topside. Cerberus left quite low. Could potentially get dragged all out. Flandre has to flash the Pathmaker. He's got the advantage here. No one really is yet. Very even game. However, I personally prefer IG's comp if we come into a mid-game even. Well, double global is nice from AL, but I think this Swain could be really frustrating for anyone's Legend to deal with. And then you got Sivir scaling to consider. And Bess is not exactly bad as the game gets later on either, with all of her armor, shred, and omnivamp from the ult levels. First items beginning to get done. Iceborne Gauntlet, Eclipse, Ryalize, big pickups. Not there for Shanks, gone for the early boots. Makes sense when you're getting slowed down. The Ghost Blade, the Trinity 4 stun, alongside the Sundered Sky. I think we're about ready to fight for both teams here. With Dragon coming up, we might see our first big scuffle of the game. Rookie will flash away. Kyle might look to jump on in. Rookie will demonically ascend. And not being super fantastic. Good buffer through there on the Never Move. Rookie tried to collapse through the river and ended up having to burn his ultimate. That's not great, actually. IG, a little bit awkward coming for the contestant. They came in force and then split in a way that forced Rookie to flash. Kyle had to flash as well. That's probably going to be dragging him to AL now, then. Assuming Tarzan wants it, might go blue buff first. TP back in from the Nautilus, who had it from the Spellbook. Grim Deliverance, all out. End up in different locations as a result. Okay, Hook. Oh, public execution, flash away from Hope, but there's the depth charge after. In comes the Galliot. Wei is now not having a lot of fun, flashes out himself. A few flashes blown, and a few ultimates blown. Hope will survive. Does he? A fair chunk at the back end of that from that Boomerang Blade, though. Few blue flash there. Kyle and... No, sorry, Jway and Wei. The Ways. And again, the dragon stays up. Flondra not having the most fun there. And Sobro's got his passive stacking, but not there yet. The passive stacks fall off. As does the Dark Inglaive Part 2. So now Sobro steps on forward. Gets the Iceborne Gauntlet plot. Yeah, I feel like AL should be playing a bit more aggressively. Again, like, I'm looking at this now. Like, you're the one with the double global. Why are we not using it? They don't get the dragon. And again, for all the statistical bot gave an edge over to AL later on, I don't think I agree, unless I'm missing an interaction here. Maybe I'm misrepresenting how strong the Galio Zarhen can be later, but I'm not so sure. Good timing with that Pathmaker. Herald a consideration. Kyle cleaning that ward out. Rookie will get a couple plates bot lane. And we have all got our lane quest complete. Rookie no boots as yet. Spellslinger shoes for Shanks, who's gone for the rocket belts. We did wonder whether it was going to be a burstier build from the Galio. It will be, looking to pop someone before the drain tanks can survive through. Someone to post that clip to Reddit? What had happened? Hey! Thank you, Orca. Appreciate the gift subs. Hook. Dragon was just taken by AL. We're fighting this. We're certainly considering it. Rookie speeding up. Then there's the Never Move. Pull Tarzan back in. We'll get the Aegis Assault down, but now Sobro can step on forward. He's going to get taunted. But he's pretty damn tanky. Demonic Ascension. Quickness. Galio Hero's entrance. But look at Rookie. He's such a menace. Depth charge. Never Move. Death's Hand not enough. Oh. Hey, I'll get out. But my days, they certainly want to stick in that for a while. Let's have a look again. So Dragon was taken, but IG wanted to come and contest. They do get the Dragon, do IG. It's a nice hook. Flondra begins to run away, but Rookie's speeding his way on in. After the home guard to the teleport. And then it's just like, you get caught in this extended play where, like, the Cassante is pretty damn tanky. Rookie with the Demonic Ascension is causing such a problem with the Ryalize. Tarzan and Shuck's like, we need to leave. The depth charge comes before. If that never move had landed, I think they would have been dead. Just shy there. Seven now at 2 items. And you're like, look, you're 300 gold ahead. You've only just got to your second dragon. Get a little nervous for AL. Maybe they'll have enough burst that the Swain, that the Cassante just die and therefore don't get to play the front line the way that I think they're hoping to. I'm just not convinced that's going to be the case, guys. Maybe fighting over this one. A lot of flash. Everyone on IG still got flash. Significantly less right now for AL. Pulling away from the Herald. They want to overdo it, clearly. Sante's not there. And they need someone to clear out mid lane wave, I think. There's a blast cone there. And Ricochet's come flying on through. Really satisfying sound effects for that. $600 gold lead for anyone's legend. Really meaning all that much? Not gonna lie. It's been a very slow game, guys. We've got 1 kill in 20 minutes. Got Dragon in a minute and a half. That might lead to some action. And again, second item's now done for Wei. We're nearly there for Rookie's got the Chain Lace Crush. He's going to heal himself up. Not sure what chunked him out, actually. I think it might have been an arrow from Hope, but I would hesitate to say. Ward's got put down. We'll go back to the Herald. Hook. Turn around. Never move after the teleports come flying on through, but that's just a very dead Rakan. This could be a really sucky TP. Dway's going to be left out and a little bit low, but in comes Sobro. Pathmaker. Grand entrance out. Dway will survive. The Demonic Ascension is still there. And now Shanks is trapped in with everyone. FaZe rushes out. Rookie's flashing on forwards. The Ryalize slow. The Visions of Empire. Shanks will go golden. Sobro is here. Shanks gets interrupted on his Justice Punch, and he will die as well. The Herald is dead because Baron spawned. But IG get on the board, and Rookie, we said this way, might be really, really, really annoying. It was, in fact, really, really, really annoying. If Invictus Gaming get 4 Chem Dragons this game, I mean, they're running with Swain, Cassante, and Bessa, man. Like, it's not playable. Tenacity and thing and bonuses for running at low HP. So they try to jump onto Dway. Already, basically, Kyle got blasted. He goes looking for the play, but he's just squishy on the Ricani. Oh, god damn it, Rhea. I think IG have once again come up with a very creative draft. Tarzan gets dragged all out, looking for a play on a Sober. He's got a Q3 to work with Votic, now coming on over. Might try and jump onto him. There's the Ore on the hunt. And they won't be able to catch up with him. Not bad. Did get a turret topside. Dway has phase check. Will buffer through the grand entrance with the Dredge line. I did Spider Naught, so we'll have that cooldown up again. Flondra potentially in a dodgy spot. There's the quickness. Buffers through a lot of the CC. In goes Kyle. Grand Starfall. Good combo from anyone's legend. They will blow up one, and they will blow up another. AL managed to pull off the globals. Kyle blows a lot of summoners, but gets onto key members. There is no jungler anymore, and that gets soul point for AL. Photic a little bit on a flank angle. They still want to play this. They might TPing in. They're just saying, you know what, we can still play this. In comes the Demonic Ascension. Kyle tries to buy some. The double never move. Oh my god, Rookie's a nightmare. The heroes entrance in, but I don't know how easy it's going to be. Rookie does go down. They had enough burst. Shanks gets it alongside Flandre. He's about to get his passive, and anyone's legend just get a monster team fight, a 3v5. IG thought they could contest that, and actually it turned out Swain. Power of, I'm not sure whether it was quite Christ, but certainly Galio compels you. And that might just be it. Hang on, IG have just entered another member. Why do you need to leave? Good grief. Tell me why, asks Halfrun in chat. I need another team fight. So they're saying, look, they've burned a load of cooldowns. We've got a crazy strong Swain. Let's go for this. And you're thinking, you know what, that double never move, we can do this. And then Photic gets 1 auto, 2, 3, 4. Finally gets some auto time. It's too little, too late. And it's into Tarzan's got a shield up. Yikes. Ain't nothing like an IG throw. And now AL feel like they're going to win this game. It was very even, and then that sequence of plays was utterly abysmal from Invictus Gaming. I don't know what to tell you there. The contest was maybe an idea. If they had a bit more DPS, or Sobro was there with them. He wasn't. He was kind of down on the other side of the map. And he just made a bad situation worse. Over we go. This way, gonna flash away. Ooh, Baron potential angle. This is actually quite deep though, and now Rookie could cause a lot of trouble here. Shanks goes golden, but he's trapped. Now Sober on the flank angle, preventing the escape. That's problematic. Kyle is now trying to buy space for Shanks to run away. He does do a good job. Shanks finally falls, but they lost Dway for it. A 1-for-1 there is actually surprisingly good from anyone's legend, considering it looked like they'd gone way, way, way too deep. Still, Shanks does die. And they did go too deep. IG, if they can get a third item onto Photic, might find themselves in a better position. They could really use that Infinity Edge right now. IG wouldn't finish top 6 in LCK. I think they're flippy enough. They're like... There's a certain D plus Kia light element to them. Like, if they get one of their creative drafts, I think they're actually quite cool. And again, we saw what this draft could do. But I think they've got some critical decision-making errors. As do many LPL teams about learning when to let a play go, man. When you see, he sounds like Steve from American Dad. Oh, my days. I think Footing Dway would get lane gapped by a lot of LCK bots. There's some very good LCK bots. It's true. But I think Dway is actually very good. I think that might be more problematic than people think. Photic's wave is quite draft dependent because Photic is like requires caster AD carries. He's been playing relatively well so far this bet. To be fair, we've had the good streak from Photic before the inevitable bad one. Dragon happens. Well, he does get that. What about the fight after? Kyle with the blast go to the backline. In for the grand entrance. Nice. Flandre gets a kill. That allowing to reset. Kyle surviving. Rookie goes golden. The problem is, it means he's not buying space for the rest of his team especially well. It's decent healing. Public execution from Wei. Gets the revive, but that is all it is. The revive. Because, of course, Zahen causes the trouble and Tarzan still has the grand starfall. Another mega blast go from Photic allows him to go threatening Wei. They know where he is. Can they get something more from him? I think if he goes in, he will likely die, but that is a 4 for none in favor of anyone's legend. I genuinely thought this Swain was going to be more problematic for them to deal with, but I think Tarzan and Kyle have managed to cause so much problem, so many problems, so much strife in getting onto some key members. Dway has died so many times trying to go forward on his Nautilus, a champion he's normally so confident on. Out on top of that, I actually think Flandre with this Zahen finally gets one of those extended fights. He gets the passive rolling. Congratulations, you killed him once. How about a second time? Sobro goes all out, but basically there's a load of stopwatches to start making things play, and then basically this Grand Starfall makes things very, very tricky. Photic doesn't really get a great flash there, unfortunately. I think if he managed to get the hot flash over. Sharflu, like, don't worry about it. Having an opinion is fine. Maybe cool it back a little bit. There's no need to be super elitist. Please. Just not great vibes, is it? And again, mods have warned you, so you've been warned. IG screwed up. Yeah, again, the breaking point in this game was the really dumb sequence of plays around Dragon 2. Well, AL second Dragon specifically. Dragon 3 in the game. Wait. Eats a bit of damage. Oh man, they're gonna Baron flip. I think this is gonna be the last gas for IG. You've got 3 items on Photic and a Dream. But as it stands, the tanks aren't actually proving that tanky for IG. And that is proving very difficult. And because Tarzan isn't starting the fight with the Grand Starfall, it means that anyone who tries to run away is then at risk of the turnaround. I also think Kyle's been excellent for Rakan. Outside of that one time he got picked, when IG got those couple kills, we went, ooh, that looks interesting. Shanks. Goes golden. So brilliant for the angle. There's the Grand Starfall turnaround. That might be a bit deep. Out comes the Aegis Assault. Flandre left low. Doesn't have the passive for the soul. The hero's entrance. They have killed off the Nautilus again. Passive from Tarzan. Passive from Flandre. Beginning to stack up, and there's just too much. Turns out AL with a tankier team all along. A triple kill to Tarzan's Pantheon. Might be the full house here. Let's hope maybe they noted another, and they're into the enemy base. They've got a wave crashing in the bot lane. I think they might look to end it here. Anyone's legend. Fumbled in game 2 after IG had a really creative draft. And I loved the IG draft thought process this game. I did. But AL execute much better on the Rift. Shanks with a good build to deal with what could have been a challenging lane versus the Swain. Dway really struggling on the Nautilus to get involved, and again, Tarzan and Kyle, when they are unlocked, are just on another level to any other jungle support in the LPL. They have to work for it, and IG make them work for it, but it is still anyone's legend who will be our victors today. Hello folks, welcome to the channel. Thank you for those who joined us today. Oh, it has been a very exciting day of League of Legends. It has. I'm Initialise. I am Nymaera's older brother. We normally stream together. You may have seen us earlier in the day or on other days casting together. Pleasure having you all in here with us. And for those who haven't hit the follow button, please do so. I will make sure I do get hydrated. Thank you very much for that one, Rackline. No idea who called for that 3v5 engage the dragon, but goddamn, that was a dumb call. It wasn't great, was it? I get the idea. You're feeling really strong with the Sivir and the Cassante, and you've got this ult on the Swain to come on in. It was a bit tough. It was a bit tough. Man alive. It was a cool idea. It was a cool idea that didn't end up working out. Thank you again for all those gifts, Surf Walker. I appreciate it. If anyone else has got a Prime sub to drop, why not here? Why not here? Appreciate to those who do. Oh. What was told of the lobby of Weibo Gaming they signed someone else? Oh, man. That's tough. What was the reason that YOG didn't contest for it? No, I know he's on LNG. I know. Competing agency. Oh, it was the agency stuff. Ugh. So dumb. Well, they're the ones missing out, I think. Don't want to sign anyone there. I don't want to hand use agency, huh? I remember there being bad blood there. I'd forgotten about that, though. Thank you. Who gets MVP here? Flandra had a good game. I think it's probably Tarzan or Kyle, though. They were the ones who were really, really, really annoying this game. Something about sponsors. Is it leaker stuff? Might be that as well. Might be that as well. Interesting that fans are so Flandre favoured here. I thought he had a good game. Don't know if he was game winning, though, was he? He had a couple cool team fights. But I don't think he was the reason they won a lot of those fights. I think it's just like Tarzan and Kyle having really good angles, wasn't it? Hell, I give it to Kyle, I think. I don't know who Nymaera's favourite team is. I can ask them. My favourite team was Gambit. I was a massive Gambit fan. I was a Gambit fanboy. I had a Gambit phone case. It was a whole thing. I was a big IG fan when Kakao moved to the roster. I was a big SKT fan back in Season 4 when they sucked. I started following them after they were bad. After they were bad, it was quite funny. I came in and was like, oh man, what a great team. Oh no, they're not anymore. Because I remember watching them at All-Stars. Who else do I quite enjoy watching? I had a team for every region. Big Hawks fan these days. I used to be a DFM fan, but I follow wherever Irby goes these days. So SoftBank Hawks. My Japanese goats. I just follow whichever team 1xN is on these days as well. I'm a bit of a soft fanboy for LNG at the minute. I think it's good for casters to have some teams and players they love. It means you care about the stuff you're casting. All right, it was pretty exactly. It was a very slow game until it really, really wasn't. And you can sort of see, I was like, I swear IG going to start taking off around the 20-minute mark, and they just giga-inted it. Giga-inted it. It was incredible. We'll have some interviews coming on up. I'm going to get my PC up and rolling to stream a couple hours myself. Make sure we're good to go. Oh, right. I'll turn the camera off briefly. I'll leave you guys to hear the interviews and the like.
How's it going? How's it going? I was reviewing some games, and I did that thing where I watched TLC9 back, and oh my god, CL's drafts were pretty bad. First game was, what was it? I want to say, it was just a Shinzao Soul Engage with a ball on top of him from Oriana. In the second game, they picked out a meta Tahm Kench. It's just not good, you know? It's just not a good pick. Man. I hope everyone enjoyed the games today. I think I might have a sponsor or two for next... Well, could be even very soon, actually. Well, hopefully we're going to get some sponsors in, which would be cool. Been sending a few emails about that. I think I've got 3, which I'm working on right now. We might get Opera GX back. We might... oh, there's another one. Okay, and there's another one or two which we're working on as well. Oh, there might be a VPN sponsor we're getting in. Have good industries grows. Yeah, I think basically from streaming, like if you get like decent stream numbers and then you also get some sponsors on top of it, then that's when it actually becomes like playable. Okay, well I'm gonna wait until Sam's got a stream live and then we're gonna raid on over. He's only just turning his PC on, so he'll probably be another minute. Applied to co-stream first hand, is that a thing you have to... Well, I suppose it is. I don't know, I mean... I suppose I can... we don't have a schedule command, Zarok. No, Sam's PC wasn't... He was jumping in and out of this room, so it's my bad, because Sam was waiting on her, really.
AL 的 KL 选手，先有请他和大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 AL 的皮球 KL。
欢迎 KL。其实，在之前的采访当中，你有提到队伍其实有一些健康方面的问题，导致状态有一些起伏。那现在队伍的状态怎么样呢？健康状况如何呢？
앞전 인터뷰에서 칼님이 좀
I can tell you the game's tomorrow though. Ultra Prime LGD. Oh wait, hang on guys, we might not be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow we might not be because there's no Group Ascend matches and it's another 3 series day.
还行，健健康康的打比赛啊，状态也会越来越好的。那今天第一局，你的 Nico 有很多漂亮的开团，尤其是最后一波在中路变成小兵，然后闪现开团0-5直接杀死的比赛，当时是怎么样去思考设计这一波的？
This is a 3 series day, and I do want to make sure that we're actually like surviving.
미드 라인이 제일 중요한데 거기서 상대 나올 줄 알고 그냥 가. 그게 잘 봤던 것 같아. 因为我知道他们因为是最后一波的机会嘛，所以我找到机会就变成小兵，开了个漂亮的团。
而且也是斩获了 MVP， 这么多漂亮的开团，能不能从辅助选手的角度来跟大家分享一下 Nico 这个英雄怎么样能够玩得这么好呢？
궁각을 좀 잘 봐야 되는 것 같아. 我觉得玩 Nico 的一个心得就是找好开大的角度吧。
开大是非常关键的。来到了今天的第3局，其实第3局前期真的打得非常的稳健，直到21分钟。